Look, look, there we go. Well, I'm here. So that's it's a vague start. God, I wish I knew this microphone worked properly. Here we go. So, yeah, just me and Rob, obviously.
Hey, oh.
Greetings.
Hello.
Hello. Do you know what? I took most of the day. No, the morning I had to do work, so I did work,
Right.
like you do, because otherwise you get spanked. And then I thought, do you know what? I'm going to go upstairs into the recording studio, and I am going to write and record something today.
Okay.
So this was about 2ish.
Right.
And I was watching Ramsey's show while I was working down in the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And well, what I'll do is I'll do this, but I'll go and watch the rest of Ramsey's show later on.
Mm-hmm.
So I came up into said room, turned on everything. I mean, what is there in here that I don't, that I could possibly not need? And then, literally 4 hours later, I've achieved fuck all. Nothing.
Goes like that
Hello, dear.
sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but this isn't the first time. This
Okay.
is every time. Every time. I don't know what it is.
Dunno. It's too many distractions. Maybe that's always my. See, look, when a gorgeous hunk of love comes in.
Evening,
like that,
Mrs.
You've been called a gorgeous hunk of love.
Hello,
And you seem to have
everybody.
rice stuck on your tits.
It's not rice, it's ouzo.
What is it? Ouzo?
Some kind of pasta.
Some kind of pasta.
But it's stuck on your tits.
Mwah.
And it's still on your tits. You're missing the detail there.
Saving it for you for later.
You eat it all. Don't give it to the dogs.
I won't give it to the dogs.
I thought she said, "Don't give in to the dogs." I'm like, what are the dogs doing? You know?
She's she's put courgette in it, and she's
Alright.
probably cut it up very, very, very fine, so I can't pick it out and flick it.
It's
out
like-
at the dogs,
My missus said to me today, she went, "Can you go out and get some naan bread for dinner? We're having curry." Okay, fine. So I'm thinking, well, there's 4 of us,
Mm-hmm.
so that's you get naan bread's about this sort of big. So I thought, well, I'll get 2 packets of 2. That's a naan bread each, and then my son is out on a sleepover, so well, we've got 1 left over, but it's okay. We've still got 1 each. But no, she cooks 2. And I said, well, I thought we got 1 each. She goes, oh no, you're on a diet. Oh, for fuck's sake. Even a naan bread.
Yeah. Well, it's bread.
Mm.
You know what they say.
Moment on the lips. No?
Yeah, probably
Is that what
something
I
along those.
Something
Yeah,
like
probably
that.
something along those lines.
Oh dear. You, Mr. Matt Evans,
Oh God, it's not me in trouble.
What have I done?
you were vibrating in my pocket a lot this afternoon.
What?
Yeah, he's got this little model of you.
Yes,
you were-
yes.
I've got all my notifications turned on for the ProSynth Network Instagram account, and Matt's just going through liking stuff, but like rapid fire, and it's like. In my
Robbie's
little pocket.
knob got very excited.
Yeah, I had that much fun in ages. Thank you. Now finish me off. No, sorry, I just say that out loud.
Wow.
Oh,
In
I've had a
public.
funny day. I'd set my car in because there's a little chip on the windscreen. It's in the driver's thing, so it's not repairable. So I had to replace the whole thing.
No, they did.
And because it's got all of the fancy camera thing in the front, the top, that all has to be recalibrated for the the cruise control and all this kind of stuff. They had it for like most of the morning. In between this, my daughter had an interview for a job, And she gets to this. So we take her. I go take the car, and my wife comes to pick me up. I get a phone call from my daughter. So I can't do it, Dad. I can't do it because she suffers from social anxiety. It's really quite bad. And this was a group interview, and they wanted them to do charades as part of the group interview process. And I'm like, this is a job at a cinema where she's going to be, helping people get to their seats and maybe serving behind the counter and what have you.
Okay.
And of course she's absolutely terrible and terrified in situations with lots of other people she doesn't know. She's got to stand up and kind of talk to them.
Yeah.
So she's like, I can't do this. So I'm miles away trying to get this bloody car sorted. Eventually we get back and she's all upset, and then we try to calm her down. We speak to the people at the cinema, and they said, we can't give her a one-on-one diet, a one-on-one interview, because that wouldn't be fair on the other candidates. Okay, fine. So anyway, so there was that, and then I went to pick up my car, and when I got home, I noticed that because you've got the camera part, which is the thing that controls all the lane assist and all this kind of stuff, that's there. And then underneath there's the rain and daylight sensor. So it knows when to turn the lights on and when to wipe the wipers and all that kind of stuff. And they've fitted it so that the black covering has kind of been half pushed over. So it's exposing the actual raw element, the sensors and stuff.
Gotcha.
So I've now got to bloody take that back because it's bank holiday weekend, so that's not going to be till next week.
Oi.
Oi,
Fun and games.
innit?
Fun and games.
Just a flipping windscreen. Jeez. Back in the day, you just pop it out, pop it back in again, job done. Oh no.
Yeah, a bit of string.
Now they
Done.
aim the car. They've got this big board, and they aim the car, and then they have to do all these calibrations and tests. And for fuck's sake. It's all. I mean, well, I say mostly covered by the insurance, but
Oh, for the days when you could tune a car with a glass of water and a fag paper.
exactly.
Oh,
And then I got home, and I don't know, if this is going to sound awful or not. I don't know.
hang on a minute. Apparently, apparently Hans just landed in Italy.
Che bella.
So he's going to the right. So he's going to the hotel. He's got booking. Blah, 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 blah. So he doesn't think he'll be able to make it tonight either. Yeah, I was hoping that was going to be a little bit of a nice surprise.
Mm,
Suddenly Hans turns up in the top corner,
that'd be cool.
sort of going, "Oi, all right, guys, how's it going? How's it going, lads?" No, all right. So he's not making it. Okay, fair dues. All right.
Oh, what's just gone? Is that me or you?
Yeah.
Seemed to start when Ken
Dunno.
put his iPad down. You talk about the hissing.
Yeah, and then sort
It
of kind of
seemed
went,
to. It
There was
seemed
a
to
lot of
start-
noise coming from you last night on the show.
who, me?
Yeah, because when you dropped out, it all went silent. It all went quiet. There was like a background hiss thing going on. However, that said, my interface has been mucking about lately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, yeah,
Hey,
that's
that-
it.
So it's
Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah.
But last night it was you. Last night it was you.
I'll tell you what it is. Alexa, fan on. Alexa, fan on. You
Yeah,
hear that?
yeah.
What's
The
that?
mic's picking it up, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I
Oh, hello.
put my big muff on. That sometimes, but I can't be asked. At the
I'm not even going to go there.
Today's the first day I've not had to have that on in the studio because it's been so fucking cold tonight.
Yeah, hasn't it been?
Jeez.
Thought that first note I thought was going to be the start of Heaven in My Hands.
Yeah, is
No. No. Yeah. So
okay.
Sounds like my playing. That does.
Well, I was using my left hand. It's not very good.
That sounds like my both.
Yeah, he
My
doesn't
right
use
hand's-
doesn't use his left hand normally.
No, only when I want to feel like somebody else.
I have to use both hands anyway.
I thought you're supposed to sit on it for 20 minutes.
Do the stranger. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you
No,
imagine
do you know,
you've been
I was-
interfered with by a huge old man on a bus. Oh no, that's just me. Sorry.
I don't know what reminded me of it, but I was listening to "License to Kill" by Gladys Knight, and it has. I think it has to be up there as one of the best Bond themes ever. It's just a belter of a track. I mean, she's just got some amazing pipes, and it's that that whole key change bit where she's gone to like the middle eight, and then it all kind of slows down, and it comes back in. It's like little lift, and the drums come. It's just I love it. So I've been messing around with BBC SO trying to get the brass parts. And
Do you know what I think comes at the bottom of the list?
go on.
For Your Eyes Only.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, there's something very, I don't know, contrived about it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a lot of them are quite
Who
contrived.
did that one?
Sheena Easton.
Sheena
was-
Easton.
it was Sheena
yeah.
Easton,
No, it wasn't Sheena Easton's fault. It was almost like you go, no, we want something that we'll be able to put into the charts, please,
Oh yeah, well that's
rather
always
than
kind of
write
been-
it for the film. It had that,
Formulaic.
yeah, it had
And they
that
all-
kind of vibe to it.
They all feel obliged to. Well, is it in the contract when you get the Bond gig that you have to put in an element of the Bond?
I think
classic
there's.
Bond thing.
I think there's something about that has to be.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I mean, my favourite is Skyfall.
that's good. It's a good one. The one I don't like is the one that Sam Smith did. What was that? Was
That was horrific.
I just don't like his singing at all. There's no pronunciation and enunciation. It's all.
I really like the Duran Duran one, even though a lot of people don't seem
No.
to.
I
like
love
that.
it.
I think it's
Because
brilliant.
again, it's like License to Kill. It's a really good song in its own right.
Yeah,
Forget the Bond thing, like that, and Living Daylights is quite
Yeah.
good from Aha. And the Carly Simon one was really good.
Yeah.
That was fucking hell.
Was that what it's called? No wonder it didn't get in the charts.
it
For far fucking
didn't fit on the label.
fucking hell.
Yeah, you put it on the 45 and it just spelt fuck.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah. Oh, what was? Yeah. Oh, Jesus! It's gone. The name has gone completely out of my head. Nobody
Clues.
does it better. Nobody does it better.
Spyro Love
Oh
Me.
yeah,
Is that Spyro Love Me?
Yeah.
yeah.
Of course, the classic "Live and Let Die."
Yeah.
That's got to be up there.
Bassy.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
But they're of their time a lot. Aren't
Yeah.
they? I mean, they're really sort of.
Who did the last one? Who did? No time. Oh, that was Billie Eilish, wasn't it? That wasn't
it's-
bad. I have to admit, that wasn't bad.
It was another handsy job, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, Lippo was on that as well, wasn't he? Stephen Lipson. Yeah.
Never asked David how he felt about that.
Yeah. Wasn't there one? Didn't Radiohead, or was it Muse, or it might around? It was the Spectre. Well, because the Spectre was the Sam Smith one, wasn't it? And before they announced who it was going to be, there was this song. I'm pretty sure it was either Radiohead or Muse. I can't remember. And they put out this song, and it wasn't the Bond theme, but it could have absolutely been the best Bond theme ever. And I thought, if they don't get signed up for the Bond theme, if that's not a pitch for the Bond theme, I don't know what it is. And then they go and give it. Ah,
Ooh, Mrs.
sorry, it really does my head in that one. Look what I got today. Take that off so you can. Is that folks? There you go.
Oh,
It's the tools for the VL board that's in the CS6X.
Oh.
Only runs on bloody Windows. And old Windows at that. But that's okay.
Yeah, I know. I've got a few of them here.
But it's like I've got like a Windows VM on here, but the application window's about this big. It's one of those little ones that wasn't designed for, 25, 60 by whatever it is that this is. So,
Right, let's have a look at this.
should be good fun.
Let's have a look at this. He says, picking his dinner up.
The dog just shat in the bowl.
Don't move.
Oh, I hope she's
Oh,
in the chat.
but-
I hope
but-
she's in the chat. I really do.
So it is properly dead then.
Once it's inside you, things will be moving.
Oh, what do you reckon?
Actually, I need to go.
No, Siri's like,
As
yeah,
my
I'll have a go.
personal poison taster, what do you reckon? What? You seem to like. All right, yeah, all right. You can
Poison the
get
dog.
down now. No, you
Poison the dog.
Sis down. Sis down. Good girl.
Hmm.
Put your bum on carpet. Good girl.
Wagyu, is that one of those flying vomit monsters from Star Trek?
Oh dear me.
Blimey, Spurs beat Leicester 6-2.
That's my
That's 'cause-
boys. That's my boys.
The only way that could happen if Leicester was still in the car park.
I think someone's getting sacked in the morning. Which is a shame because he's done a pretty good job there. It's just this season it hasn't worked for old Bren.
Oh, of course, this is football now.
This is football,
Yeah.
sorry.
If it was Leicester rugby,
We got let off the hook today. 1-0 down against one of the bottom sides after 9 minutes. Only to then equalise through a really dodgy goal. But hey, we'll take them.
I'm guessing Brett is a fucking Arsenal fan.
Gooner.
very kind gentleman sent me a link
Mm.
on Messenger this morning. Check out this video. And I went,
No, yeah, I've seen things
is
like
it,
that.
yeah, is it one of them? Well, I clicked on it anyway, and it's about a chappie that was selling his 1973 Mustang Mark One,
Right.
Mark Two. I do beg your pardon. And it was the 429 rather than the 351, but it was up for £60,000, and it took 2 days to sell it. I'm going, interesting.
Buy your own CS80 for that, didn't you?
Almost. So, I thought, yeah, that'd be quite a markup.
Mm.
So,
I got a bit worried today because I bought my missus a new car. I bought her a 2010 VW Golf Mark 6. Is it Mark 6?
pass.
Mark 5 or 6, I can't remember. I think it's the Mark 6.
Oh, all right.
And
A little dog take on a big one. No, shut up.
obviously I'd been looking at VW Golf videos, like little, because there has just tiny little cosmetic things that I needed to do. So YouTube's feeding me VW Golf videos. And there's this one video comes up on a channel that's got at least a couple of 100,000 subs, so it's clearly a popular channel. I bought a 2011 VW Golf for 700 quid. I'm like, okay, because I paid a lot more than 700 quid for a 2010, and this thing, he's building up and he's building it up and he's building it up. I'm thinking, bloody hell, if
What was it? A fucking steering wheel?
it might as well have been, because when he eventually got it, I mean, the bodywork was
I found it in a
passable.
tree.
Yeah. Well, it looked like it had been stuck in one, because inside there was
Owned by Ty.
It was it was gopping, absolutely gopping.
Oh dear
So I
me.
can see why. And then he plugged his OBD2 scanner into it and set it running, and it went for about half an hour. And the list of faults
Oh,
it
no.
found. I'm thinking, yeah, that's why it's 700 quid. Whew. I didn't overpay for my one, so I don't think so just yet. So, and I've now got to that point now that the car I sold to buy this one, it's been just over a week now since he's had it, and I've not heard anything. So I'm thinking, yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. That was the one that when he came to buy it, the battery fell out. And I had to jump start it in front of the guy that was going to buy it. I said, oh no! But he bought it, so he knew what he was getting.
Unusual flavour.
Ooh.
Well, he's not stopped eating it, so it can't be that bad.
No, he's still
I'm so
breathing.
fucking hungry.
That's the thing, you see.
This is how she gets me.
Yeah.
She starves me and then does an experiment.
There you go.
Yes,
What's-
what? Can I assist you with something?
Like the way she up in your face and then looks at the bowl and say,
Yeah.
yeah,
She
that.
goes,
Yeah. I ain't got hands, so that.
down, down, down,
Don't. My old staffy was a bastard for lasagna.
down.
Oh,
Just
God.
cook a lasagna,
Oh.
and that, mate. I had to, I ended up having to cook her lasagnas when I did mine because she was like, you know what bull terriers are like at the best of times. Yeah, it was like bugger off, and she just wouldn't. Put her plate of it down, she'd leave me alone.
This is why I've got cats.
A husky has appeared down here.
Oh,
That was very stealth-like, Charles.
very
Oh, hello.
footrest.
Ooh.
It's almost like the vigil of the dogs, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I can't really see it, but Noah, Siri, Nelly, Charlie.
Full house.
Yep, full house. So,
Oh, dear.
what is it? Oh, I know what it is. It's the bacon bits, isn't it?
Well, that's
That's
not very
what's-
healthy. Or are they real bacon bits, or are they bacon flavoured soy or something?
No, it's bacon that she
It is.
cuts up.
It's just that
Will
little-
you get down? Down,
Is
then
it?
down.
Fuck off, Dad.
But you've got food. This is my spot when I'm doing a Sheldon. This is my spot when you've got food.
Again, I woke up this morning, right? Ba-da-da-da-da. With Nelly on my head. Stretched out like a black mamba. All over the bed. You come up with a line. Be good now if you just go. Yeah?
Oh dear.
No, I just got a mouthful of nose. Thank you. No, I wasn't expecting that. Down. Down.
Nor
Down.
was they.
There will be scraps. There will be scraps. You know, it's in your contract.
It was a good show last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually very good.
I wonder how many people are in the chat going, "Oh no, I bet I know. I bet they know what it is." No, we don't.
Honestly, I've been having some guesses today because a lot of people said it sounded very digital. It sounded they were going on about sine waves, and then I thought, hang on a minute, yeah, because they coloured everything green in their like their marketing stuff to promote the show. It was all they coloured our background, our little spangly thing. They
Yeah.
coloured that green, so I'm thinking green, DX. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not.
But-
It's not supposed to be based on a.
No. But I wonder if maybe it's going to be maybe FM or.
There was an FME kind of vibe going on.
That was happening a lot in the chat. They're all saying FM. Doesn't matter really, does it?
Well,
No.
no, I mean
If it's going to be cherry, it's going to be.
it's going to be pretty
Pretty
damn
good-
good for
pretty bloody
39
good,
bucks.
isn't
Yeah. So we'll have a look.
Do you know what? It was. Which is, I'm naughty. Down. Ian's got a shop, hasn't he?
Ian.
Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
Ian's got a shop, and I really like him. He's a really nice guy.
It's very nice. Guy.
And I'm going. When he said about I got what he says. I'm getting some of these. What they called them?
Drum
Drum
logs.
logs.
Drum logs. Thank you. Yeah. And I was looking at it going, well, I could do with actually what one might call a modern drum machine. You know, one that does drum sounds. You know, after 1979.
He says across the room from an MPCX.
Ah, yeah, well, that's different. That's not really a drum machine, is it? Well, I'm
I
not
know.
supposed to. I'm not supposed to approach it like that anyway.
No.
So I've been told by people who know better. So you know, SR95, which is the Mini Pops Univox version and stuff like that, and TR606 and 808, blah 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 blah, and they're all sort of like very thingy. Then he said, you know, he was getting them in. I'm going, oh, you silly bastard! I could be buying stuff from Ian
Doing it with
rather than giving the money to, Thoman and what have you. They've all got. I go, no, do you know what? I'm going to buy all my stuff from Ian now.
The one I'm looking at is TR6S.
Yeah.
That'd be one. Yeah. Yeah.
I had looked at TR8S briefly.
Because you got TR8, didn't you?
I got TR8, and it's weird. I thought, I really like to use this, and I started using it and going, God, these sounds are done, aren't they? He's
Well,
done to
that's
death.
why
I
you go
want,
with one,
I want
go
something
with one-
different. Yeah,
one with sampling or sample playback.
yeah. That's probably what I should have done, idiot.
I keep looking at my credit card limit, and then looking at the S2400 and thinking,
My missus has banned me from taking a fucking credit card to Sheffield.
yeah, there will be people selling stuff. Though.
Yeah, she's told me, do not
Oh,
take it or we're done. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, when was it? 2018, I think it was. I think it was when the Uno synth, the first Uno synth, launched, and that was its there, and I was demonstrating it, and across the lane,
Well,
should
cool.
we call it, there was what were they called? Was it Red Dog? There was a shop called Red Dog or something like that, a UK-based retailer.
It sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah,
And
something
IK
dog.
had sold them, or distributed to them, 10 or 20 units for Synthfest, and it was amazing because we were sat there at this table and people were coming along and playing with this thing, massive grin on their face, and they were like, "How much is this?" And we're like, "Well, it's whatever it was, 169, I think, at the time." But I said, Red Dog across the way there, they're knocking them out for 149 or something, and they were literally coming to us, playing with it for 20 minutes, then going across and buying one, and we were just like sending people over, and they'd sold out by the end of the thing. It's yeah, but they went bust not long after that. I don't know why.
Oh.
Yeah, so I
Well,
don't know
because
how
they
you're
couldn't
gonna do
afford them to sell them for 149.
that. Yeah, exactly. No, I think IK did them a deal or something.
Ah, beautiful.
Hello, darling. Yeah, that was good fun. That sort of seeing people just sort of like going over there and just like buying one because they've just played with it and thought it was amazing.
Well, this is going to be my first ever event of this type. Ever.
Oh right.
I don't know what I'm coming to. So
Have you got any of those little earplugs that filter out high frequencies?
no.
If you can get some, do, because the main hall is mostly filled with the smaller manufacturers, the smaller distributors, and a shit ton of fucking Eurorack.
Okay.
And everyone, even though the Octagon Centre has a noise limit, and the staff from that go around with a dB meter and measure it and tell people to turn down if it's too loud. It gets to the point where you will literally fatigue from all of these conflicting frequencies.
All at
I mean,
once.
people talk about NAM. You walk around NAM and it's just like everyone's trying to hear each other over everything else, and it's like that, but in a much more compact space. So if you can't get those earplugs, take frequent breaks downstairs, because downstairs is where the big boys are. So you'll find Arturia, Roland, Korg, Yamaha will all have like rooms, and they'll all supply headphones, and so it's a much quieter. So move around, but it
Nice
is
one.
bloody good fun.
I'm looking. I can't wait. I'm looking forward. It's 3 weeks today, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So yeah, it's great fun, and you can get yourself a cheap sandwich and drink and stuff from the student shop, which is just across the way.
Cool.
There's a bar there, but you're driving, so
Don't matter, does it?
Down here, it doesn't. The people around here don't give a shit about that,
No.
but I do. I'm very particular about that.
Hmm.
but yeah, it's great, and so you you'll be walking around and you go, oh look, it's so and so. You know, either it'll be somebody from our community, or it'll be Matt Berry or Phil Oakey or
Yeah.
whoever it might be, sort of lurking. And there's some fairly decent seminars going on this year, although they've reduced the number of seminars because they're doing a big EMOM thing
Okay.
for half of that. So I think they've got three acts booked. I think the guy that kind of started the movement is going to be there as well. I think he's going to be talking about it, and then they're going to have these three acts all doing like half-hour set each or something.
Mm.
There's a guy doing a
Amazing.
talk about the EMU modular, which is obviously quite a rare and interesting beast, and I'm assuming he's going to have one on stage. And before that, I hate having to plug this guy, but hey, he's on the bill. You've got Paul Whiffen, synth guru, telling us about his career in music and how he's worked for all the great and the good.
Do you know what
But
we've
yeah,
got?
he'll tell you exactly how Vangelis take his tea.
Do you know what we've got to do? One year we've got to do a complete replication of Kent's studio. Do a B.A. Baracus, knock him out at home, get him to Sheffield, drop him in there, wake him up.
I ain't getting no damn car.
He'd be all right because he's at home, right?
We'll get Fiona to bring you a pile of shit food every now and again.
Do you know what we
Let the
actually
dogs wander
had?
around.
We
Let them dress up
actually
as dogs.
had a perfectly serious discussion once about selling the house and buying one of those really big, luxurious motorhomes.
Winnebago or something.
Yeah, no, bigger. They do.
Alright.
They do some. It's stunning ones, right? It's like,
Yes.
it's like a 4-bedroom house.
With the
in a-
things that moves out the side when you're...
Yeah, and you've got like
Store the
open log
car,
fires in it and all
Store
this.
under, the car
Yeah.
under it.
And there's enough room out the back for 4 dogs and all this. And she goes, we could do that, and then you treat that as your house. You treat that as your home. So what we do is we park it out the front, and you get used to it and get used to it and you sleep in there every day, and you know your studio's in there. Everything you could possibly need is all in there. I mean, yeah. And she goes, that becomes your home, and you get used to it. So that wherever you go, you're always at home.
This is true.
It's the scenery that moves, not you, sort of thing. And we were having a serious discussion about doing this for a while. And then I went, at work? And she went, yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? I said, yeah.
Well, no, you just you travel to where the synths are.
Yeah, but I'll still have other sense that somewhere belong in another country and we've got to go back.
True.
You know, so, it's done now. Oh, shit,
buy
that
a
means we've got to
trailer.
go back to France.
You buy a trailer.
We've just landed in Retrovic. Yeah, well, you know, that's the way it worked out, isn't it? It's due back
Is
now.
this a flying bus that you've got then? Sorry.
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, mate, I saw a Fiesta coming along the road today. It was like a Mark II Fiesta. The spoiler on it was like a fucking
Yeah.
picnic table. It was.
Did it have the wheels sticking out the side at an angle that make it look like it was out of breath?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Look like a giraffe going down through
Yeah,
a drill.
like this sort of thing.
Mental.
Stance.
Oh god, the ideas we've come up with to get around the agoraphobia before now has just been, oh man, just
Fuck it, we just build a convention centre over your house and then we'll just have
Yeah.
Synthfest there.
yeah.
Every day.
Oh man. Oh,
I'm going to go and get a drink because.
do you know what? When I was watching Ramsey's show this afternoon,
Mm.
and he was talking about, you know, how to go about setting up a modular setup, and I'm watching this, and I'm getting itchy. I'm going, stop, look away, look away, look away.
I don't even get that when I look at it. It's just honestly, you can stick me in front of Eurorack and tell me how wonderful it is. It just doesn't do anything for me.
VCV was the one that killed off any ideas of Eurorack for me. Just fucking around with that. It was like, nope, forget it.
Yeah.
No.
I just don't.
You know, it's one of those things where, at least
Right,
for
just gonna get
Eurorack,
Guinness.
all right, babe. You know, when you're using Eurorack, you've got an excuse for not getting any music done.
Mm.
it's a legitimate excuse for not getting any. It's, oh, yeah, well, I was setting it up, and it's time for bed, kind of thing. Whereas,
Yeah.
when you got a keyboard, you just push a button and off you go, and you still don't write anything after 4 fucking hours.
Well, I started. What was it? I had a really well. I say I had a really morbid. I talk a lot with my mum about the day she's not here.
Yeah.
And a few months ago, she dropped on me. She changed all her funeral plans because she wanted a real piss take one. She wanted Bat Out of Hell playing and all sorts of crap. And then a few months ago, she changed it. She wants all this. I forget what the music is. 3 pieces.
Right.
And she said, and the one that I want last, you're going to write. And I went, what? Okay. So I started writing it, and I've done about 3 minutes, and I've hit a wall. Can't get past it. So it's just bollocks. Yes, I don't know how fucking Ty does the amount of output that he does, but
Yeah, well, he's managed to train himself.
I mean, he frightens me, the amount of work that he does.
I
mean,
must admit, if I write to picture, which I have done, not for money, commission, or anything, just simply to do it, it's for me. Ty might disagree, but you have something there to build off.
I suppose
You
would
literally being
generate-
fed ideas. And you can
Yes,
sort of like, oh yeah, that fits, and I like that. We'll go that way and stuff like that, and stuff can happen from it.
but this was the thing. I mean, I'd started with this idea, and did the first little bit, but then it was starting to feel like it was going to get repetitive, and it was like, right, what can I do to change it up? And I haven't yet hit anything. I'm thinking of I don't know, slowing it down, altering it completely, and just breaking it into something orchestral. But it's just how I'm going to do that and flow it. You know.
Yeah.
I spend most of my time just fucking around making noises. Maybe Eurorack I should do.
Yeah. Well, see, I keep sitting around with chords. I'm always fucking around with chords. And even when I've been in groups before now, two, 3 guys or something. There's never any argument about who wants to do lead. I go, no, cool. I want to do backing. I want to do chords. I want to be
Yeah.
back here. It's always, and that's where I'm happiest.
Yeah.
Of course, when it comes to actually composing stuff, and you want to do a complete track, I can get the chords down like that, and then the lead, and I've got to make it sound like it's not been done by a 4-year-old trying to work out how a keyboard works.
Yeah.
But I think I get around that sometimes by just doing covers. Because covers I can do, that's not a problem. And sometimes you do come away with a bit of an idea. Well, there's 8 notes, 12 notes and all the rest of it, and there's billions of songs, and of course there's a lot of overlapping. So if you go, oh, I like that bit, and maybe expand on that and alter it slightly or whatever. But, mate.
Yeah, it's a fun game we're in, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's funny how we've got to this point now in my life where I think, I've gotten chords pretty much sorted out, but then when it comes to writing rhythms, I don't feel it. I may have 8 bar just repeating constantly, like, and not be very creative with it.
It depends.
Just one
It
of them.
depends what you're writing, though, doesn't it? It's that's the thing.
Yeah. But I'm just not very organised when it comes to doing it.
I'm not organised at all.
That's
But
what's
also-
weird. I think I'd probably be better at doing hardware jams, for instance, where you just sit down and go, boom, off you go, than actually composing something sort of like set in stone, weirdly. So,
Cheers.
oi.
Was that Guinness?
Ah, Jesus Begatta, sir.
Alcohol-free Guinness.
What?
Yeah. They make alcohol-free Guinness.
And it's not awful. It's not great, but it's not awful. It tastes like Guinness.
And when you're
Oh,
not
that's-
drinking, it's
well, that's
something to drink.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been off the alcohol for coming up 2 years.
Yeah.
And if I really want a thirst on, I'll get alcohol-free beer. But if they're doing that shit, I'll get on that because I love Guinness.
Yeah. Only 76 calories a can.
Used to have a drink when me and my mum had a pub in London. It was called Blackjack, and it was half a Guinness with a Jack Daniels in it.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell. A couple of those, and you know you've had them.
Yeah.
Mind you, when I first moved down here. I worked in a pub in Torquay, and there was a guy who came in every day, and he used to have a snake bite, but it was special brew and K cider.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, he'd have 4 of those, and you'd pour him into a taxi every day, and he just disappeared. So we think it finally took him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is lethal. K cider and special brew is just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, Matt. Poor Artola's just had a stunning idea. So with your track,
Yeah,
consider recording family and friends talking about her
yeah. The only problem is
in the mix.
The only problem is
Go on.
my family, blood family, consists of my mum, my nephew, and my son. The rest of them have fucked off.
Yeah, but how about her friends?
I suppose I could do. I'd have to track them down. Do them without a name, but yeah, it's a great, it is a good idea.
It's a very good idea. Like, well, take that idea and run with it, if you like. It's quite an idea. Oh, I like that.
Yes. Okay.
Royalty check in the post. Oh, mate. Yeah, I mean, I tried doing some composing, and I ended up doing Once Upon a Time in America. I was like, no,
You
stop.
can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, exactly. I go, I wonder if anybody will notice.
Yeah, it's not bad, that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out. I was looking at different string samples and stuff, well, libraries rather, looking for the right kind of libraries. Oh man! If you had one library, you'd use it.
Yeah.
When you have 47 libraries, you can spend hours and hours. It's going, no, not that one, not quite that one. No.
I still maintain that I was most productive when I had just one
Yeah.
instrument.
Yeah.
I was writing stuff left, right, and bloody centre. It was literally pouring out of me.
Yeah. Back in the
And-
days when I had a Poly 6, a Monopoly, and a TR-606. And I could fill you up a 90-minute cassette in 2 days. Different tracks.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's too much choice, isn't it? It's
Yeah. What was even worse, I didn't have a multi-track. So everything would be live as well. It's like, really? What the hell are you thinking?
well, the only track I've ever performed live was at my first wedding, which I wrote for my then wife, and I used a CX5M, so it played 8 tracks live. That was it. That was fun. Setting it up in the morning, loading the song in off the tape, and then leaving it all fucking day till I was due to do the song. It was like, don't die, don't die. Can't believe I sold that thing for 20 quid.
I'd have bought that.
Mate.
How much did I pay for mine? A couple of hundred, I think.
Mm.
But it did come with a bunch of carts and
Yeah, I had all of them.
the
20 quid. And
which engine did you have in there? The 01 or the 05?
Long
'Cause
time
the
ago now.
The 05 was the only one that worked with external MIDI keyboards, whereas the 01 would only work with the DX7.
Must have been the 05.
Yeah.
Must have been the 05 because I ran some. I can't even remember what keyboard it was I was running off it. But yeah, it must have been that one. But yeah, great machine. First computer.
Because Yamaha thought that letting other MIDI keyboards use a CX5M would harm sales of the DX7. Because, yeah.
Okay.
Chris
Actually-
had bought my CX5M new.
I remember my step cousin, so this is my stepdad's brother's kids. After my mum married him, must have been, she married him at the end of 83. So yeah, it was about 84, or maybe even 80, no, it was 84. And we went over there to see them one day, and they'd got a CX5M. And I knew what one of these things was. I'm like, you got a CX5M? And they're like, yeah, we like playing video games. Like, some people just don't deserve this shit. Here I am with a Commodore 64 and struggling to use that to do anything sort of worthwhile, and they've got a fucking CX5M, which of course wasn't hugely better, but you know, there you go.
Yeah, to answer Grace's question, I have tried that. I have tried limiting
What?
myself.
This is limit word.
Yeah, I know, but I have tried doing that, and it's weird. I either write something or I don't. It doesn't seem to be anything that there's no magic formula that I can have where I know that with a particular setup I will be able to write something or not. It's just I don't know. It just wasn't feeling it. I think what it was because I was sitting down deliberately to write something, and by the simple nature of thinking like that, it completely fucked up the whole point.
That'll learn
The
you.
whole process. Yeah. Whereas I just go, oh, blah, 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 and just go for it. Oh, here's a question for you, Rob. It would be almost like a music technology show for briefly. Mind you, we've got enough of them, haven't we?
Too many. Yeah.
How would you go about picking a particular string sound within a string library to do a particular track or a particular type of thing? Do you have like a favourite that you use a lot until you get bored with it and move on, or do you have like an idea of a sound in your head before you even start?
I don't have a huge amount of string library. You're specifically talking about strings, yeah?
Yeah,
or
for this particular thing.
Yeah. I mean, of late, I kind of open up BBC SO.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just think, like, yeah, you've got all of that stuff. There must be something there that you could use.
Yeah.
But saying that, what was it? UVI have got one called Orchestral something or other, and it's dead plain and simple, and it's not really. It's very quick to load, and it's very simple, and it's not elaborate and detailed as the Spitfire stuff, but it's just
Yeah.
simple. What else have I got?
Because I always find that the ones that I really like have long attacks rather than have, like a nice sharp
Yeah.
attack at the front end.
Yeah. I tend to always start with these as well. Cellos.
Yeah.
Because that's I love the cello sound, and that's where I kind of always sort of start with that stuff.
Mm.
But yeah, the UVI stuff, it's just like dead. It's quick to load, and it's always there. If I'm starting off with like brassy stuff, I tend to go with like French horns. And there's a patch on the sound canvas, which is still one of my favourite French horn ensemble patches. But Yeah, I tend to gravitate to Spitfire simply because I think, oh, it's the biggest and the best thing that I've got in terms of symphonic libraries.
Mm.
But no, it's I'm just having a look at what I've got here.
What about you, Matt? You ever go down that road?
Oh, I used to use sorry, Matt, Reason Orchestra, which is their kind of their factory string
Oh, right, okay.
and orchestra stuff. That was there's a lot of sort of very usable, very quick and easy stuff in there. Yeah, sorry.
I don't own any string libraries.
Leper. Leave
Get out.
the building.
It's all about that.
Oh, right, yeah, no, I can relate to that, but no, I understand. Yeah, there's no such thing as a cheap string library, is there?
No, exactly.
This is true. I don't tend to do a lot of stringy stuff because if I'm using strings, they tend to be more of an embellishment to the stuff that I do rather than the core of what I do.
Mm.
Because I'm more about. I mean, you're clearly a very proficient player and very sort of orchestral in your kind of compositions and performances, whereas I'm more sort of like let's get a beat down, let's get a bass line in there,
Yeah.
let's get a little arpeggio, something to that will then get the juices flowing, and then as it's coming in, then I'll start to sort of layer synths and stuff on top of that.
That's where I think a lot of my problem occurs, is that I like doing that string thing, and doing that sort of orchestrally composition-y thing, but I don't think I'm very good at it, and that limits me, and I should be looking elsewhere. Instead of going, stop banging your head against the wall there, Ken. Let's have a look at see what you can do with sequencers and drum machines. But I just love that sound, and I can't bloody get away from it. I keep going back there.
Another one I used to use a lot, and would still, if I'm doing something that's more electronic but wants some strings in it, Emu Marcato strings. From the emulator.
Oh, yeah.
Mainly because they're all over some of my favourite records, and so
Yeah.
to me,
Yeah,
that's kind of the
funny you should say that,
archetype.
because one of my favourite strings of all time was one of the strings samples on the Mirage.
Mm.
Which I really, really liked.
Yeah.
Of course, it had its limitations and everything else, but there was something, I don't know, there was an encompassing frequency going on that was sort of like, yeah, I love it, even though it was going through this horrible, fucking horrible, what was it? It was a Yamaha RV1000 reverb, digital reverb. Oh, God. You could almost hear the repeat. It's like, ugh, it was not a great reverb unit, but it was the only reverb unit, so the only one I had, so
Yeah.
yeah, but it gave it it gave it the spaciousness that it required, but it also screwed it up in some way where it was a bit sharp in areas. So, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. Oh, let's get Andy in.
Where is it?
Is your fan on, Rob?
It is, yeah.
Oh, cool. Because I just wanted to know whether I had to hit my interface
No.
again. So that's how good a tech I am. Smack. Sorted. Move on. That'll be 120 quid, please.
If it fucking works,
Percussive maintenance.
Yeah.
Kent's toolbox, hammers.
Does it matter it's digital? No, mate. No. Just smack it one. There's a good hit. Well, since we've had all that building work done downstairs,
Yeah.
so many things in here. Oh, here we go.
Rewire of the house coming up.
Yeah, but the trouble is, it's a massive busman's holiday for me. Hello, dear. A massive busman's holiday. You come up here and, do servicing on this lot. It's like,
Yeah. Oops. Need to go up an octave.
I like the old strings and the old Kurzweils.
yeah. There was a slow string setting on the K2000 that was like,
Even older, the K1000, K250.
Really?
I thought
Yeah, the
Robbie was starting up
K250
Papa Don't Preach then.
That's the Marcato strings. That's the E2.
Yeah. It might be a little
They-
on the.
They improved that on the Produce 2000 and higher. So
No, they made it worse. They cleaned it up.
Fight,
It needs to
fight.
be pretty. It's like that.
So
Yeah.
let's see what we've got here.
well, again, if you're emulating those songs, then yeah, you need those sounds. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as quality strings, they got a lot better. But
Oh yeah, yeah. Some of the strings on things like the sound canvases were actually really, really good. And the horns. In fact, the sound canvas was really good for those kind of acoustic, orchestral things. All the electronic stuff, like it did, it had patches on there, SH101 bass and TB303 bass, because they could call them that because they owned them.
Yeah.
And they just like they were sort of like nasty imitations that were close, but just not very good. But the orchestral stuff was really, really nice.
Oh, let's see
and even the
what-
regular General MIDI stuff, I thought Roland did a better job than Yamaha did.
Oh yes, yeah, the GS was better than XG by a country mile mostly. XG was great for more electronic-y stuff, but GS was better for the because when you go into one of the patches, because when you fire up the sound canvas, you go from 0 to 128 or 127, and that's your GM sound set. But then you hold two buttons down, and in each patch there's layers of other patches that are related to the core GM patch, but these are the GS extended ones. And there's
Well, even the
some
synthy bits like Echo Drops and Goblin and all that kind of stuff, it just sounded better on Roland.
Yeah. I used to love listening to the Roland demos that came with it on the floppy disk, and you'd load them up and just throw them through a sequencer. And they're so authentic.
Although I have to admit, they didn't nail the soundtrack of the D50. The soundtrack is
Yeah,
a
it's a bit
weak
different.
copy.
Yeah. But then,
Oh, that's interesting.
the signature D50 sound is probably
Okay.
not best to emulate in a cheaper. Although saying that, the sound canvases weren't incredibly cheap when they came out.
That's not bad. That's got a pretty nice sharp end on it. If that is actually what he's playing, hang on a second.
Darth Vader walks in.
Yeah.
Hey, see, that's not doing anything at all. You see, you
Yeah,
twat.
that's John Williams. I mean Holst. I mean,
Mate, don't go down that road.
I know you get the fanboys online of John Williams. Even
Oh.
hardcore, real classical people who love John Williams, they get all bent out of shape. Everyone steals. Shut up.
Yeah, but some of it, sometimes John Williams has actually stole from himself,
Oh yeah,
which
sure.
I think is,
Morricone did as well.
yeah, which is even more delicious sometimes. Because like when you got But anyway, blah 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 blah. Was it? It's all that, isn't it? You go, hang on a minute, we're back there again.
See, now you got me looking at bloody strings and shit. Buggers.
Oh, don't blame me. I wasn't there. You get some relatively decent dynamics on this, actually. Oh. bomb strings. Oh man.
Nice. Tremulous Times, what was that from?
It does something to you on a almost cellular level for me.
Yeah. I love it when I can't get away from it. You're doing some little tinkly thing up here, and you just bring them in. It's like, because it's that movement.
You playing any Bernard Herrmann stuff?
No.
Psycho or any kind of really crazy stuff?
Yeah, I kind of, when I have, it's been that kind of parody thing where it's sort of like showing off to a girlfriend. Here, do you know, recognise this film? Bleep, 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 like that kind of thing, you know? Yeah, I'll do it that way, sort of thing.
That's great stuff. I think he did North by Northwest as well.
Sorry, bud?
I think he did North by Northwest as well, right? Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah. There's another one that's, I'm trying to think what it was now. Yeah, it was for an ex-girlfriend. I learnt to play America from what was the name of the film? West Side Story.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I learnt how to play that.
Some of them.
I was doing all that. Let's see if we can remember this. All that stuff. And it's like, oh, that's bloody nice. I like that. I think I learned
Did
it
it
on
get
a
you laid?
Mirage. Oh boy, did it!
Did you sing
Oh.
I Just Met a Girl named Maria? So,
Oh, I did. Yeah, I learned that one as well. That got extra curriculum in that, as it were. So which?
I was going to say something, but I'm not going to. I'm just. there's
Oh,
probably-
go on.
No.
Be a laugh. And it was, by the way. I know what you're thinking, and yes, it did. All that business. Yes, and she was just melting. Melting. Melting.
Sticky keys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, most teenagers, you know, got motorbikes and or jackets and nice clothes and stuff. Me, I learnt how to play romantic songs.
did you have a James Dean period where you tried to be all cool and angsty?
No, I didn't. I didn't really ever go down.
He was
that
awfully
road.
whiny. I don't know why people got into him so much.
No, I found that if you play classical music, mate.
Paul Artola, stop. You're giving me Natalie Wood.
Oh.
Boom, boom.
No,
Bum,
no,
bum.
no. That's one of these.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, fuck.
That's nice. I loved it.
He wanted Natalie Wood. He got Elijah Wood instead. So
With hairy feet.
Yeah, you're talking about whiny. Still counts as one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's where I ended up doing that.
Oh, nice Marconi.
Yeah, that's where I ended. That was my trying to be creative this afternoon. That's where I ended.
What's
Right.
that you're playing?
After right,
Good place.
What are you
It's
playing?
from Once Upon a Time in America.
No,
Yeah.
the instrument.
is Spitfire's aperture strings,
Okay.
which is quite nice the way it works.
That's like what, $500?
I don't know. I don't think it was. Oh, it wasn't massively expensive when I bought it. It was one or the other. Because I like getting them, but not always having to pay out full top dog for it. You know what I mean?
Have you
Do
ever
you like
tried
any of the?
symphonic-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you like any of the Native Instruments stuff or the
Oh God, all the time. Yeah,
Arturia? Mm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must admit though, when I tried out the I'm trying to remember what it's called. Shit.
Augmented,
Yeah, I think is it augmented
The
augmented
Arturia.
strings.
strings and choir, and it was like okay, but some of the other presets were a bit sort of like, well, this is more
What, too
synth.
synthy or too fakey?
Yeah, a bit
Yeah.
synthy, and I was going, well, I got synths, I can do this. I mean, some of them were interesting, obviously, but I think normally it's just me that when I go to buy a choir library, for instance, it's got to be choirs.
Did you ever try Symphonic Motions?
No,
Sitting on the loo.
bad curry at the LSO.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I still love that one where that little clip on YouTube, and this bloke's banging the shit out of this drum, bam, 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 bam,
Oh, then
bam, and it bounces and cracks that poor bloody woman straight in the head, and she's running off. I tell you what, when it comes to these, pre-arpeggiating string systems, I have one that I use quite a lot. If I can remember, what's it under? Other. I really must figure out this bloody library system that Cubase has got. It's lumped
oh my-
lots of Contact and Spitfire under Arturia. Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, I can see the connection. Not.
Did you see Thomann are doing 40% off all our Steinberg products at the moment?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That's dangle the carrot.
Do you know what? I was looking at Complete Ultimate 14 last night, and I'm going, oh, I wonder how much it will be though, because I'm already 13 Ultimate. And I clicked on it, and the basket kept staying around £1,000. I'm going, well, it's going to drop down at some point, isn't it? And I'm getting like literally to the buy button, and it's still saying £1,000. And I'm going, no, fuck that for a game of sheep. No, not a fucking grand.
So
because-
you're an Ultimate 13 owner,
yeah,
and the upgrade to 14 is going to cost you 4 figures.
yeah, that's how it's looking. Yeah, that's what I thought. And I think that the idea
weird.
behind it is it's a lot of new instruments in 14, and they go, oh yeah,
Like
but
a-
you've got to buy them at least once at full price. I'm going, no.
Yeah, because I got in with 12 really cheaply, and then went to 13 really, really cheaply.
Yeah, yeah.
But I haven't looked at 14 yet. So
I think I started off with like a light or whatever it was, and then the standard, roundabout complete 9, and then went to 10, and then eventually I went to ultimate when I got to, I think it was 11. I paid that lump. I go, right, I'm at ultimate now, so I can keep just updating the ultimate.
Yeah.
And now it seems to have gone total batshit, and I'm like,
Wow, that's too much. That's too bad.
no. That's too much of a hunk.
Yeah. I mean, I was nickel and diming for a while. I had reactor and I had contact, and then I finally said, let's buy the whole fucking thing. It's just kind of silly not to have the rest.
Yeah,
They get close to that price anyway.
yeah, absolutely. Right, let's try.
But I got 12 as a deal at Perfect Circuit. It was like really, really cheap because they were getting rid of old stock.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh, this is perfect. So it helped a lot.
and I've got to turn that one off. Thank you.
I'm glad I got 13, so I still have absinthe. The stupid guy's great absinthe.
Yeah. Which one is this then?
Can you play Hoedown by Copeland?
I think so.
It's very common here is beef, it's what's for dinner. So it's a commercial thing.
I'm not familiar with it, I fear. Oh Christ, I've got to extend this mixer. Hang on. Fucking hell. It's going across 2 monitors now. There's so many bloody tracks running all at once. Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, I see. So it fires up automatically with a full convoluted reverb every time. Got to watch that then. Was it?
Here's the beginning of Hoedown. That was an ad, damn it.
Oh, bollocks. You try playing it and you just end up looking complete wank. And there's too much tail on it as well.
Oh, this one? It's not the main part. Here's the main part. I'm using a commercial. That's a long intro on this thing.
Oh.
You get the idea. It's very
Yeah.
upbeat.
Yeah, I know that one, yeah. That's another one of my failings. Everything I play is slow. Everything I play is slow. I've always done slow. I don't. Just too lazy to.
I can play
speed it
Fanfare
up.
for the Common Man. That's quite slow. Not strings, but
I used to do a lot of the. I used to do the faster stuff when I was younger. Doesn't that sound stupid?
well, the way Keith Emerson played it was kind of weird. He made it all kind of rocky, off tempo, kind of.
Have you seen Carl Palmer's bringing Emerson, Lake and Palmer back from the dead?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, they wanted to do something, and they started looking at holographic ways of bringing Emerson and Lake back, but then decided that they'd got some recorded footage of them in I can't remember when it was, but they've actually got they had cameras on both Emerson and Lake, Greg Lake.
Yeah.
The whole concert, obviously they've got multiple cameras, and they've got one just trained on them from dead centre, sort of, so to speak.
Yeah.
So Carl Palmer's going to be sat in the middle with the drums, and then there's going to be a big screen either side of him with Greg Lake and Keith Emerson either side, and a bunch of other people, and they're going to go back out on the road with that.
Huh.
And I just think, I don't know.
David ever tell you that story about when Chris was roadie for them,
Might have done, but
where
probably
he
shouldn't.
put the Hammond on a caster trolley, but hadn't told Keith.
Oh god.
He went and spun the Hammond because he was going to flip it up on its end and spin it, and it just went
Yeah.
scooting across the stage and into the orchestra pit, going "Blah," like that. He's just staring at it, going, what was that other story you used to say?
Was
about
that the last
Chris?
time you worked for him?
Probably, yeah. No, well, that's it. When he was working with Yes,
Mm.
and they had the big revolving stage,
Oh yes, yes.
and then Chris's job was to stick the guitar up through the hole as what's his face came by,
Steve Hand.
yeah, and start playing the guitar solo. And this has been televised apparently. And he sticks the guitar through the hole, and as he comes up, pulls it away again. He has to go all the way round again,
No.
and everybody just carries on playing the same 8 bars until he comes back round, and then gives it to him.
Is this why Steve Howe now has a second guitar on one of those stands where you can just walk up to it and
Very
play it?
possibly, because I think Chris probably showed up a hole in the plan.
Yeah, quite. Oh dear. I can just imagine him doing that.
Right. Session Strings Pro 2. And that's traditional. So that's that's basically a concept library, isn't it? So that's it's got good sound. Hmm.
I just remembered that since I've got this MacBook now, I've actually got the latest version of Logic with all the spatial audio stuff in. I'd completely forgotten all about that.
Ooh.
So I need to get playing with that.
Mm. Yeah, I must admit, Contact does seem to be a place I end up on a regular basis when it comes to trying to think what the hell I'm going to do. Doesn't always work out that way, obviously.
It's usually my last resort for anything.
Yeah,
Just don't like it.
No, this is which contact? Contact 11. Oh, so I've got 11 contacts running, have I? Okay. That should be easy to find then. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's the wrong monitor. There we go. It's over there. Fuck's sake. Oops. See what we got down here. Stuff in here I haven't even ever opened. Action strings. That's good. I've used that a couple of times.
Fucking Ben Simpson's turned up. Stuff in
What?
here I've never opened.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, he's supposed to be in Manchester right now.
I was going to say. Symphobia. Yeah, good old Symphobia.
Where do they come up with these names?
Oh, God, I think Symphobia is one of the early ones, isn't it? It's 2006? Something like that. Really, really long time ago. Yeah, well, you got like Mallet Flux. You go, huh? Noir. Yeah, okay.
You are.
Stray Light. Modular Icons. Mysteria. Oh, I wonder what that is. Fairer Light. Okay. Now that is a heavy curry. And of course there's Scarby, of course.
Oh yeah.
Let's see how... Quite loads quick, doesn't it?
Go on, do it. Just do it. You know you got to do it. Do it. Thank you.
And so forth, and so forth, and so forth.
Hey, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, there's something about it.
I think it's a John Williams piece.
Was it? Oh shit, was it? Was it? Why do I know Breakfast in America and other such things along the Supertramp line so well? Because there was this blonde. Oh, she was so into Supertramp.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to hate working on those fucking pianos.
I bet.
I never actually successfully restored one without electrocuting myself at least once. Because all the power supply and the amps and everything was all right on the front, in front of the keyboard. And you're adjusting, you know, the reeds and stuff like that. Flying across the workshop. Ah! Coffee. Hey. Bastard thing. Bastard, yeah.
It's a nice sound, though, isn't it?
It is a very, very nice sound. But they seem to have nailed the 200. They really seem to have nailed it. Where I still think there's something a little lacking with the...
I think Mr. Brooks is looking for a link.
No, he's looking for an in. Right, darling.
Good evening.
Let there be snot.
Yeah. Yeah. Swimming in it.
Lovely.
Oh. And I'm swimming in beer. That's really not good.
Not in a studio, ain't mate.
I poured coffee down myself earlier on today. Now I've just poured beer all over myself.
Listen,
I
they were
put my
far
stuff in the
easier.
microscope yesterday. You should check it out.
Really, really bad. Doing
Nice.
doing the breaststroke through snot has just covered me in beer. That's really bad. Hi everyone. I can't type. I can't type now because I've just got very soggy.
But enough
Excuse me.
about
The innuendo.
Excuse me when I go and find a cloth.
that. He's got to go and wipe up.
Oh dear.
That's what I should have done. Twat.
That was nice.
That's what I should have done. Start with piano. It's a basic, simple instrument. There's nothing else you can do. Start with piano, and then compose with just piano.
Don't waste a good beer. It's all right.
Oh no.
My issue is always turning what I hear in my head into actual
Yeah.
sound.
Oh mate. Well, I think we can all queue up at that kiosk.
Yeah,
to be honest.
the problem is that I come up with, because I'm a vocalist primarily,
Mm.
I come up with words and start, tunes and things, and then it's like, right, well, I hear this wrapping around it, all the sounds wrapping around it, and it's like everything sort of, because of my fucking stroke, everything fades out one by one as I stop building it. I just lose
Yeah, but
it.
the thing is, though, I mean, it makes you quite a rare commodity because there's so many people in this, with this hobby, stroke vocation, stroke living, who don't sing
That's, yeah,
True.
it's
and
not
have to
always
have to
done.
rely on bringing people in to do that aspect of it.
No, it's always good fun. Are we dry now, Andy?
No, just mildly damp,
But enough about that.
Just a little bit moist.
moist.
So
But
a
I'm not
usual
mentioning
Saturday then.
gussets.
Moist about the gusset.
I'll leave the gusset to Rob. Because basically, I don't
That's
know
what all the girls say.
I don't know what a gusset is, so I'm going to.
It's
Oh dear.
somebody did say. what was
Yes,
it?
Wagyu, I have.
Was it? It's the bridge between the in and the wrong un. Or something like that.
It all depends which way you look at it. Yeah.
Still none the wiser.
Female banana hammock.
Still none the wiser. So just please stop it. Excluding me from this conversation. It's wrong.
We'll talk about fluffing again.
Oh, right, I'm gonna get... Ken, what are you actually playing? Because that whirly sounded great earlier on. And,
Well, at the moment, I'm playing Little Earth by Kate Bush.
well, yes, I realise that. But I meant...
Because there was a redhead that was really into Kate Bush. Sorry. go on.
But what... The sound... Is it a... Well, it sounded like CP80 sort of sound, but...
This
very
sound
nice.
now, you mean?
Yeah, that you're on now.
This is Alicia Keys' piano.
Oh,
Does she know you've got it?
Oh, she knows I've had it for ages. Boom, boom.
right.
Yeah, her famous, was it Perspex piano?
Was it Perspex?
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I say glass, but it's Perspex, I believe. If it was glass, I wouldn't be able to move the fucker.
And is the reverb separate, or is that included in that
Reverb's
plugin?
no, reverb's separate. It's my
Is it Big Valhalla or something.
no, it's RAM. It's my go-to reverb at the moment. I just like the sound of it. But
Right.
it's my well, as Ty says to me every time I've played him something, turn the fucking reverb off. I said, I can't. I love it too much. I like to hide in the airiness in the background. But yeah, I know what he means. Though. Should be tighter. That. Sort of like that, instead of.
I'm going to Leeds tomorrow. I'm going to Leeds tomorrow to take part in a sort of a meet-up from people who are involved in hardware jams at some studio in Leeds. People I've never met before, but have sort of been in contact with through YouTube and Facebook. And I have no idea what to do. I've really no idea what's going to happen and what to do. So yeah, I keep changing my mind about what to sort of I'll chuck in the car and take with me.
Don't chuck coffee in there.
But I will try to remain as dry as possible throughout the whole day, Matt. Just for you.
Robbie, third man.
Down, down,
I don't know it.
down, down. Oh yeah, sorry. What was I on? Yeah, another
Name that.
dulcimer.
Or
Name
Get
that
Carter. Get Carter.
That's what I was humming, wasn't it? Down, down.
Was it?
Down, 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 down.
Oh wait, it's got a rhythm, isn't it? Oh.
Ah, fuck it.
Well, you did.
I did.
What were you trying to fuck?
I like your commitment there, Rob. Is it?
That was a whole piece, wasn't it?
I've done a stupid fucking thing again.
What's the matter now?
Was it Schoenberg? Was it?
Oh, I've still got Windows running.
Ooh. If we look under mallet, we would find that.
Oh, that's lovely. Do that again. Oh, that's very yummy.
Good old
Is this
Rolly.
your-
Even
Equator?
with the bum notes.
Yes.
Sounds like equator.
Down one. Has it
Anybody
got
got
a
any
get
bongos?
Carter? Has it got a get Carter patch in there? Have you
Yeah.
programmed that up? All right.
Don't know about both at the same time. Yeah, lovely, lovely, lovely Rawley Equator 2.
My favorite is the world. I think it's called Worlds Apart, the hammered dulcimer layered synth one.
Is it the? Sorry, Ken. I'm asking loads of questions. Is it the software that comes with the Rolly, and you're
Yeah.
playing it just from a
You can buy equator separately though.
Just playing it on the Rolly here.
All right. Are you playing it on the Rolly? Oh, well, of course you would, wouldn't you? Okay.
Yeah, good old
No,
rolls.
that's a thing.
Which is playing a lot better now since I reset the, reloaded the firmware onto it.
Yeah.
If you got a Rolly, definitely, just for the hell of it, regardless of whether it needs it or not, reload the firmware, and suddenly the keyboard seems to be better, more responsive, and better balanced. I think what it does is it slowly fucks up over time.
That really puzzles me. Isn't it a digital thing?
Mm-hmm.
So how does
Very.
that happen?
Well, computers do the same thing, don't
Well, my
they?
DDOB 8000
Bit
got
wrong.
effed up firmware, so
Yeah, but you see,
Well, yeah,
the
okay.
firmware inside the actual Rolly hardware, which controls all the 5D on the keyboard and stuff like that. Sometimes it gets messed up if you're turning it off, a parameter will hang, and then
keeps
you.
hanging.
So when you come use it again and you select another preset, but this particular parameter, whatever it may be, is actually affecting it, and it's going, oh, the response is a bit weird on this, and it's not gliding the same as it used to, etc., etc. So, and what I did was, because it was acting very strange, and it had been for a while, sort of like, oh, maybe it's just getting old. So I put the firmware back on again today, and it's like I'd just taken it out of the box again. Weird. So I'm going to get old Rich to do it as well with his, because he's talking about a couple of keys that don't react the same way as the others. And I go, that's what I was getting, and that's gone now.
Oh, isn't that strange? Very
Yeah.
peculiar.
Yeah,
You'd have thought that when you got something digitally and switched it off, it would just forget everything. Just go, poof.
yeah, but
Well, clearly not.
apparently not. No. Yeah, see, I think there was something mentioned about it in the software support page on Rolly.
If in
Which
doubt,
fortunately is
install
still
the
there.
hardware.
Yeah,
The firmware, yeah.
and supply you with the latest. That you and what you do is you call up dashboard, just drag and drop the file onto the dashboard, and it goes through the process. So I didn't have to call up that sysx editor thing and then select the right path for it to get to the Rolly.
That's what I was trying to play earlier.
Yeah.
You're kidding. Sorry, Bob.
Oh, you bitch!
That's as far as I got with programming that one. I just did the intro.
Actually, that syncopation of the two was lovely.
Ow!
You didn't eat all your vegetables.
It's rice breast.
Hi, Fiona.
Rice breasts.
You didn't eat your rice vegetables.
Hi, you didn't eat all your vegetables.
I didn't eat the tomato.
So you're a very
Not
naughty
tomatoes,
boy.
you idiot.
Yeah,
He's
you
definitely not the Messiah. He didn't
See,
eat his
it's-
vegetables.
They're red peppers. Beautiful.
They're red peppers.
They're lovely. Lovely.
No, oh God, no.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
look, I ate the courgette,
Avoid it.
didn't I?
Small.
Well, yeah, that's true. I
Where's
couldn't.
that mirror you nicked off me?
What mirror?
The green one.
The green one.
Two-sided.
Hope you wipe the
That's
powder
not
off
in
it, Ken.
It's
Oh.
not in here.
What have you done with it?
When
Matt.
did I have it?
Ages ago.
Well, I
I
don't.
haven't seen it since you nicked it.
Uh-oh, domestic.
Oh,
Oh no!
oh, oh, I
Can
know
I-
where it,
Can I share a culinary discovery?
I know where
Which,
it might be. I don't
yeah,
care.
Beer soap
I've-
nuts.
yeah, beer soap nuts. They're amazing. Fortunately, I can lick them. So
Glasses, headphones, whole bloody lot.
no, much better than beer soap nuts. It's the
you see that?
aubergine. I've become slightly addicted to aubergines.
Really?
Yeah,
I
I've
think
never
you see
cooked an
here.
aubergine until last week. and
Nuts,
now-
aubergine. What next?
Yeah, thanks, Andy.
It's basically
I'll
a
have some of your,
cucumber.
I'll
It's
have some of
basically
your
a
creepy
cucumber.
crawlies to add to the mixture.
And
Yeah.
Andy's just
Yeah.
like a walking, talking emoji, isn't he? You know, nuts, aubergines.
Yeah, aubergine, mate.
Oh,
It's
stop it! You're turning me into my own cliche. It's wrong.
yeah, it's just a, it's
No,
just
I'd
a
never-
cucumber
I'd
with
never-
fucking.
I'd never cooked
Delusions
an
of
aubergine before. And
grandeur.
I bought an aubergine, and it was absolutely
Here you
was
go.
delicious. I'd never realised.
Slice
just
your
how-
aubergine
Yeah,
into
yeah.
like
Aubergine.
thin slices.
Oh, behave.
Then get some, crack a couple of eggs, and then just eggs, yolks and whites. Just gently break them so it's just a yellowy goo. Dip your aubergine slices in that, and then into a bowl of breadcrumbs, and then just shallow fry them until they're golden brown, and it's gorgeous.
The Cynthy Chef Show.
Yeah.
We'll try that.
Try
Yeah.
this. Just as like a little side to something else.
And if anybody really requires the most amazing garlic in the world ever, Grace, who's just appeared in the chat, is taking orders right now. She has an unlimited supply, but let me get my next batch in first. Thank you. So,
Don't. My girlfriend's boy, he's on the spectrum, and he loves to cook.
yeah,
But it has to be fucking like spiced or kick ass. He does a lasagna or anything, along those lines.
got to have everything in it.
Oh
Turn
no,
up to 11.
it's got a full clove of garlic in it. Like not
You mean a bulb? The full bulb?
a bulb, sorry.
yeah, bulb, yeah.
Not a clove.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
You want to try eating it?
All right. Yeah. Well, the beauty of Grace's garlic is you can do that. You you put it in, let it roast with all your vegetables, and then squeeze it all out into this gooey mass. It's absolutely amazing. It's not overpowering. It's just delicious. And it smells amazing. That shop bought garlic it can be really. This is just fabulous. It's garlic, but so much nicer. So, am I doing a good enough advert for your garlic, Grace? Because it
Is
really,
that what we should call it now? Garlic Grace.
garlic Grace. Yeah. Sorry, I've set a thing now, but it really is amazing. Yeah, homegrown, proper garlic from Grace's allotment. Fab.
That sounds wrong. Something hasn't come across there.
Have you nicked another album's worth of samples?
No, this is my own creation, but I managed to find the samples of the drumulator which they used. But something sounds a bit off there. Don't know why.
Metallic hit.
Don't know why that's doing that.
Come on, Matt. Off you go.
Not a
Come on.
liar, Grace.
I'm sitting. I'm in the wrong position.
Oh, I see.
So I do this a lot. To teach myself stuff, I like to reverse engineer songs that I like and then start creating them from scratch. And then I get halfway through and I get bored and I move on to something else. So I've got all these half-completed
Yeah.
pieces of like copied music.
And Kent's just got a copyright strike because of that.
Oh yeah, this is what I did. I think I only ever did the drums on this one.
It's a lovely library, that is.
What's that?
It's called Minimal. It's a arpeggiated orchestra, but you get to play it and change it and move
Okay.
it around. Very good. It's got more key switches on it than you really need an 88 note keyboard because there's so many key switches either end.
Yeah.
Can you explain key switching to me? Because I
Basically, you can you'll have like key switching to change a preset of a particular element within what's happening.
right.
So as you hit the key, so the key doesn't make any noise. It's literally like you're using the key as a button.
Right.
Should
So
we
instead
give
of reaching
visual
for a mouse-
demonstration?
But yeah, sure.
There you go. Let's see if I can. Give me a second here, chaps.
Mm.
Oh bloody hell! Name that song.
Oh yeah, that's a different competition.
Yeah, this was one of my.
Sounded like the beginning of Africa.
So this is recreated by me.
I was fucking right.
Get your lighters out.
And I think
That's
I
not a
actually got
Rhodes
most
Chroma,
of the way.
mate.
And now my thing has decided to go.
More attack on the chords.
Yeah. Stop. Stop. Let's do a visual demo.
How the fuck did I get that then?
Right, so audio to cut through. Okay. Right. Let's find decent key switching.
Turning into
Oh,
a
there we
right
go.
music technology show, isn't it?
There we go. Veer harmonic. Let's do the. No, we'll do Bohemian. Shall we do Bohemian violin? That's a good one.
Yeah, go for it.
Right. Just let it load up. Sorry, there's 5,000 key groups to load in this thing.
Yeah, not many.
What's wrong with the lyrics from Africa, by the way?
What's wrong with them?
General pub quiz question. What's wrong? What's the main problem with the lyrics from?
Something to do with
Africa.
Kilimanjaro and the Serengeti not being
Well
anywhere
done.
near each
Yeah,
other.
yeah. No, it's like saying.
Oh, Mount
like-
Olympus. Sorry, Mount
No, no.
Olympus and Serengeti.
Well, yeah. It doesn't rise over the Serengeti. So
Yeah.
it's like saying, Ben Nevis rising over the White Cliffs of Dover, except a
Depends on
considerable
where you
distance
are,
in between.
your perspective and how big your lens is.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but how many
the
people do you
curvature of the
reckon bought the single, put it on, listening to it, and when they get to that line go, no, I'm not listening
No.
to that anymore.
No,
It's
How many people?
lies.
How many people went to the Serengeti really disappointed that they couldn't see Kilimanjaro?
Yeah, go, hey, where the hell is it?
Where is it? I can't see it.
I remember
Curvature of the Earth. No one told us about that.
When I was young, I used to listen to the radio late at night, and if there wasn't anything interesting, I would just like flick through it. I ended up listening. I heard Africa, and then
Yeah.
it stopped. And then some bloke came in and read the lyrics, and then tried to explain what the words meant in the lyrics, not from a lyrical perspective, but from an English language perspective. And then it would play another bit, and it turns out there was this series on Radio 4 or World Service or something.
Really?
Was English. It was like an English lesson for people, and they used pop music
Wow.
to
Cool. Yeah.
yeah, and it was fascinating. And I've tried ever so hard to find recordings of it, but there's nothing exists. So
So like trying to
about-
explain to Korean people, pump my bitch up.
yeah, so then they use something that's
Smack my bitch
geographically
up even.
incorrect.
Yeah, smack me bitch up even, yeah.
Yeah.
He actually isn't hitting her.
Yes.
No. Yeah, okay, but or what about we set sail a year and a day ago, making our way to Kilimanjaro. Anyone got that one? We set sail a year and a day ago, making our way to Kilimanjaro. Sorry for the crap singing, but does anybody recognise it? Anybody know it? Oh,
Not from that
no, you
performance.
see. No, clearly not. Clearly not.
No.
Ah, you see, one of the greatest unsung bands of the 1980s that people have long forgotten.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
The teardrop explodes.
Teardrop Explodes. Of course, yeah, Kilimanjaro.
It's a great tune too. It's really great.
His-
The drums are the
Here's
Yeah, really good.
a fact for you. All the brass on Reward was
You
played
just
by
made it up.
one man.
It's just
Really?
all the brass.
All
One
the
man?
brass on Reward was one guy just playing his trumpet and then multi-tracking. It was just one.
There
one
were at least
chap.
two guys in that jeep.
My power.
I've got a big. Sorry, don't get
Excuse
me.
me?
Please, no misquoting. I've got a big soft spot for Julian Cope. Really love Julian Cope. I know he's not everybody's tastatae, but I like him, and I'll tell you, his books are off the scale brilliant, just fantastic. His autobiography, it's just funny from beginning to end. But those books he's written on ancient monuments all over the world are absolutely phenomenal. I mean, proper brilliant, and works of art in themselves. Really, really good, really good. Yeah, Stone Circles. Thank you, Grace. Yeah, so Julian Cope will always have a little place in my heart. Little place in my heart. Anyway, there we are. I can see none of the rest of you impressed. You're going, who the fuck's Julian Cope? Piss off, Brooksy.
Julian Cope.
Oh, we know who Julian Cope is. Yeah. Even
That
I
lad-
know who Julian Cope is.
Yeah, that loudmouth gobshite. But actually, he's brilliant. He's really brilliant. Really brilliant guy. Du- 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 du. Chosen specialised subject, Brooks. The Stone Circles of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, courtesy of Julian Cope.
Right, we're almost loaded.
Good God,
Here we
sir.
Here we go.
What?
Right. Let's make sure that we can see.
Oh, Homegrown's reading Head On and Repossessed. Have you got them with the back to back where one's the upside down? But yeah, have you got that one? Homegrown. I'll go get it.
Right. Okay. So. Share screen.
I probably could have
Application
told him
window.
by now.
Could have done, yeah.
Drawn a picture.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Hey, here we go.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
So you see all those keys on the keyboard at the bottom, right? So the ones up here, they're your notes. But all these ones here that are coloured, these are key switches. So if you look above where it says like quarter on bow there, you've got improv, which is one style of play. You've got Zardas, you've got emotive, you've got sprightly, and concertino. And you can switch between different keying or different bowing styles. And then also you can change between the types of notes that are played. So all of these keys here don't actually play any notes.
They just create a different.
Yeah.
They're just assigned
Yeah.
to functions.
That's actually remarkably scary. How good that sounds.
Because the other thing with this is that, so you see where it says they're mid-arc. If I just, and based on how I'm playing, it will go from trills and runs to mid-arc to bow changes. so it interprets your performance on the keyboard as a violin performance.
Bloody hell.
Just like so, that's key switching.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, clever.
And that's why, as you can see, you would need something like, in some cases, an 88-note keyboard. Not because you can play 88 notes, but you need some keys down the bottom to switch. But you can also assign key switching functions, because it is just a MIDI note function trigger. So you can assign it to a pedal or a switch or a button on your keyboard, you know, like on your controller. So that's what that's all about.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Because the other good example of that is this one.
Don't remember it doing that. Interesting.
That was actually scarily good from somebody who's very suspicious about all of that sort of thing, only because all those poor, orchestra musicians are probably going to end up redundant.
Yeah, but they said that 30 years ago.
Yeah, they did. But
Like
still,
drummers, wasn't it?
It sounded so authentic.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the player.
Yeah, well, perhaps it's a good thing if Nigel Kennedy's redundant. Never mind.
Not
Dave.
quite.
Sorry.
Half God, Half Beast in the chat was asking,
Excuse me.
do you get that with the UVI subscription? Not that one. That's the third party. Like this one's a third party. You get a metric ton of stuff with the UVI subscription, but
Christ,
Bohemian
don't
is
you?
not one of them. But this. So here's another really good example actually of key switching. So on the left here, just the plain white notes. These are the notes, but as you can hear, it's not really that. You're not hearing. You're hearing fingers on strings, which is technically what this is actually doing, because so these red keys are strums. So these are. So if I hold down the notes on the guitar here. So you can do stuff like
Bloody
that.
hell.
Or you can like hold down a chord and play the strings independently. Or you can do key switching here. So you see that these green notes are moving the functions at the top of the screen. So that puts you into this mode. So,
And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson.
well, yeah, you could.
Jesus
if
loves
you
you more than you will know.
What about spoon?
That's what that does.
That was
Aye.
proper clever.
And that's all scripting. So there are people that do, these wonderful scripted interfaces for this, for Contact, and key switching is a really useful thing to switch between different functions and what have you.
That's nuts.
Yeah, but where's cut off knob?
Aye.
Sorry.
You do that after you pour beer on it.
No, I'm sitting in a new damp patch right now. I've just discovered it on this cushion.
Ew.
As I sat back down again, I thought,
Omni.
oh fuck, I missed that one.
But yeah, that Bohemian Violin, that was version 3. You should hear version 4.
Oh, what's that song called? You hit just exactly the right note.
What?
It's got two like Chinese words. Hey Mei, Che Mei, Si Mei.
Ki Mai.
Mo.
Key Mai.
Ki Mai, that's it. Thank you.
Morricone.
That's key. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever the first note was just the right note. Something like that.
What was that was used in a TV program? Was it about Lloyd George?
It was, yeah.
Do you know there's a
It was
shitload of
years and years
polymode
and
on
years ago,
Keyline?
1980s. Yeah, you're
There's a
right. That was-
shitload of what? Sorry,
Polymode
on Kumai
on Keyline, yeah.
or Chimais, I think we used to call it back then.
Or, yeah, I think there was radio DJs giving it all sorts of different names,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Is it actually Italian,
Yeah.
Robbie, then?
It's
Keyline.
Morricone. Ennio
Yes,
Morricone.
Ennio
wrote
Morricone.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you look at it, I mean, I just... It sort of looked Chinesey to me, but Kimai, which means... Go on, Robbie, dust off your Italian dictionary.
I honestly don't know.
That
I'm gonna
which
have-
is
I'm
mine.
gonna have
my
to
own.
Google.
Google Translate.
Kimai.
Composed in 1971. Yes, The Life and Times of David Lloyd George. But it was actually composed 10 years before that programme was used on
Yeah.
in the films Madalena, Le Professional, as well as TV series called Englishman's Castle.
I remember watching that Life and Times of Lloyd George.
Yeah, I did.
Way back then. It was a good series, yeah, it was good. That cello's lovely.
Yeah, but the Rolly doesn't like it.
Have you broken it again? You have to reinstall
No.
the
What it
system
is
once
the way Spitfire, the old Spitfire libraries work in Contact because they have their own player now, but the old ones still work in Contact. And when you connect a Rolly and go, right, I want the Rolly to play this, it goes, oh, well, I don't know about that, mate, because, you know, can't get the wood,
wow.
you know what I mean? And all this sort
Yeah,
of
need
bullshit.
more resin, mate.
And sometimes you get like huge delays on notes and stuff. And then the next one you get it straight on the button, but the next one you go, where's the note? And then it cuts in. It's like,
So
Very
Kimai
strange.
is whoever.
Kimai, whoever.
Whoever.
Alright. It is beautiful. It's a beautiful... And then Morricone, what can you say? Did Morricone ever write a crap piece of music?
Don't think so.
let me think.
I must throw that out, but there must be something that's slightly dubious.
Some of his
It's
early
all
stuff was a bit
really-
eyebrow raising.
In what way?
It was a bit sort of like it was formulaic, but it wasn't very good in even.
Do you think
in
he
its
was being
formula.
told what to do, though?
Probably in the early
by
days, yeah.
Italian film studios,
Yeah,
or,
and
or
yeah,
whatever.
like most of these composers, they have to go with
Yeah.
what will get them the job, and then once they become established, they go, "I'm doing it my way."
Yeah. Which gives us the really good. Oh, Morricone was just.
No, he was the nuts, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the time he got to Good, Bad, and the Ugly and other such,
Well, that I think still
spaghettis,
is one of
set
his
it all up.
crowning glories.
Mate, it's beautiful.
Is that I forget the name of the piece now with the watch.
That's a few dollars, isn't it?
Well, it kind of.
Yes.
That's it. That's not. That's. No, that's Good and Bad and the Ugly because it's when
That's the watch.
it's the watch. Because it's when the three of them are in the ring. But it does. It's also in for a few dollars more because the bad guy.
Because
has
he'd already
the-
written it, and it was same
He-
time.
But he it's the tune the watch plays that he stole off the wife of Lee Van Cleef. If I remember rightly. Great films, such
This
great
is
films.
Morricone. Didn't-
Mm.
Yes, well done, Paul.
Lovely
I did-
bit of music, right?
Before he died, I did a piece of music called "In Memory of Ennio."
Yeah,
Oh,
You did it before he died.
I did it
That
before
was-
he died.
it's
A bit
preempting. isn't it?
prescient, yeah.
Yeah.
But I did it as a demo for GeForce's Retron.
Yeah,
You know the
Oh yeah.
the Mellotron for
Well, that's
for
what I'm
Reason.
thinking,
yeah.
But obviously it was nothing like Ennio Morricone. But I used that baritone guitar on the Mellotron
Yeah.
because just because. Talking
Yeah,
of
why
great
not?
Italian musicians, you should Google Adriano Celentano, who was like one of
Yeah.
the biggest pop stars, rock stars, music stars from the 50s through till still today, I
Sorry.
guess. And he, every now and again, it comes up on something like on Facebook or one of these things. And it's a video of him doing a song that he wrote in the 70s called Prisen con l'Enenzen Giusol,
Okay.
which was
Bless you.
Could you
a
change
G-
the gearbox oil in my Fiat 500?
yeah, it's that. Basically, he wrote this song in gibberish, but the language that he used, he made up. And what it was actually an experiment. He wanted to prove to people that in Italy, especially, that they would buy any piece of music as long as it sounded like it came from America.
Okay.
So he invented these words. It's not a language or anything. He's just invented these words that phonetically, when you listen to it, you can't hear. There are virtually no discernible words in any language, but it sounds like Western English, American English.
Oh wow.
So he's an Italian Stanley Unwin then, is he?
No, he's way way better than that. But yeah, Wagyu's got it. So yeah, it's
Oh, wow.
and the thing is the groove. We've got to be able to play it. Let me just grab because it's the actual groove of the song is so funky that I often think I should sample that and then just make a loop out of it and just do something on top of it because it's incredibly good.
Well, reintroduce them to the planet, mate. Because I'd not known of this.
So let me just. Everything's just taking forever here now. What's going? Because I've got all these things open and running.
Mac.
Right. So here we go.
I've now got 14 contacts open. It's going to blow up. It's keeping my feet warm, though.
Come on. Right. Here we go. Opera tab.
Well, while you're faffing things about, I wanted to waff this about again. So that was the book we were talking about. Head On and Repossessed, but Repossessed is upside down. You've got to turn it the other way up to read it. So you've got the two Julian Cope Part 1, Part 2 autobiographies, and they're a proper dead good read. If anybody hasn't, put it that way up. Head On,
Yeah.
Repossessed, absolutely brilliant. And then the classic of
No, go on.
Get off that picture. No, you got to go back. Got to back. They got to show it. No, you got this.
Make him full
This
screen.
is an absolute classic of our times. Yeah, Julian Cope, the modern antiquarian, is an absolute phenomenal tone, and it's a work of art. The thing itself is amazing because the book is in a box, and it is just joyous from beginning to end. It's really. I'm not going to open it. I'm not going to go through it, but it really is a fabulous thing. It's discontinued or out of print, and if you can find them now at a sensible price, grab hold of it because they're going up in value like Billio. It is a beautiful, beautiful book, just as an object. Right, I've had my Julian Cope wank again, so you can carry on.
Not available in good bookshops.
With that page stuck together.
No, none of that. No, it's a totally legitimate. Oh God, what is this?
When I stay in the shoes now, the whole building scene, then a whole red map begin to call the boss time. Chickens and mine begin to call, baby's staying yet with Joe. When I stay in the shoes now, the whole building scene, then a whole red map begin to call the boss time. God privilege jam. You to come and not choose
So yeah,
my
you get
way.
the idea.
Yeah.
Um,
I want
why
to know
is a
why that woman
middle-aged
at the...
fat balding bloke a pop star? Just asking the question.
He is a legend. He's a living legend.
Why was the girl right on the last desk here not dancing?
Oh, I don't know.
So they
Well, she
kept her
saw
off
through the
camera in the end. It's very colourful. So none of that was any particular language whatsoever.
No, he just made these words to sound phonetically like, it just has the vowels and the consonants in places that just sound Western.
It'd be like James Brown did.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, that, what do you say?
I grew up listening to this guy because obviously my dad, being Italian, had loads of his albums on cassette, so we used to listen to them. His album, there's an album called Svalutation, which I think came out in '76. Was quite a political album, but it's really, really good. But then he used to do all the old classics.
It was
He
a
used to do-
political album made up of random phonemes. That's amazing. How did he manage that?
He didn't. He used to, back in the 50s and the 60s, he used to do all the kind of like Italian versions of the classic, American rock songs, pop songs, and then sort of big. And then he's an actor as well. He's a great comedic actor, and yeah, Celentano, legend.
Wow. Was not aware of him.
Steve Elmer said I wanted the chorus.
There isn't really a chorus.
Yeah, long wait, mate.
Oh, let down.
I was waiting for a key change.
Oh no, it's not.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not going to happen either,
It's just
is
that.
it?
In fact, I mean, thing is, that was what 74, I think it was, and he's basically created a loop,
Yeah.
and he's just doing his thing over it. Way before anybody else was doing that sort of thing.
What? You really? You sure about that, Robbie?
I'm sure about that.
I heard the
Really?
I heard the
Are you
drums
sure
at the
about
start. I heard the drums at the start of that and thought it was the
Radiophonic
Bongo
Workshop.
advert.
Delia Derbyshire. Karlheinz Stockhausen.
He's
Okay,
getting all
it wasn't
technical
exactly
down
pop
there.
music.
Somebody give
It
him a
wasn't
beer, for
exactly
fuck's
pop-
sake.
I've got one.
No, he'll drop it.
Just
Oh, stop. I've already got more than one reputation I don't deserve. Don't
Fish
make me have a
fingers.
third.
Yeah.
I still got that video clip of
What?
you milking a cow.
Oh, well, I was trying to milk a cow. I just couldn't do it.
That's not a cow.
I didn't, what are you doing? It's not a punch bag. What are you doing?
The little dance you're doing. I put it up on Facebook. Go.
Yeah, I know
Andrew
you did.
Blocks teaches us how to
Milk a cow. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it was
scarred for
lovely.
life for that. But I don't mention it. I went into counselling. I've got over it.
Yeah, well, I did pay for it.
Ish.
Come on.
You did. Yeah, well, you had to. My lawyer was really.
Yeah, I know. He was
Not-
quite
not
insistent, wasn't he? And very tall and threatening.
Yeah.
With that baseball bat with a nail through it.
Only one nail.
I knew the one. Apparently, I wasn't worth more.
Right. The git. I told him to have at least 3.
Yeah, well. Yeah, you give instructions, people don't always follow them, mate. That's the way of the
This
world.
is true. I'm a school teacher. Don't find me
Yeah.
telling that.
Oh, God.
Right, well, that's killed it. Brilliant. With 3 nails.
Wow.
Wow.
Somebody just posted.
Matt, what's that on your T-shirt? I think somebody must have spilt milk all over it or something.
Get a drink.
No. This is a Robbie special.
Oh, does it vibrate? Sorry. Oh, God, sometimes I should just stop myself before the words come out of my gob.
Do any of your pupils watch this?
Do you think anybody does that on this show?
Sincerely hope not.
Can you imagine it? Walking into school on Tuesday and they're going to give
Sir,
you
sir.
What's a vibrating t-shirt?
My pupils know me well enough to know that is not a surprise.
No, that's going nowhere.
Yeah, tell Vangelis that.
Jar, that.
It was Vangelis, wasn't it?
No, because it would be minor like that, but then it would go. to that.
Yeah, very good. Have you done a thesis on this or something, Ken? Because
Now, when it
Does your
comes to
headmaster
Vangelis, I just got a
tossed by
natural.
the headmaster, mate.
I got a natural
Oh yes, and you do that.
leaning
Yeah,
to
yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh, Keith in Watford wants a link. Sorry, Keith. Right,
Incoming
Come on,
link.
Keith.
Aye. Is
that's
link.
Watford near Manchester.
Aye.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but he's got a very
I'd
slow
love to know how
mouse.
Robbie plays that keyboard that's on the floor.
Uses
He's
it
got
like a
that lie
bass
flat
pedal.
on his
He,
belly.
he only plays that when he's drunk. He goes, well, while I'm down here,
Is that the DX27 by any chance at the bottom of the pile?
could be the DX100.
Oh no, that's a cool one. You know, all the cool artists use a Apex Twin, the Norteca, and
Yeah.
Black Dog. They all use the DX100. Didn't they?
Roger Troutman.
Yep.
I have used the
Oh, well,
DX21
Andy.
to hold the gate closed on a windy day.
The-
The X9 says Chris said. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did anybody actually ever buy one of those?
Oh, probably. Everybody buys at least something.
Oh, true.
DX21's fun because you can layer it.
Yeah.
True. And the DX11's a TX
With another keyboard on top of it.
I had a really shit one. It was a DS55.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That doesn't even
What?
sound good.
Keith, we can't see you. You
Mind
have to
you-
pop your camera down a
It
All we
was
can see
only
is the top of
15
your
quid
head.
from a boot sale.
That's
though,
the
so-
best bit, Andrew, don't worry.
bit. We can see a lightsaber. It's about to come and slice your head off. Oh no, that's it. Much better.
What the?
Yeah, I got into the DX21 because some Lego Welt videos are pretty good on it. So
Oh, we've lost Keith again.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. I am
There
good.
we are.
You're right.
Do you know 60
Okay.
Brass? Oh, we'll be the judge.
No,
No.
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 It's too raspy at the beginning.
Far too.
You never get that of a Juno.
There used to be some really wacky, out there kind of sounds for the Rolly.
That's your head. So what's the DX apart from the DX1? He's asked that when Robbie's out of the room.
So what's the best DX apart from the DX1? They're all DXs. They all sound minging.
which
You
is what?
said-
Which is
Sorry, I can't.
They all sound the same. They all sound the same.
I can't
it
get
can't. The
any
craziest rolly
music.
patches were the third-party things like
Sorry, Manny's in the room. They're all lovely. They're great. They're amazing. such lovely sounding things. The
Type for
textures and
2,
layers
things
that
like
you-
that.
the thing is, I've got a DX7
subtlety.
sitting on the floor.
Well, it's cheaper than a rug, isn't it?
Well, yeah, not so nice on your feet though.
It's cheaper than a rug. Yes. Oh,
No, I'd settle for a DX5 if I had the room.
well, so would I probably too, actually.
And,
Oh,
and a
dear
pair of
God.
those new cards that were on the PSN show last night.
And Robbie's missed all of this chatter.
Yeah, shh, he's back now.
Yeah.
Talk about something else. Don't anybody mention DX whilst he's on. Oh, for heaven's sake. We'll never hear the end of it.
We can talk about the Op 6 then.
No. Or the live and stop it.
All we've got to do is say, Robbie, look at the chat and watch him. Fucking lose his shit.
Or the Volca FM.
Oh, I've got one of those here.
Do you know what I like about Equator, Andy?
There it is.
You go through all those
We've all
different.
got- I actually quite like it. Shh, but don't quote me.
You go through all those.
Robbie!
Go through all those subheadings, like percussion, organ, lead, mallet, and stuff like that. You click on drums, and there's fucking nothing there.
Yeah, they didn't do
Yeah,
that.
but
Like,
FM does
yeah.
amazing drums, doesn't it?
Does it?
No, he's talking about Rolly.
Oh, sorry, Rolly. Sorry, I missed that because I was.
We're talking
Drunk.
rise here, bloody hey.
Yeah, there were several pockets of. You had to get upgrade patches. There was a free bank after the initial Equator came out,
Yeah.
and then I bought another bank at one point.
That's right. I've been tight ass. I haven't bought anything. That's why.
And so then you get more, but you still don't get what you think. You're right. The percussion stuff is very lean, but then you get into Cypher 2 and
Yeah.
what the hell's the other one called? I always forget the name of the other one.
Yeah.
They
Strobe.
have percussion. Strobe. Yeah, Strobe. Yeah, they have
Strobe
percussion
too.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah. There was wasn't there a reasonable electric guitar on this?
Oh yeah, there's a perfect kind of Van Halen shredding one on there.
I suppose it's under lead, isn't it? I suppose. To try and interpret how they think it should be done.
That's basically the one that Marco Parisi uses all the time.
Oh,
When he
right,
shreds.
okay.
He's got his headphones on. He's got his headphones on. Shh, 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 shh.
Don't mention the
mention it,
chat.
mate.
Don't mention the chat.
That one. That's got 5D on it anyway. Ooh, Well, there's that one. Ooh, what's that one then?
It's the
Pint of
same.
Guinness, Robbie.
Zero alcohol one.
A pint of zero alcohol Guinness.
Ooh,
Oh
that's
dear.
the point.
As
I didn't
your-
come up with a coffee. What the fucking hell's wrong with me? Hang on.
Kent,
Anyway.
Kent, in the original 5D app on the iPad, there's the classic kind of guitar shredding preset. So I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, I know. Because a lot of them, they don't seem to sound the same on the app that they do in Equator.
They've tweaked them a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
and did
they've
different-
messed with them a little bit, didn't
Yeah.
they? Sometimes better for the app, and then it's not on the main machine. It's like, get off my lawn. Right, I'm going to go and get a coffee.
Well,
before
while
it's
you're
too
getting
late.
the coffee, I'm going to ask Keith some questions.
So you can all talk
Are you
about
listening,
CS80 while I'm gone.
Yes, sir,
No,
certainly am.
bollocks. I want to know what it is right directly above your head, which has got all the steps going across in an LED. It's obviously some kind of Euro rack thing, but what is going
black
on
The black
above
ones,
your head? Yeah, the black one's above your head.
it's the Moog semi-modular, so the sub-harmonicon, the DFAM and the Mother 32.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
That is the DFAM,
Oh,
that's
right. Yeah.
the one. Sub-harmonicon, Mother
Yeah.
32.
All right. Okay, cool. They look lovely.
Yeah, they've well,
Robbie's eyes have glazed over because I mentioned modular, and he's
I know.
sort of like
I know
gone
Ramsey.
slightly comatose.
Well, Ramsey said get back and do your stuff with the modular, which I sort of haven't been doing a lot. So I switched it on and sort of started plugging things into things, and I think I've got a bit of a backing track for a hardware jam, but
Oh, cool.
I'm having
do.
I'm having trouble with lead lines or something. So I'm getting there.
For hardware jams, it doesn't matter.
I know what you mean. They're just
Unless you are hardware jams. If you think of it, if you're thinking of it as being a finished, completed track that you are putting out there, I don't think that's what hardware jams is. It's just do it. That was it. That was the moment. Done. Move on. And yeah, so if you got something going, I really would say yeah, do it because it's ace.
I know. It's certainly worth a go, and I'm just a bit stuck with thinking about recording video and sound rather than just going through the iPhone, which is what I'm basically doing at the moment. And I do if I'm messing about, and I quite like if I write a little catchy lead line or something, and I quite often just stick it on the iPhone just to play back when I think, oh, I must try and see if I can embellish that or something.
I can't help you with the video stuff. I mean,
So
on
I
our
record
stuff,
all mine on
Grace-
my iPhone, and I use a Blue Mikey digital input straight from my gear.
Yeah,
So
I think.
it's all one pass. I don't have to do any syncing of
Yeah.
audio and video and all that stuff.
Yeah, all my sound goes through the Mackie mixer. So, and then what I normally do is I've got a stereo out that goes into a Tascam something like a D60, is it Mark II or something, which is an audio recorder. And then I'll take the card out of there, and then have the painstaking effort of taking the video. And I've only got the GoPro software downstairs, and then trying to align what I want, and then the painstaking effort of trying to get that up onto YouTube or something.
When I do stuff in here, all I use is my webcam, and I just point it where I want it to be. And I've got some software which will do video and audio capture at the same time, so it captures the audio in stereo and the video, so you'd have to worry about syncing.
Yeah.
The only problem with that is it's just that thing. I mean, Grace, when we do our jams, she's got 3 or 4 different cameras set up and ready, and she brings it all in, and she knows what she's doing with DaVinci Resolve, and she knows that software and brings it all in, and it's like, whoa, really? I mean, I could never do that. I mean, I'll sit there slightly in awe watching it. Oh, Grace is in the chat now. Watching it all happen as all these things just come into, and then things are moved slightly, and I think, how do you do that? And Grace explains it to me as we're going along, and I still don't understand, if I'm honest with you. So
Yeah, Keith, if you want to keep it simple and just focus on the jam,
Yeah, exactly.
if you have a phone like an iPhone,
Yeah, so that's what I'm on
and
now.
you get the little
yeah.
Behringer interface. It's a cheap little red one you can buy for like $30 even. I think it's really cheap if you don't want to get the Blue Mikey or one of the ones. And to feed the audio straight into the thing and record it straight to the video while you're recording everything. It's all one pass.
I'll have to look into that.
And the
then,
quality's good.
because-
So
Yeah, because the other thing I'll probably do at the end of the month is I started looking at the webcams, and £150 seems to be what the well, when I say better quality, I don't mean like Robbie's got in, the amount of money that the cameras can cost, but I mean it seems to be where the popular end is to at least get people going. Anyway, if I capture some, if I can capture images between the phone, I've got an older GoPro here and a newer webcam, because I've got a Nikon D5100 DSLR camera with video, but I cannot seem to get the camera to stream video to a computer.
yeah, I think those models need the special stream software, right? So it's not.
I'm just saying, I think it's too old.
Yeah.
And it'll be easier just to buy an up-to-date webcam.
A lot of those old Nikons just
Probably.
won't stream, even with
No.
software.
No, and I'm sure you're right. I bought a couple of cables and things like that, and I plug it into the laptop, and it just goes. You're not even touching. You're not touching me at all. You're not. There's nothing there. It's not recognising anything. So, I think it will recognise the SD card with the photographs on it,
Oh yeah.
but it won't. Yeah.
If you get yourself something a little bit like this, which is a Logitech,
Oh. I can't.
you can't show your own camera. Yeah.
What am I doing?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was looking at those between those.
Exactly the
and,
same
like,
one.
You need a mirror.
It's really good. It's a really
Yeah.
good.
Not bad.
Yeah,
That's
but I
not
was
mine. I
looking-
nicked it off Scary Dave. Scary Dave.
I was looking
gave
at
me.
those, and I was looking at the one similar to what Kent's got. They all seem to be within the £100-150 bracket, which at the end of the month will be quite affordable. So hopefully, I get my head around it a bit better. And
Yeah, I mean, if you already have the iPhone and you just need an audio connection, just get one of those little gadgets and you're kind of ready to go. At least to start.
right. I mean, at the end of the day, I need to by the probably early next year. I'll upgrade the phone anyway. It's 4 years old. It will
And
be
it's
4
super
years
portable
old.
too. I mean, the one I did on Mulholland Drive, back after NAMM, I did it at nighttime at
Oh
Mulholland
yeah,
Drive.
yeah. That was
That was totally mobile.
That's a good
Everything's on
video,
batteries.
Andy.
There you go, Andy. Bit of-
What were you on there, Keith?
well, I'm reduced to Bulmer's original premium cider.
Bulmer's cider.
Yeah, just the one, but.
So how you getting on with the S6000, Keith?
Well, due to having a very sick van for the last 6 or 7 weeks, it's sitting at work.
Oh,
So, the van goes in on Tuesday for them to start the repairs. So hopefully by next weekend, well, it should be fixed by next weekend. Next weekend at work, we're stock checking. So I can at least, as long as the van's fixed, I can get it I can take it to work and load up that and another rack mount I bought and stick them in next weekend when the missus isn't there. It's the only way I can do it. The
Have
only
you
way I
finished
can-
washing up, Kent?
Aye. Do what, darling?
I said, have you finished washing up?
Yes. I'm now enjoying my what is it? San Francisco Bay ground coffee.
but they grind it in San Francisco Bay, or is it San Francisco Bay ground into your coffee?
A little bit San Francisco's
A little bit of San Francisco Bay sludge in the coffee, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit the car park down by the bridge.
I've been on that.
Tales of the City.
Supposedly Lawrence Berkeley Lab, Lawrence Livermore, no, Berkeley Lab, dumped some plutonium in the bay a long time ago. It was
Good
nice.
place as any.
Yeah. Who could tell, right?
Yeah.
The
right.
population around San Francisco.
It's surprisingly, the population is surprisingly low in the
Yeah,
river.
they don't need a lot of street lights. They all glow in the dark.
And if they are in the river, trust me, they're not breathing. They're sleeping with the fishes.
Like I say, if it's anything like the Simpsons fish, they'll all have 5 or 6, 7 eyes, won't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
See you, Paul Lottola. That is 45 minutes, not 45 days or years, is it? you never know. These hardware jams, they can go on.
Well, you're not going to get any coffee. I don't know why you're staring at it. Coffee's bad for you. God, if I gave him coffee, he'd be hopping around downstairs like one of those little wind-up toys. Be like the Energizer Bunny.
That is like drinking lemonade, and it's really bad.
Oh.
It's nice. It's
And you bought
really
it because...
nice.
Well, you just said it was really bad.
No, the fact that it's like lemonade and it goes down so quick is bad news, and that's why it exists.
Ah, I see.
It's get pissed quick beer, isn't it?
Gotcha.
It's 6% alcohol.
I used to be like that with Southern Comfort. That's why I stopped.
That's why I
Yeah.
stopped, because the rum that I drink, you know when you take like a whiskey or a brandy, you get a hit in the back of your throat.
Mm-hmm.
The rum that I drink, you don't get that, and I could literally sit there out of the bottle and drink it, and
Just
it's
supping it away. Yeah.
I've done 3/4 of a bottle and not realised it, and then suddenly went to go to the loo and fell over.
Yeah.
Vicious
It's
stuff.
not funny though, is it? Yeah,
No,
be sensible.
no, but that's I've got a bottle up there that sat there for 2 years, hasn't been touched.
Well, I was early 20s, Black Label, Southern Comfort, you named it. I used to go around more fucked than a 90-year-old hooker.
Yeah, but as your head, we don't all live in Belgium. Right, so 6% alcohol is not alcohol free. It's got 6% alcohol in it. Right, so stop it.
My grandfather used to be an alcoholic. He would just drink Old Granddad like it was going out of style.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Any rum drinkers in the house, that's the shit.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Fact.
Funny enough, it was the agoraphobia that made me stop drinking.
Really?
Yeah, when you get agoraphobia, you are in constant fear of not being in control, and being drunk is not being in control.
Mm.
And so I'd naturally just stopped drinking.
Yeah.
Weird. But
Yeah,
I think
I-
it was probably a good thing because I used to, oh man, so bladed.
No, I've never been a
it-
very good drunk.
It was like a competition with all my mates who can get the most fucked. If you weren't head down in a one of those bins tied to one of the lampposts at 3 o'clock in the morning, you just weren't playing the game properly.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably
Yeah.
just as well.
Well, we know Iron Maiden can rock, but can they make decent beer?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, you're on a mission
Yes,
tonight.
they can.
I'm on a mission. No, well, I just saw the label and thought I'm going to try that.
Good stuff.
I've no idea what it's like. It's just an IPA.
I'll tell you what, the people that make this stuff, right, they also do a 151% proof bottle, right? You can't import it into the UK now because it's classified as an explosive. Right?
151 proof.
150, right? At my son's christening, my then 16-year-old brother, 17-year-old brother said, "Oh, I want some of that." I'd brought a bottle, I'd smuggled a bottle back in. He said, "Oh, I want some of that." I said, "Nah." He went, "I do." So I gave him literally covered the bottom of a glass and said, "Whatever you do when it hits your tongue, don't inhale." And he did. And within like 30 seconds, he was like, "Fuck," he'd gone. Evil stuff.
Wow.
Evil stuff. Because it evaporated as soon as it hit his tongue, and he went, nasty, nasty stuff. But nice in a cocktail.
Nice sub note there.
What Molotov cocktail?
Well, Iron Maiden, your beer is decidedly bland. Never mind.
You were looking for something.
What's that? The Trooper, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, I've always enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's not bad
Well,
beer.
as an IPA, that's bland.
Okay.
Never.
Well,
Well,
You're looking for something that would strip the paint off a Ford Anglia bonnet, were you?
no.
So what's wrong with it?
Nothing particular. It's a nice little bit. No, I don't know. I don't know why. I was just expecting it to be a bit more, have a bit more oomph.
Oh,
Does it have Eddie on the
No.
bottle?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There he is. Oh, well, there he is. There's Eddie. There he
Maybe he's the brewmaster. Maybe that's the problem.
there
He doesn't have taste buds.
maybe his piss is a bit weak.
Yeah. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just more hops, please.
Mm.
Was it all like a session beer?
It's got no aftertaste. It doesn't linger. Stop
Pops
it,
is a
Robbie.
great name. Humulus
Stop it.
lupulus.
Oh, Robbie's gone to sleep. We've bored Robbie into submission now. We've turned this into a meeting of a camera.
Just go,
Robbie's gone to
DX7.
sleep. We talked about cameras. Now we're talking camera. And Robbie's gone to sleep.
Just mentioned the DX chat while he was out.
They're all shit. That's woken him up.
Enter Robbie. Enter the Robbie.
Bait rising to no.
No, you're going to spam the shit out of your inbox now. You
Why
watch.
would I? Why would I?
Because it'd be fun. That's why.
Let's decide. bit weird.
Well, looks like Eddie killed the chap. Sorry about that.
Those guys still performing? Iron Maiden?
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
On tour at the moment, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll never stop torturing.
Bruce Dickinson just won't stop, huh?
Right. Their last album was pretty good.
But he's actually an amazingly clever bloke, isn't he? He really is just one of those people that's out there clever. I mean, he's when Iron Maiden are not touring, he's flying aeroplanes with passengers on them from one place to another.
Yeah, but when he is touring, he
He's still
flies
flying
their
the plane.
plane.
Yeah.
He flies their plane because he is teetotal, obviously no drugs, nothing.
Yeah, 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 exactly.
And he also part owns the company in Cardiff that maintain and repaint commercial airliners.
Well,
So whenever you see one of these special Virgin or British Airways planes or whatever that's got a special livery on it, it's his company that's done it.
it's all money in Bruce Dickinson's bank account, as if he
Indeed.
needs more.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean that's what you go.
And they do
absolute
flight
duffy
training
cap.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh, hi Simon.
Plane
so-
up.
Oh. Give Simon a round of applause. He did his first EMOM on Thursday night and did a really nice set. Yeah, thank you. There we are. Yeah.
Really impressed with the effort that Rob
Muted
put
track.
into
Oh, it's better than that.
that. That'll do.
No,
It was really cool.
This harks back to when Robbie seemed to be infatuated with furry triangles. So,
Please let us not go any further.
Back to gussets.
so I made one.
Oh man.
Well, back to Simon, who's slightly embarrassed. He did a great set. No, come on. He did a great set. He had the new Phantom, the 76. It was great. Loads of chops. So very different to a lot of things that happen at EMOMs, and he was great. So
Good.
thank you, Simon. I bigged you up there big time,
Well done.
Take a bow.
Yeah, well done.
and I'll have just a pint of ordinary lager at the next one. Thanks. I've killed it again. I'm good at this. I'm really good at this. Right.
I still can't stop laughing about the furry triangle. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh, no. If Zoe were here, she'd be coming after all of you with a hatchet. You realise that, don't you?
Oh bollocks! That was funny. That was
It was
funny.
funny, actually.
We still do it anyway, so there you go.
Yeah.
We can't help it, but yes, it was. Oh. How much do it? Just a pint, Simon. Just one pint. That's all. You don't, no more than that. Says,
So we can get in the glass.
yeah, and spill it all down myself. Yeah, okay. I'll save you that. I'll get it in there before anybody else does.
What, in your lap?
Oh, anywhere.
It's like the movie Airplane where he has a drinking problem. He can't get the drink in his mouth.
that is.
Oh, thanks for that one, Andy.
Yeah.
I can have a half, thanks, Simon. Your generosity obviously knows bounds.
Well, it just made you feel less, didn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
Sorry, I've done that. Well, thank you, Ken. I'm glad you picked. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I shall use.
I try. You know.
I will use
I
that one.
try.
Yes. And it's clean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my best one-liners are planned months in advance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, mine lean towards the gusset in some form or other.
Well, they would.
Yeah.
But they never get out of there, right?
True enough. Yeah. Actually, I think they
Okay.
originate from there.
Ken, have
Yes,
you seen
darling.
that post on ProSense Network that you've been tagged in
Have I?
the last hour?
Let me consult my electronic Bible.
It's quite touching.
Really?
Mm.
I've been tagged in something touching.
Okay, play Madonna. Take a bow.
What have you been touching?
Cloth.
Stuff I wouldn't want repeated on the ProSense Network, that's for sure. Let's have a look.
Fuck's sake.
Which one is it?
Which one? What?
Which is the post that he's been tagged in?
One from Carl Bate in the group. It's one of the most recent ones. So.
Oh, why can I not see it? Carl Bates. Oh, no. Oh yeah, right, got it. Bloody hell, Carl.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Mm.
Oh my word. Oh, that is actually really lovely.
Mm. Yes.
Oh, that was a sobering moment.
It just shows you the effect that you don't even realise you're having sometimes, doesn't it?
Mm.
Well, yeah, Matt, that's true. And Mr. Wiggly's now posted up about his, what's he call it? He's going to have an interview with Oliver Gold and about his troubles in his life. What's it called? Has anyone else seen it?
No.
No? He's,
The one about depression?
yeah, I think it is. And I'm just saying, that's going to be, you know, for the people that watch that, that again is going to be rather sobering.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go. No, that's Sundays.
The lot I've maintained since finding the ProSynth network and Kent's stuff, you know, it's been a great outlet and a great place for me.
Mm.
You know, we discussed this early on, I think. Yeah, helped me a lot. Helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's just like a big psychiatrist's couch, isn't it?
Mhm.
That's what this
In
is.
many ways, yes.
That actually was nice. The fact that somebody else finds these things in some way therapeutic and helpful when
Well,
we're
if it
just
helps
rambling on
one
about
person,
shit.
yeah, if it helps one
exactly,
person, then
exactly.
Through all the dick and triangle
It's worth
jokes,
it.
yeah.
Dick and-
yeah,
Well,
I-
it sometimes it's just a welcome distraction, isn't it? It sort of takes your mind off other shit that's going on, which at the moment for
harmless
me is
bollocks.
yeah, harmless bollocks is exactly what I need at the moment because we've got a lot of stuff going on here, and it's just nice to not have to think about that for a couple of hours, you know. Very helpful.
or even talk about it sometimes helps.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Although I mean, the gear that I've got going on here is not for me to talk about, so I can't.
Oh no, I don't. No, don't mean that. I mean,
No,
like,
no,
you
no,
know,
no.
Yeah,
somebody's
you know-
got something going on inside. Sometimes it helps to talk about it.
Oh, without doubt. Without doubt.
Because
I
sometimes
mean,
you can feel like you're on your own. You're the only person on the planet that's suffering from a particular thing at any particular time. Well, at least that's how it feels.
I've overcome something tonight, which you may not have realised. When you were talking about string libraries earlier,
Yeah.
and I said, "Oh, I don't have one. I don't have an awful lot of stuff," and I got quite embarrassed about it. Now, normally, what I would have done was gone leave studio.
Really?
It was yeah. Because how can I put it? Long time I was told I'd never amount to anything and I'd be worthless and all that sort of shit beaten into me as a child.
Yeah.
And so when making an admission like that is very, very difficult for me. And my initial response is always to fuck off and run away. And I didn't tonight. So, again, like you say, therapist couch sort of thing, it's helped me to overcome it. Or at least start.
Yeah.
May not mean a lot to
Yeah,
you.
but what you got to remember, I mean, you got all this stuff. Still a useless cunt,
Same
right? The amount of stuff I got does not reflect on, as far as I'm concerned, on whether I'm successful or anything like that. And sometimes I'm embarrassed about the amount of stuff I have. And especially, it feels kind of like, this is why I do things like with Ben and with Robbie. You go, oh, DX1. I go, right, have it. You know?
I don't have that facility, but I do other things like
Yeah. And so like with Ben, with all the look at Ben.
Bunch of analog solutions, wasn't it?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, the polymath and the bits and bobs, wasn't it?
See, even now,
I never
talking
use
about
them,
this,
and I feel embarrassed owning them because I don't use them. If that makes sense.
No,
I've got,
I get you,
too
I
much
get you.
shit, and I shouldn't have all this shit. I really shouldn't.
Yeah, but this is where I sit in the middle, and I'm basically all the gear, no idea.
What do you think?
You and me both, mate.
No,
What do you
seriously, the semi-modular stuff behind me, some of it, like the Moog stuff, it was set up to do things, like the DFAM is a drummer of sorts. But then I've just been plugging orange wires into holes and sliders and things, and I've got something together. But, you watch the Robin Vincents of the world with his stuff, and he knows he can take a thing out of there into there and turn that, and it'll do something. And to me, it's like you try and follow these people with your own gear, which is different to what he's got, and you'd get no sound. It's and Andrew's not there, sitting there, but he'll go, yeah, well, I started off like that, but I've got the rack mount stuff I've got. I've barely got past the presets. There's so much more fun than inside them than the presets. Simple as that. And the keyboards, which are sitting over there, so much more fun than most of them are programmable. But I just never get past the presets and things. So my playing's not great. So.
But that's the thing, isn't it? There's no fucking judgment here at all.
No, that's exactly it. It's not. It's there's. It's not. I can't say. I don't know really. I want to sort of say there's no willy waving about what you've got. It's either you've got it or you haven't, and there's always a wish list, regardless of what you've got. Probably. I mean, maybe the one exception you could say could be Ty, but I mean, probably none of us would want that amount of gear and have to maintain it or whatever.
I wouldn't want his stress levels either.
No.
To be fair.
Well, I would also say that's one of the reasons why, if you can get to an EMOM and watch what happens at an EMOM with the different people that come with their different bits of gear, from a couple of keyboards and some groove boxes to a modular system to somebody just standing there with an iPad or even an iPhone, and watch what they do and see it's all these different things, and it is non-judgmental, and people are happy to see and listen and appreciate. That's a brilliant environment. It really is good. So if there is an EMOM near where you are that you can go along to, and just even as just a punter, not as a participant, please do go, because they're wonderful. They're really, really good things.
Yeah. I mean, down here, I mean, other than trying to get into North London, there's nothing. But Gen S is now trying to set one out at Aylesbury, which is...
Oh, is she? Right, oh,
yeah,
that'd be interesting.
she's put the post up, but there seemed to be a lot of people liking it, and I said I'd come along and watch and listen for exactly the reason you just said, Andrew.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether she's ever got...
Just see what Simon's just said.
She doesn't appear, yeah.
Simon's done exactly what you're just saying. He's been to a few of these.
Yeah.
I've seen him at two or three of the Derby ones, and then eventually he's gone, yeah, I can do this, and he's taken the jump and he's done it, and it was great. It was really good. Not that there's any, not that I meant what I said, that you should go and necessarily perform, but just to go and see what people do.
This is what I want to do.
With different types of gear. So
and this one, if Gen S can get it off the ground, will be my nearest. Other than that, is it Leicester? I mean, ridiculous distance.
Where are you, Keith? Exactly?
Well, literally in Watford, Hertfordshire.
In Watford.
Yeah.
Right. Well, there's an EMOM in North London somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
No, I don't fancy travelling though. It's
all right.
Then the next nearest ones are 2 hours, which is going to be Norfolk.
The virtual EMOMs.
Yeah. Well, there are those, Andy, but I mean, it's actually going in person to see the things being done is an event. So yeah, it's a strange. There's a gap in the middle. From Watford. Yeah, you're right. There's one in Leicester. There's going to be one in Nottingham. And there's Derby, but
Nottingham's about 2+ hours,
it's
about
2
2.25 hours. Leicester's probably at least an hour and a half on a clear run. Norfolk's about 2 hours. Or I could do something ridiculous. If I had time and money, I could just get on the train and go down to Brighton. Now there's some.
Yeah, exactly. There are loads of places around. There's a gap there in the heart of England, isn't there, where there's not an awful lot happening.
Well, it's sort of just that bit north of London, yes. And like Dr. Sintzman says, start one. But if I'm clueless about my gear, I'm almost going to be clueless about. I haven't got any experience in the PA, for example.
Yeah.
So I can't rely on. Well, I could find a venue with a PA, and they'd say, "Don't worry, there's some plugs there." I could get the basics. I've got mixers. I've got a mixer here I could use if it required. And things like that. But beyond that, I wouldn't have any idea of setting the sound up. Things like that. And they're just.
But most of the time, it doesn't require an awful lot of audio engineering. The PA, if it's there, will be set up. You plug in. But yeah, that's probably a jump too far at this stage, isn't it? But setting your own up is not really what I meant. I meant just seeing what happens.
I'd quite happily, say going to Aylesbury. I can't remember how many miles it is, but it's not that great a distance at all to do it. But I mean, the interesting thing is when you look round, well, PSN and YouTube and YouTubers and other people like that you come into contact with is possibly how many aren't actually local to you.
Yeah, it surprises me that there aren't more going on in that part of England, which is the most densely populated part of the country. You come up here from where I am. I can nip up to Leeds. I can nip over to Holmfirth where they had one. I can go down to Derby. I can go to Nottingham. Here in Sheffield, Manchester's not the big journey away. Okay, I know the country narrows a bit, but there are quite a lot of these things going on in and around the north area, and there are things like you said. There are 2 different EMOMs that take place in Brighton. There are 2 different ones in Brighton, north and south London. Well, yeah, you've got all these other places which could easily support an event like that. I mean,
they want
Reading
too much.
or
but Watford itself is a big enough town. That's right. Watford, Luton, St Albans, Hemel Hempstead,
Harpenden, all these different
we are
places.
surrounded by big enough towns. You know, you'd think that would, they're big enough towns to put on bands and things, local bands and things like that. But no one around here seems to want to maybe get into, trying to get this off the ground.
Yeah, strange. Well, there we are. Killed it again. Everyone's gone quiet.
No. Well, it is a bit of EMOM and modular, but there we go. There we go. We've cleared the browser, Matt. So
I'm not even fucking joking. I actually did that, and it was like, oh no.
I think you get the same if you just search EMOM in YouTube or Facebook or something. I come up with a mom's group somewhere.
Yeah.
A shitload of OnlyFans pages.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Bristol's got a scene going, a small one,
Bristol
hasn't
has
it?
a scene,
half
yeah, Bristol.
God, half beast. There's someone down there putting stuff on. I mean, for
Yeah,
that area.
Nick
Bristol.
Bat's up that way, isn't he?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
but
Nick Bat's really looking at putting one on.
Yeah, but
Put
also
some on an
Elevator
EMOM in
Sound.
Bath.
Elevator Sound, the modular shop in Bristol.
Yes.
We'll know what's going on down there.
Wagyu.
Now what you giggling at?
Oh,
Just Wagyu.
What's Wagyu done now? I'm watching a workout video with girls in Plymouth.
Well, it's going off my previous comment. I googled EMOM Devon, and all I got was moms in Devon. Time to clear my browser history.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've not been. Sorry, not keeping up with the chat. I was concentrating on the actual chat, and not on the. Yes. Wagyu, put it back in your trousers.
Oh fuck!
Oh man.
Oh, Mr. Wiggly's popped up now. Speaking of wiggly things.
Oh.
yes, Mr. Wiggly, we were just.
Hiya, Dom.
Hi, Dom.
Jump in.
We were just having a downer moment, and we were discussing your Smashed episode 1, a frank discussion about antidepressants for 9 p.m. UK Wednesday, the 21st of September.
What?
So we were discussing before we all went into EMOMs and things about it all going quiet, and then said something else we discussed, and I said about Mr. Wiggly's upcoming show about
you
a
were.
frank discussion
Sorry,
about
yeah,
antidepressants, and it's called Smashed with Oliver Gold, and it's 9 p.m. Wednesday, the 21st of September. That's all.
Yeah.
Mr. Wiggly's in the room or in the chat.
Well, they work. I pop one every day, and they work. As my doctor said, just have this, Andy. It's the don't give a shit tablet, and it really works.
I don't need the tablet. I just go down to the workshop. Go, nah,
Yeah,
can't be arsed
Valium
with this.
definitely does that. You don't
I ain't
care
got
about
one of
anything.
those. If I go down to the workshop, it's called going to work, and that's why I need to pop the fucking tablet. Well, as I said to the headmaster, you can all be very happy, but I pop pills to get in the fucking building every day. No, what does that say? And off I walked.
They gave me a Valium before I had my wisdom teeth impacted action pulled out, and I was like, "Yeah, go ahead and pull them out." He just didn't care with the Valium, so.
Well, that's bad. That's bad, but I had to have my wisdom teeth put in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'll use more
Yeah.
wisdom.
Oh yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, Andy, what tablet are you on?
Citalopram.
Okay.
It's mild. It's the doctor said it's not going to make you feel any different. It'll just take the edge off. It's what I call the don't give a shit tablet.
Citalopram.
Yeah, CIT and all the rest of the letters.
It just sounds like you should, when you say it, you should be going like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like,
But it-
Citalopram.
Yeah, it
Haka!
does. It does.
Give them
just
such stupid
blunt
names.
it. It just does. It just blunts it. Now, if I think of myself now, this year, how I am this September compared to how I was last September,
Mm.
and certainly how I was. I mean, it was. It's not so much last September, but by the time we got to Christmas, I was actually in a bloody awful place. I mean, and then the day before we had to go back to the school, I was almost crawling around the floor in a state of abject. I can't do this. It's just, I just can't face this at all. So, you know, a bit of tough love from people who care. I mean, one person who said, I don't do cotton gloves counselling. It'll be tough love here. And yeah, and I faced up to certain things, but when I spoke to the doctor, it was like, well, try this, you know, and all sort, and it just meant that I didn't just go off the edge. And now it does work. I mean, I'm not into some kind of bleary purple haze or anything like that. It's just, there was just so much anger and annoyance and frustration and all sorts of other things, and ultimately what this has done has made me go, okay, I'm still angry about stuff. I still get really quite passionate about certain things which I feel that are wrong in the area where I work and the place where I work, but I don't take it home with me in the way that I used to do.
Right.
So, so therefore it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's just blunting the edge of the things that were making me depressed, I suppose.
Did they recommend CDB at all?
No, not
It
that
helps
I
a lot of
remember,
people
Andy.
out.
Cognitive behaviour therapy.
CTB.
Cognitive CBT, cognitive
CB.
behaviour
No,
therapy.
CBD from cannabinoids.
Oh, the
but
cannabis.
No.
Non-psychoactive.
Yeah, and you can get it in the vape things. And,
You can
yeah,
cream.
no.
You can
That's
eat it.
really
you
good
can,
stuff. That's really
yeah,
good stuff.
candies. It helps you
I-
sleep. You know,
I used it for a while when it was really good.
even helps with restless leg syndrome. Some people have that. It helps with that.
Oh, I do. Yes. Is that where your legs twitch all the time? Is that you're playing a bass drum?
But not like the normal sit at your desk twitching. It's like you really can't control it.
Like in your sleep.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently,
then no.
apparently, a bar of soap under your bed sheet helps with that. Don't ask me why. My missus had restless leg for years, and somebody said just try it, and she went, "Nah, fuck off."
Like
Just
a pressure
try it.
point thing.
No, literally anywhere on your bed. Put a bar of soap under your bed, and apparently it helps it, and it did for my other half. I don't know.
That's very strange.
That is
Very
yeah.
yes, but apparently it works.
You can't
Whether
knock
it's
it.
whether it's a psychological thing that you know it's there, I don't know. But for my other half, and she's been through the mill and back several times, and it worked for her. That's all I can tell you.
Wow.
Yeah, strange shit, but hey, listen. At the end of the day, you do whatever works for you. You know,
Exactly.
you find your coping strategies, and whatever works for you, you roll with them.
But I've
And
gone
it
to
can
these
tell-
dispensaries with coworkers, and these old people are in line, you know, because they don't want to go get the nasty drugs from their doctors, and they're doing CBD, and it's helping them with lots of different things. So it's good stuff.
Again, you know, if it works for them, why not? That's look, I've had depression since I was 17. I was first diagnosed when I was 17, and I've lived with it pretty much, well, yeah, most of my life. And I've worked alongside people with it. I've helped a lot of people with it, and at the end of the day, you have to take some time, find out what is the safest method for you to deal with whatever ails you, and go with that. And for, you know, my own personal thing is, when my PTS gets really bad, I just shut off because I become a nasty bastard and I dig holes in people for no other reason than I'm unhappy. And that's no way to live. That's no way to treat people because I'm unhappy. So what works for me, I shut off. And when I'm better, I come back. Simple as that. Nobody suffers. I get through it. Job done. You know, that's just my coping strategy. You know, other things work for other people. It's all good. It's all good.
We're all
that's
fucked,
that's
aren't
really
we?
fucked it up.
No, well, we are, aren't we? Oh,
Well,
anyway.
No, well, no,
We all carry a lot of crap around with us.
that's
And
the thing.
ultimately, it
That's the human
comes out
experience.
in one way or another. Yeah.
Well, I think the best way it was ever described was in the film Deadpool. Life is just a series of train crashes with some good little periods in between. Now that's the conclusion I've come to, and it's what it is. You either get through it or you don't.
Oh, I don't like to think of it as that, but you're probably right.
Well, look. In my experience, that's the truth of it. In everything that I've come across in these 51, nearly 52 years, that's the truth of it.
Oh, right.
Anyway,
Shall we do cheerful now?
Yes, I'm going to go and feed my dogs, and I'll.
That's cheerful.
Yeah, it will
that
be
a
for me because
metaphor?
I'm kicking off downstairs, so I'm going to be back later.
All right, I'll be in bed, Keith. But anyway, nice to see you.
See you in a bit.
Take care, man.
Hopefully, Dom's tomorrow.
yes.
Yep,
Yeah.
that too.
Okay, where's the camera? That one.
Take care.
Wait. Oh dear. Oh, pardon me.
Oh,
More tea, Vicar.
I don't know what it was she cooked, but my God. It's the meal that keeps giving.
are the peppers repeating on you?
Oh, yeah, like you wouldn't believe.
It's one of the side effects of the many tablets I take. I've just been put on metformin recently.
No.
Oh, the wind.
No.
Oh.
Time to buy a sailboat.
I mean, I'm up there with the best of them when I'm not on that. But oh my word,
You're just more tuneful now, are you?
it's quite yeah.
Who needs sample libraries when Robbie's his own wind section?
The thing is, I think I said to you the other night. The thing is that it's sometimes that frequent and that kind of powerful that I'm not sure whether I can sit here and sneak it out because I'm not sure if it's something that can be snuck out. If you know what I mean.
Try sitting on a trumpet. Try sitting on a trumpet.
Oh dear, I need to sit on something. No, because it's better when you take it with food, which I try and do all the time. But I've been told that maybe I need to go onto a slow release variant, and that apparently helps. But
Some more than. Yeah.
so yeah, what do they call it though?
Robbie, is it okay to ask? Are you diabetic?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. The gentleman who I look after, the retired vicar and all that. Yeah, people can say what they like, but he's also on metformin and a bunch of other things. And I have to. I mean, sometimes I say, this thing is fucking evil. It's what it does. But does it really do what it's supposed to do? You know, it's supposed to keep his
Well-
diabetes type 2 in check, but
Well, it's supposed to lower your blood sugars, which of course is what type 2 diabetes is,
Yeah.
because the insulin isn't doing what it's supposed to do, and your blood sugars are going up. So it turns a lot of things into carbohydrates, which then, they did explain it to me. I've been diabetic now for a couple of years, and I've tried to manage it, and I managed to keep myself on that borderline sort of pre-diabetic, sort of knocking on the door but not gone through it. And then a couple of months back, my blood sugars spiked, not dramatically compared to what they were, but obviously not life-threatening or anything. So they said, right, we'll get you on this, and the plan is to try and get them back down, and then slowly wean off the metformin and keep it under natural control.
Well,
So
I hope so.
that's the plan. But of course, there's all the other things as well. There's the atrial fibrillation. This is the weird thing, because I'm on antidepressants as well. I've been taking amitriptyline every day for some while now, and it has really helped, along with some really good CBT, not CDB or CBD, some actual cognitive behavioural therapy, along with the medication, really got my anxiety and depression under reasonable control. Still get little blips every now and again, but it's all good. But then, because I'm now on statins, blood thinners, what's the other one? Beta blockers for the atrial fibrillation, which happens on a daily basis, and of course can cause blood clots, which is why I'm on the blood thinners. So it's a lovely. I have apps now on my phone and my watch to tell me when to take all these pills. I have to take them at different times of the day. But it's all good fun.
Have you tried that Cardia device you can hook to your phone and check your AFib on a regular basis?
All on the Apple Watch.
Oh, okay, you can do that there too.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Cardia app is really fun though. I like the Cardia app.
Yeah, it's that's one of the reasons I kind of finally gave in. I when Apple bought the Apple Watch out, I thought I like Apple stuff, but I don't like wearing watches. But then when I had the episode last year and got rushed into hospital, it kind of made sense. When Jackie mentioned it at Christmas, she said, "Oh, we should get these Apple Watches," because she's into all her fitness and stuff. I'm not so much into that, obviously, because I've got type 2 diabetes. But from the health perspective, it's actually a really useful tool. So yeah, it's good. But no, I've now actually been discharged from the cardiology clinic because it's now under control. So hopefully that will stay that way. But
yeah, I got the Cardia app from my dad. He had AFib. He had some valve issues. He had open heart surgery a couple years ago. Got the damn pacemaker installed and all that stuff. And the Cardia app's cool because it gives you the nice EKG printouts that are professional, and also you can email them to your doctor.
Yeah, same with these. It's it's very useful. And you can do your blood oxygen, because I've also got obstructive sleep apnea. So blood oxygen is quite an interesting one. But again, I've been on CPAP now for about 15 years now. So yeah, I'm a gorgeous sight when I go to bed. Chin strap to stop me gob opening. Because I hate they gave me. We tried a few different masks.
The nose one.
Yeah, so I use a nose one, which is fine. I'm absolutely perfect with that. In fact, if I'm not wearing it and I want to go to sleep, I can't, because I need to. It's like almost like a comfort thing. I can't sleep on planes, especially planes that don't have power sockets on the seats. And then when I put it on, people get all like weirded out because there's a guy putting a mask on just after the stewardesses have told them this is what happens when just lying there with this thing.
Have you seen the mini CPAP with the battery pack?
So, battery packs. They're very expensive because they have to kick out quite a supply, and they obviously have to last a reasonable while. And so to buy one is quite financially prohibitive.
Yeah.
But there are companies that will rent them to you. But unfortunately, they also are quite price prohibitive. Especially if you only want to rent one for like a couple of weeks if you're going on holiday or something. So I try not to sleep on planes now. It really fucks me up. But what I do is I try and fly a day earlier than I would normally, so that I have a day to recover, and then I'm good. But yeah, so I have been on that for about 15 years now, and it's the treatment, you know, it's awkward, but it's great. It works.
I'm with you on the Apple Watch thing. I've got a tendency to fall over.
Right.
And there was a particular occasion. Oh Jesus, 6 years ago? I was in my kitchen, and then suddenly woke up with the floor here, looking at my washing machine. It was like shit, and I don't know what was going on. I was having some sort of episode. Managed to get to my phone, which wasn't with me, call an ambulance, and then found out that these things have got like fall detection, and you can trigger the SOS and all that shit. And it was like, right, got to have one.
Yeah.
Great.
No, I mean, I can do an ECG literally right now. I can just do this, and then.
I think we put Kent to sleep now. Look.
Electrocardiogram.
I'm here. No, it's just. Do you know what? It's just. I was just thinking.
Steady.
I'm 60 in 9 weeks, and
Party.
I don't ever have a doctor come to me. My doctor wouldn't come to me if I was hanging upside down from a tree. And I'm going, I wonder
We can
how many
arrange that,
risks.
Ken.
Oh, well, I'm just wondering, how many risks am I running here?
There you go.
Without really knowing. Because, you know, they said, oh, by the time you're 45, you should have your first colonoscopy. You know, this sort of thing again.
Oh, yeah.
What,
Yeah,
I mean,
had that.
45?
Yeah, they're. You know they sedate you before they do that.
No, we didn't.
Down here,
No,
they
not
sedate.
me either.
Well, it's obviously me because of the PTS thing and my
Yeah,
reasons for it.
Tight
They,
ass.
they sedated me, right?
Stop it.
I wish.
Stop it right now.
They sedated me, but the sedation didn't kick in until they pulled the pipe out.
Ah.
So I was like this all the way through it, and in the moment it was like, right, we're done, gone.
Oh, fucking hell.
Horrible fucking experience.
Don't knock it till you've tried it. That's my advice.
Here's one of my. Oh, hang on. Where is it?
Sorry, Matt.
Oh.
On that cheerful note, I'm going to go to bed. Right. I think that was a perfect exit strategy. Yeah. Try. Right, on that cheerful
That's what I've
note.
just taken. That's
right.
my
Yeah.
ECG just taken there.
It's
But-
still
Well-
alive.
Yeah,
But-
we can cheerfully inform you that you are still with us, Robbie.
Yeah.
Have a look at that one.
Ooh.
You got a wibbly bit.
Lots of wibbly bits.
But enough about that.
Have
At
you
least
ever
you don't have
thought
little
of,
tombstones. Tombstones have the scary bits on there.
have you ever thought about actually injecting that into a sampler?
Yeah. There was one that was.
Well, there's a module for modular that could do that. You can use your heartbeat too.
That one was quite.
All right. Cheerfully, goodbye, everyone. I'll see you all at Dom's tomorrow, or Jamie's, or one of the others, and we'll
Indeed, dear.
catch up. Nice chatting. It's been a lot of
Yeah.
fun and quite sobering. And yeah,
Well, your bollocks aren't sober, are they? They got beer all over them.
where's Beachy Head? We could all do with pitching ourselves off it right now.
That was.
Fucking hell, look at that one.
Bloody hell.
Yo, yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's all
all-
just
all over the place.
mildly damp.
That was
See
paying
you,
for a
everyone.
coffee.
Take care, folks. Try.
See ya.
Well,
See you later, bud.
Yeah, that was when I saw the shopping bill.
Yeah. Show 'em the one we got the gas bill.
Yeah, it's just a red straight
Red line up the top.
Yeah.
But the cheapest
line.
iWatch is still pretty expensive, isn't it? The Apple Watch.
These ones. So this isn't. Was until the other day the latest one. This is the Apple 7, and I think these were $399.
That's
But
not
there's
too bad.
also the Apple Watch SE, but although I think they're discontinuing it, or they're which are cheaper.
SE at the moment is $259.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So in
But that one doesn't have all the sensors in it.
I think they
It's-
do.
it has most
Most
of
of
them.
them.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it all depends what you need it for, and is it going to be beneficial to your life? And in my case, it is. You know. 'cause
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna get it just for screwing around because if they had a GoPro app, that'd be really cool. But they never came out with one that I saw.
Again, it's one of those things. It's a bit like the iPad. When the iPad came out, I was like, "What the fuck? What? Why would you?"
Oh
want
yeah,
one of these?
internet,
It's just like a-
Netflix. It
it's
was
just, yeah, no,
yeah.
but the thing is, it was just like a giant phone, and you know, I couldn't see the point. But then very quickly, it was. I always thought it was the solution to loads of problems we never have. But then all of a sudden, once you got one and started using it, it was like, oh right, now I get this, and it was a really, really useful thing. But over time, I kind of figured that actually, you know, I prefer having a laptop or a notebook or
Yeah, but
whatever.
they just don't have the damn touchscreen figured out. Apple's dragging their
But
goddamn feet as usual.
But
so.
I'm not too, you know, touchscreen on the phone. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not.
I
too
know for
bothered.
instruments though, you want the multi-touch.
Yeah, but I don't use.
Well, you don't do modular, so. But if you want to turn knobs and stuff and all that, then you want that multi-touch.
Yeah.
And you don't mix on your iPad, so.
No. So again, you know, with this, the majority of the stuff that I want to use, I tend to, you know, prefer using a computer, you know, or a laptop or a desktop. But the same with the watch. When they brought the watch out, I thought, because when you look into it, the watch is really just an extension of your phone.
Well, it was for a while totally tethered. Is it totally standalone now?
No, well, you can get the cellular versions, so you don't need to have the, you know, if you want to have connectivity with the outside world, you don't have to have your phone near you. But there are certain apps, like for instance, that all that, you know, the health stuff. The watch is mainly the device that does all of the readings and the tests and everything,
Right.
and it transmits it to the health app on here. But there is, you know, there are degrees of functionality on the watch that, you know, you can get into.
Because requiring a phone is why I stopped wearing watches. So then it seems silly to have a watch as well, unless the apps are really that useful, you know?
Well, yeah, I'd say it all depends on your needs. I mean, if you just want something to tell the time and the date, yeah, an Apple Watch is way overkill. But
yeah, exactly.
I mean, the fact that you don't have to dig out your phone. I mean, when you say you're tethered, I mean, you know, I can leave this up here and go downstairs and still be connected, you know, with my phone or with my watch to my phone. And if somebody makes a call, well, I'll just answer it on my wrist, you know, Dick Tracy style. It's
Does it sound pretty bad though when you do that? Is it?
No, the speakers on this are pretty good.
Good.
No, it's yeah, and you know, again, I always thought I'd have to talk like that, but I don't. I just, you know, if I'm downstairs in the kitchen doing stuff, I can just be talking, and my wife can hear me perfectly well. Apple Pay is brilliant with one of these, because, you know, it's just press the button, boom, done. And on transits, you know, so if you're using it on the London Underground, you don't even have to. You just literally just touch your wrist on the thing, and then, you know, through you go, and it's all done. So
I'd be too tempted to be wandering around like a Thunderbird puppy if I had one of them. I would. I just wouldn't be able to help myself.
But there's lots of, you know, I mean, like if you're, when we went to see ABBA, right? So we went to see the whole ABBA thing a few months back, and the ABBA arena is right next door to a Docklands Light railway station. So you can just get. We used to get on the train at, you know, get down, get off at Stratford, cross the line onto the DLR and down. But they shut all that, so we had to walk it, and it's a 30-minute walk around the Olympic Park down into Pudding Mill Lane. And after about 5 minutes of walking, the watch vibrated, and I looked at it, and it says, "Seems like you're walking." You know, a considerable, you know, obviously it doesn't say considerable distance, but it seems like you're having a walk. Shall we log this as exercise? Yes, please. So you tap that, and then it records that as an exercise session. And then it measures how many calories you're burning, what your heart rate is, and it does all of this stuff, and it gives you a nice insight into how your body's, you know, performing when you're doing a concerted piece of exercise. Obviously, it doesn't do it if you're just walking around the house or you know, pop to the shop or anything. You know, but if you're, you know, it kind of picks up.
It's not tracking your wanks.
Well, no, exactly. Well, no. See, this is why I wear it on my left wrist, because. But
Don't want to scupper the data.
Yeah. But I mean, also, you know, you can use this as a remote device. So, you know, if you know, you can use it as a camera remote, and you can do text messaging on here. And, you know, I was amazed at the, because obviously on something like this, a keyboard is that you can have one, but it's a bit pointless.
Yeah, it'd be dodgy as hell.
But So it's using the swipe technique where you just run your finger over the letters that form the word you want to say. I thought that would be awful. It's not. It's really very
that's
accurate. So you can just
At least they don't make you learn graffiti like a Palm Pilot, right?
No. If you want to do your own drawings, you can do stuff like that as well.
They still have that, those little colorful like neon drawings you can send out to people.
Yeah, you can do all of that. If you're a lady, then especially, I mean, there's an app on this version which tracks your menstrual cycles and also, but apparently the newer one has a whole bunch more features for women's health as well. So that's a pretty cool thing.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I can do my hotel bookings on here, and
You can use the watch for rhythm method. Yeah. So.
yeah. Well, no, because the new watch has got a temperature sensor in there. They've actually now got an FCC approved. Is it FCC? I can't remember whatever. But it does give you an accurate temperature reading. You've got maps on here, so you can, if you wanted to navigate, you can navigate through the watch, and it will vibrate and speak to you. And yeah, I mean, it's just it's a very useful thing. Is it for everyone? No.
No, I think by now it'd be more useful. At first, I thought it was very gimmicky, as a lot of things are when they launch. But
Yeah.
The early ones were gimmicky, but
any of those designer ones, like $1,000 for the special color screen face.
Well, yeah, and the straps, the cost
And the
of
strap,
straps.
exactly.
Oh.
Oh my god, Prada
20
this and whatever.
25 quid for that fucking strap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's
No,
it's not even in support of the gay rights. That's not why I bought it. It's because my 7-year-old loves rainbows.
Well, there you go.
Good a reason as any.
Yeah.
damn right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the new OS that came out the other day is actually quite cool.
See, I've not got that because I don't ever update my iPad, my iPhone to the first iteration of any OS. I always wait
Alright.
till the 0.1 updates because invariably there are bugs in there that they haven't ironed out. I always wait for the 0.1. And as a result, I can't put this up to whatever the watch OS is, 9.
9 now.
Yeah.
I'm terrible. I'm a first day adopter of all of that stuff, and touch wood, never had a problem.
I've seen a few cases where phones have been bricked and things like that, and it was like,
I think we're way past that now. I think certainly with the phones, I think we're way past it. But no, I literally on when was it, Tuesday last week?
Something like that, yeah.
I was like, phone, watch, all go. Went downstairs, set all the Apple TVs. They all updated. And when Ventura comes out next month, I almost certainly will day one on that.
But again, you see, there's all sort of app compatibilities.
That's the
yeah,
thing. I don't want to break my apps, so
That's
willy nilly
another
doing it
reason.
kills your cool apps.
Yeah.
That's another reason for not doing it.
Here's the thing. So I don't mind doing it on the MacBook because the MacBook is really it's kind of like it's like a secondary device. This is the main thing, and that I would generally maybe wait until I'd give it a few weeks anyway, just to hear what people are saying and if there are any sort of incompatibility issues. But I've never been caught out really. I don't know whether it's because I just don't use certain things as much as other people. I mean, certainly if I was a professional, like if I was a Lorne Balfe or a Hans Zimmer or something like that, I wouldn't be updating. This thing wouldn't be even connected to the internet. But I'm not, and so I don't necessarily mind because I know that whoever it might be, the app developer will get a version that's compatible if it's not sorted out. But I was skimming around YouTube earlier and came across this video. It's an English guy who just is got Mac tips or something, and he said how to the name of the video is how to install Mac OS such as Monterey on machines that aren't compatible with it. And I think,
Is that the DOS dude installers?
no, this is Open Core Legacy Patcher. It's an open source product, so obviously it's free, and basically you load it in, and the way they say it works, is they kind of gave a very simple explanation.
But I mean, how old's your Mac?
2012.
But isn't that going to cause problems with things like metal on the graphics?
No, apparently not. So basically, this their words, not mine. A sophisticated bootloader used to inject and patch data in memory instead of on disk. This means that they're able to achieve a near-native experience on many unsupported Macs. Now, for example,
Who makes that?
It's called OpenCore Legacy Patcher. So if you just Google that, you'll find it. So on iMacs, so mine is it's a 14. So actually, no, mine's a late 2013. So everything is compatible with the 2010 models. The GPU is socketed, so they recommend upgrading to metal GPU. So certainly with the very old models, but they've got it working on mid 2007 iMacs. They've got Monterey running on mid 2007 iMacs.
And all the hardware's running and everything, because there was issues with like webcams.
What they don't guarantee is all of your applications will work. That's on a, they can't guarantee that. And some of them will require a little bit of tweaking here and there, but certainly with the with iMacs, anything from mid 2011 onwards, everything's compatible.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and because I was thinking, well, if that could breathe a bit of extra life into my iMac, that saves me,
See, I'd have to test that theory. I mean, I've got sort of external hard drives that I could install bloody hell, High Sierra on, and then attempt it without actually hitting anything in my iMac. You know what I mean? So I could almost test it without actually hitting what's in the machine.
Yeah.
That's.
But I haven't tried it. I haven't tested it. I'm not
I'll have a go
recommending
at
it.
that.
But from what I can tell, it's an interesting thing. I mean, obviously, if I was going to do it, I use Time Machine anyway, so I'd have something to recover from if it all went Pete Tong. But
I might have to have a go at that, because that's one of the things I like to do is sort of challenge myself where computers are concerned and get shit going. Yeah, that'd be worth having a go at.
Yeah, Andy's put the link up in the chat. But yeah, it's on GitHub. But it's a really well laid out website, so they take you through it step by step. And
okay.
Yeah, so I've only just discovered it, but I thought that might,
I shall keep you appraised.
Yes, please do. That'd be interesting to know how good or bad it works. I mean, because I could certainly make this one go. My son's MacBook, which is my old one, I think that's...
It's 2012, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a 2012, so I think MacBook Pro, it was a late 2012. Yep, everything is supported in one of those. So
interesting.
And then my daughter has got a MacBook Air. Can you tell that I buy all their hardware for them? But hers is what is it? 2014, 2015, and that'll only go up to Big Sur. So this would get her onto Monterey if she wanted that. But it's an interesting thing.
Yeah, 2014, 2015, that'd have the Apple Blade drives in it, which are known to fail. But there's ways around that. I've updated those. But my mum's got my old 2015 MacBook Pro, and I put a fucking 1 terabyte NVMe drive in it.
Yeah.
So
what I did with my 2012 MVP was because the drive sits underneath the trackpad, doesn't it?
To the left hand side, I think. But yeah, it's an SSD, isn't it? It's a like a 2.5 inch SS, 3.5 inch SS. No,
not on this one. It's an NVMe on the 2012 MacBook that I've got.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a late one. Yeah, shit. Yeah, it was the mids that had the SSDs.
He took the old drive out, which was I think 256 gig, and gave it back to me. And I went and bought a little enclosure for it, so I've got a little portable.
No, yeah.
And it was but it's an NVMe. It's a little strip. So,
Way to do it.
I,
The nice thing about that is putting a faster drive in will help it as well.
yes, absolutely.
Spin it through a bit quicker.
I watched this video yesterday, I think it was. I was telling Kent and Ben about it because I know that Ben's already got a Mac Studio. And they did a teardown on this Mac Studio. Well, they had two Mac Studios. And they did a teardown, and the power supply boards on the base are just beautiful. I mean, just to look at, they're sort of matte black and so well laid out. But the reason they were doing it was to test the theory that you cannot upgrade the storage.
Yeah, the drives are coded to each machine, aren't they?
It's not just that, but the drives aren't actually traditional drives in any shape or form. It's basically you've got a board
Little
with the
cube,
storage on,
yeah.
but there's no controller on there. All of that is on the SoC. So it's a beautiful design, and of course with the controller and everything being on the SoC, security is obviously a lot better. But yeah, it was quite an interesting thing to see how they've kind of done it all. But yeah, they reached the conclusion that because they tried to swap.
That's right. Yeah, I've seen a similar one. A guy called Luke Miani did it very early on.
Yeah.
Lady Aptitude's asking about Quasar Beach.
Oh yeah. So something I know very well. Seeing as the developer reached out to me. He used to do this thing called virtual. Oh, excuse me. What was it called? Virtual something or other. It was basically a sound engine for games, for video games, and he kind of took that on, and he had a thing about Fairlights, and he thought, oh, I could possibly do something here that would behave very much like a Fairlight. So he started doing this thing, and then I remember getting an email from him saying that I've got this idea and I want to do a straight up emulation of the Fairlight, the Series 1 or the Series 2 software, but not a copy or anything like that. I want to build it from the ground up so it will work natively on a Mac or a PC or a Linux machine. And he said, if I send you the builds as I do them, can you test them out, compare them to how they work on the real deal? So I was doing that for a long while, and he was just doing a fantastic job. And it really is a very, very cool piece of software. And he's replicated pretty much all of the functionality of a Series 2. Obviously, he's not modelling any of the hardware in terms of like the audio stuff, but the way it handles audio is quite similar to how a Fairlight would handle audio, and so it sounds as authentic as any other piece of software out there, but it operates in exactly the same way as an original Fairlight. And he's since kind of enhanced it, and he's put things in there that just weren't in the original, but are useful things to have. So, for example, full MIDI support for multiple controllers of different kinds. You can even make the screen look like it's on an old-fashioned CRT, so it just kind of curves the corners in, and puts like a vignette around it just to make it look authentic. You can change the colours of everything, it's a really and he started to go kind of some way beyond what a Fairlight did, and I sent him an email a little while back saying that I do a lot of lectures at things like Keele University, and this place down in Farnham, I forget what it's called now. They do a lot of media courses there, and they often want me to kind of do a demonstration of a Fairlight, and it's kind of difficult to do on a Zoom call. So with this app, I can just bring this up and say, hey, look, this is well, this isn't an actual Fairlight, but this is as close as you'll get for. And then I send them the link because you can download it for free. Although you should donate, that'd be nice. But yeah, you can download it for free. It works on Apple, Windows, Linux. He's just done an M1 version, although that's not fully working because he sent that to me yesterday.
I saw the comment on it. Yeah.
It just kind of died a little bit, so he's working on that.
Sorry, what's that called again? My battery died a little bit ago. So
Quasar Beach.
oh, Quasar Beach, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I've go on.
No, so the reason it's called Quasar Beach, because he didn't want to use the term Fairlight, although you can, if you want to, call it what you like because it's editable. But Quasar was the instrument that it was originally, the Fairlight came from, and then Beach
really?
is because it's the Fairlight, Fairlight Bay and the Fairlight Beach, so we call it Quasar Beach.
Well, I got that PC working that my missus bought me, and I've got Quasar Beach on it, and it's just when I get that next door, that's when I'll start getting into it. I mean, it's a hell of a learning curve, isn't it?
It's you have to kind of unlearn a bunch of stuff. It's not straightforward. Let me just.
I've just always been fascinated by Fairlights and just never had the opportunity to, go at one. So it's just going to be something I want to do,
Yeah, it's as authentic as there you go. So you can see I've got the CRT effect turned on, but you can turn that off there. So you just make it authentic or not. So it's quite fun, and then you can change the various things. But so it works. You use the mouse as you would a light pen, and you can go in, you can load files up. It'll load native files, so not just the voice files, but the instrument files and the sequence files. You can do your harmonic profile, so you can draw your harmonics in, mess around there like you could with the light pens. Or if you don't like doing it using that, you can use the faders. So that was another way of doing it, and you can just draw those in. And then you can create your waveforms and then do that. Waveform drawing, so that's all in there. So you just compute all of that stuff, and you can do sampling as well. So the sample, obviously you'd have to create. But yeah, it's all as authentic as the real thing.
Did you ever get useful stuff out of the waveform drawing? Did you ever?
I never. Some people, think it's the most wonderful aspect about it is the bit that is basically the Fairlight's appendix.
Right.
Is what got brought over from the original Quasar machines, and it's what they tried to use to make authentic sounds.
Yeah.
And it failed miserably. So that's when they said, I wonder if we could record the sound, maybe.
Well, like they would put a transparency on the screen and trace it, or what would they do?
To what? To create the...
Yeah, to try to copy things?
So, well, the whole point was, if you want... So, the sound of a violin, say, is made up of a number of harmonics.
Right.
And you would then recreate those either... so these are your 32 harmonics.
I haven't seen that page.
And you can then set, the levels of the harmonics either using this, or you can do it.
That's like Chameleon 5000. That's cool.
So you can then draw in, and then you choose harmonic 1, and then harmonic 2, and so on. You draw those in, so you create multiple harmonics, and then you compute that, and that will give you your tone. He's even built in all the help files. So these were actually in these help files. Obviously, they didn't have the some of the images here, but yeah, these are all the help files from the original CMI. They're all in there as well, and of course you can. This is something you didn't have in an original Fairlight because you didn't have audio interfaces, but. So you can build it into your system, but it's not a plugin; it's a standalone thing. He has no plans on making it into a plugin. And then of course you've got PageR, which works exactly the same as the original. So you can just choose your notes and then drop your notes in, build up your instruments. The original Fairlight obviously didn't have any effects, but there are some effects in here as well he's put in. Yeah, so it's a really good, and it's free.
And it loads the original voice files and things like that.
Yeah, so
Well, that's you sorted then, isn't it?
well, if you go, so for example, let's see if I think what I have to do, because I've got them stored. Where have I put them? Have I put them in there? Right, so applications. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I stored some folders. Come on. Where's the bloody thing? Oh, maybe I moved it. I must have moved it somewhere.
Don't worry about it, mate.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Is it up here? Here it is. Here it is. Sorry. So let's see. Series 2. We go to humans. So yeah. So these are the files, the VC files, and you can just click that. You can I don't know if you're going to hear this. I'm not sure if I've got it patched through, but you can you can preview the files and then just load them in. So if we load that into slot 1, and then we can go to no, not that one. HD waveform display. So that's.
Oh, what?
So that's
That's a
Syrah.
piece.
That's the and he's then built in this again. It's just purely cosmetic, but you can then
Rotate the
Yeah.
waveform.
I mean, it does really nothing. I mean, it's just nice to look at, but so yeah, that loads in. But you can create your own, because you can go into waveform drawing and create one at step 1 and one at 128, or whatever. So you can maybe do this there, and then go to 128.
What's the history of the Syrah sound?
So it was a lady.
Sarah, wasn't it?
Her name was Sarah Cohen, and she was. I think the legend was that I think she was employed at Fairlight, or she was a singer. So there were a lot of musicians at Fairlight, and I think she might have been working in admin or something like that. But yeah, one of the guys that had like early access to stuff wanted to make some unusual sounds, and thought he'd record her voice, and did so. And it took quite a while, and she started to get a bit hoarse. And that's actually part of the quality of the sound, is that it's her voice a little bit rough after sort of trying to sing the same pitch over and over again, until he got like a bit that he could then use and loop it up. If you go to failedmuso.com, small plug, you'll be able to find the guy who did it noted it all down on the old Peter Vogel Instruments website, and I rescued it and put it onto my website, so it's all there with all the credits and everything, and it tells you the whole history of that particular patch. But yeah, it's a lady called Sarah Cohen. And in fact, if you load up the file in a Fairlight, or certainly on the Series 3, it actually says Sarah. It's got Syrah, and then it says Sarah Co. 1981 or something, which is when it was recorded. So, but yeah, of course, that's a massively famous thing. I saw somebody in the thing talk about the MAME emulation. There is also a MAME emulation that's being worked on by some other people. So, do you know what MAME is?
Yeah, the game emulator. Yep.
Yeah, it's like emulates arcade games.
Z80s and those classic chips.
So somebody's done a Fairlight version of that. So they're emulating the Fairlight hardware in this thing, and they're getting close. I mean, they've got it to a point where it's actually running the original software. So it's actually running Fairlight software in this emulator, and they're getting closer to getting it sort of fully operational. And there is a Facebook group for that if you want to sort of keep up with those people. So yeah.
Other than being cool running in MAME, is there another reason why they did that? It's just
No, I think somebody just wanted to
Just
they
to try
said,
it, yeah.
can we emulate the hardware in MAME? Given that MAME is a pretty well supported environment. So I was just looking at questions here. Brett, that additive in Fairlight ain't real time. I understand it will be a sample, then all harmonics and their parameters are set. So now the additive the way the additive stuff, you had to compute it, so you had to draw in your stuff and then compute it, and then it would be you'd be able to play that. But you could cycle through the harmonics, you could control the way it goes through them. So if you listen to if you go on YouTube and search for Benge, Benge, who's Ben Edwards, who we had on the show a few weeks ago, he did an album called 20 Systems. Each track is made from one synth, and that he did one with a Fairlight, and he didn't use sampling, he just used the fast Fourier transform additive stuff, and you can hear as the progresses through the waveform, you can hear this kind of constant. It's very nice. It's unusual, but really not very useful. And even when it got to the Series 3, they actually it was still in there, the capability, but it just didn't work, and nobody really noticed because nobody was really using it. And in fact, if you go into the FFT section on the Series 3, you'd be hard pushed to actually get it to do anything, because the software just kind of just balks. So yeah, it's kind of no good. But no, it's and there might be some more. Well, the Peter Vogel app, which is an iOS app. If you own that and you've got a Mac running, I think it's at least Big Sur. I don't think it has to be an Intel, an M1 or an Apple Silicon one. I think it will do it on the Intel one, just like the Moog stuff does. You can run the app on a Mac. And I've been having some discussions about how we might be able to bring that a bit more up to date, and maybe do what Moog are doing, i.e. building a wrapper so that you can use it as a plugin.
Wow.
Not that obviously we've got the CMI V from Arturi.
I was going to say, would you prefer using that or this now? They're both so similar, but the Arturi's got a nicer wrapper. Right?
Well, the CMI V works as a plugin, and
Right.
if you want to use a plugin, that's it. I only use Quasar Beach to either try something without having to turn the Fairlight on. So if I just want to learn a bit more about some of the functions, I can just do it in this. Or if I'm demonstrating, what a Fairlight would look like, and try to show the young kids how it used to be. Then Quasar Beach, and so I spoke to Jean-Luc, the guy who develops it, and I said, now you've because if you go, if you look at the index here, there's loads of stuff there that was never there in real life. So I actually asked him, and I offered to make it worth his while, but he said no, I can do that. I asked him to strip all of the new stuff out and just give me one that looked and worked just like an original Fairlight. So I've got this version of it that is just purely
You should be able to
felt
just
like
add a
looking at
button at the top menu and say classic view. Enhanced
Yeah, I
view or
did. I
something.
did suggest that, but then see the other thing that he's doing now. He's now developing a new instrument that's more like the Series 3, but he's bringing it's more. He's kind of reimagining it rather than sort of emulating the original. He's kind of saying, well, the original did all of these things, but wouldn't it be cool if? And so he's kind of reimagining it. But that's still in a fairly early stage of development. I think when I last spoke to him about it, it's still not. It's still not quite there, but yeah, it's. Sorry, you see my square wave has just appeared in there that I put in earlier. So I don't know what that would sound like. You sort of go,
Can it do something like transform multiplication on the Emacs, or is it totally different? Can it?
No.
No.
I don't fully understand that. That whole thing on the Emacs.
It's like a morph. It's a
Yeah.
morph thing.
I tried it once and got fed up of waiting.
Well, it's the first sound is your length. So no matter what you do with the second sound, the first sound determines the length, and everything else is done automagically as morphing, whatever algorithm they use.
Yeah, it's one thing I wanted. I mean, I've got these two bloody Emacs, and I had them restored and updated and maxed out, and then I've barely touched them since. And I feel really
The
guilty.
Spectrum synth is cool in there too.
Yes, yeah. So I will one day.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bed.
Yes, I should be not
Alrighty.
shortly behind.
I'm going to bugger off and leave you to it. Thank
Alright,
you
mate.
for the quick run through, Rob.
That's all right. Enjoy it. Have fun.
I'm going to. Like I say, when I get it sorted, I'll get it in there and have a play. Anyway, right. Keep safe, y'all.
See ya.
You too, mate.
I'll see you soon. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Emacs
where's
is
Ken
great
go?
though.
I
I got
love
spoiled.
Yeah.
I got used to I used to hate doing it by ear at first, doing all the edits and the
Oh, that's
crossfades
the best
and
bit.
stuff. But it really became useful later on down the road because people go, "Man, I'm using this waveform. I still can't get it right." I said, "Just listen to it.
That's.
I
I mean,
develop that skill, and it's gonna be so much easier."
this is it. I mean, when I first started sampling, properly, I got the S6000, and I was talking to Steve, and I was saying, look, how do I find my zero crossing points, to do my loop, my sustain loops, and all this kind of thing. And he said, just use your fucking ears, boy. No, there must be an application. There must be a shortcut. And he
I
said,
want a shortcut. Yeah.
he said, there is, but use your fucking ears. I'm like, oh, Jesus. All right. So, and then I then sort of developed this knack of being able to see. And so if you show me a waveform, I'll go, yeah, there and there, boom. And I do that when I'm editing voiceovers and
Yeah.
I can see sound. That sounds odd. We can all see the waveforms, but I know exactly. I can even tell you words because I've done it for so long now. But being able to just see with the S6000s and certainly any modern sampler, you don't have something you can just grab hold of and just go,
Yeah.
and just go in on just keep hitting the key and then there it is. It's so much more rewarding and so much more fun
Yeah.
to do it like. And the Emacs allows you to do that. You just grab hold of that slider and you just keep tapping the key. There's the start and there's the end.
You just don't want to be in a room with somebody when they're doing it because it's really annoying.
It's very annoying. But it's like I watch people do stuff, trimming stuff on an MPC, and they're doing that thing. They're just tapping the pad.
Yeah.
And then they're just moving it, and I'm like, oh god, this is fucking tedious. But then once they've done it, I can't hear. They maybe they've got a loop or something, and they're just trimming that thing, and they're doing it so fast that I can't hear. They obviously know what they're listening for, but I can't. And then they go, yeah, that's it, and then they press play. And, oh yeah, that works really well.
Yeah.
So it is. It's.
I actually got practice on the SK1 even because it would just you were stuck with whatever you got because
Yeah.
the way it timed the record time and then when it decided to cut off, and then you had to learn the tricks like using different envelopes. So, oh, that totally made it work.
Yeah. Same on the VSS 200.
Yeah.
But it's like the Akai S612. It has those two sliders. One for the start and one for the finish, and you just like that,
Yeah,
and you move it
exactly.
until it's giving you what you want. And that's just so much more rewarding than just playing. Because like Falcon, if you want to do crossovers, crossfades, and
Yeah, I haven't tried that in Falcon.
yeah, it's so simple. You just kind of like, do that, and it just kind of goes and finds it. And but no, I much prefer the sort of hands-on. When I was messing around with the E1 at Kent's, the very first emulator.
You still have that?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
next
Do
door,
you?
next
Yeah.
room. Yeah,
Wow.
they never sell that.
Yeah, she just
Fucking hell,
give it
the
to
amount of
me.
money they're bloody kicking out. Look, I just went and dug it out.
Oh, 20 systems. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is that the book version?
yeah, it's got the little booklet.
Yeah.
Some lovely stuff in here.
Yeah. That's a really good. It's a really good album.
Oh, I'm credited.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Actually, I need to ping Benj because he said he'd get me some tickets for Blancmange
Oh,
because
nice.
he's supporting.
Do they have new material or they're just doing the old stuff?
No, new stuff. Yeah, he's got a new album out.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Same kind of deal?
It's electronic. It's. It's not. It's not the same as.
I mean, I only know Blind Vision and Living on the Ceiling, but I've heard their other stuff. So
Yeah. It's definite. There's a definite similarity, but it's not quite. It's not as 80s as that. But no, it's good stuff. Oi, 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 oi. I just had the door closed on me, so I must be making too much noise.
It's always talking about the
Everyone
damn
else
Fairlight again.
How many times have we heard?
Fairlight DX7.
No, to be honest, I mean, I've got a Series 2 down here, but unfortunately, it's just had its voice cards all ripped out because we had a customer, a very famous paying customer in Australia, who wanted a system with Series 1 voice cards because at some point Jean-Michel
It's the
Jarre,
Jean-Michel, I heard about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
he said it was better.
so like everybody, I want Series 1 cards because that's what Jean-Michel Jarre has.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, got
Jean-Michel
those
Jarre.
warmer digital filters.
Money to burn, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Like Jean-Michel Jarre doesn't give a fuck what's in his.
I got some 2X voice cards if you need them.
Well, I do, and Peter has said, look, because he apologised profusely, so I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to requisition your voice cards. But he said, I'll send you a full set of Series 2s because I don't care. I really don't. I just want them, and I want them to stay in that machine. But interestingly, the other day there was a bit of discussion on the Fairlight Facebook group about that. That little box I showed you, that little red box which has got the keypad on it, and you can use it to connect to USB keyboard and stuff. I could have sworn blind that box also allowed you to use a mouse instead of a light pen on a Series 2. It can do it on the Series 3, but I thought it could do it on the 2 because I'm pretty sure I did it. But I must have mixed up my Fairlights. And
Is it a
doesn't
funky
do-
mouse or a normal mouse?
It's a USB mouse.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so
Like a damn
okay.
Roland mouse or one of those things.
No. So basically, you can take with that little box. It's got a USB socket on it, and if you plug a USB keyboard in that has either got a trackball in it, you can get those little ones with a little trackball on the right hand side, or it's got a USB socket on it itself. You can then connect a mouse into the keyboard and the keyboard into the unit, and it works. So you can then use on a Series 3, you can use your mouse as instead of the stylus, which is the most pointless fucking thing, horrible things. Anyway, I thought you could use it on a Series 2, but it turns out you can't. because I contacted the guy that makes those things, a guy called Joe Britt out in LA near you, and I said, I could have sworn blind. He said, no. He said, there's a long story behind it. They don't support it. I did do a batch, but they all got sold. However, he said, if you want one, I think I've got all the parts. I can actually cobble one together for you. Because I don't have a monitor with the light pen for that Series 2. So that would be a bit of a bonus. Because then I could actually do waveform drawing and...
Could it be any CRT monitor, or had to be a special?
No, it was a bog standard green on black CRT monitor. It was...
Oh, it has to be monochrome though. It has to be the old style monochrome.
Yeah, but the technology was in the pen. The way I forget, it's not it's no different from any other light pen of the day. I can't remember the exact thing that it did, but it would just locate its position on the screen. So the screen itself was just a regular CRT. Unless, of course, I can find... Well, I know exactly where there's a monitor in the UK that's not being used, but he won't give it me.
It's funny you're talking about this stuff, actually, at the moment, because I did a little stacker box hunt this morning, because I was looking for an old TV303, because I needed to nick a pot out of one.
Right.
And there's a box, and in said box, if it's any use to anybody, is a 4-voice upgrade for a Mark 1 emulator.
Oh, wow.
And there is I think it's a SD card reader for an E2.
Nice. What is that? The one that will fit in the drive bay?
Yeah.
Nice.
Now what else? What was the other thing I come across? I'm just going with that. Oh, this might be useful for you. It's a brand spanking new DX1 display. Oh, matron dear. Yeah, there's missing about. Yes, there's one of them in there as well. Nice. Amongst several other pieces of fucking shit. So always
quite a grab bag.
handy. Yeah, it's quite weird. Because I know the very, very first original emulator ones were 4-voice. But you could upgrade them to 8 with this additional upgrade, which was, I don't know, something stupid like $4,000 or something stupid.
Yeah.
And so there's that, and it's a brand new one. It's never been used. It was bought but never fitted.
Wow.
Hey, since you have an emulator 1, can you talk about what was cool and not cool about it? Since you have a working one, what's
cool? Weight. Fucking hell, is it heavy?
But
cool.
is it that much reduced from a 2, or is it pretty similar?
I would say it was pretty similar. It seemed to have less opportunity for functions on the front than the 2.
Yeah, the 2 had more.
Yeah, it
control
was
over the filters.
Yeah, it was more. It was, if anything, the one was more like just a preset player.
Yeah.
For want of a better word, there's very few controls on
the first Rompler.
Yeah, if you like. Yeah. Yeah, but it's massively heavy. But it does have this beautiful, locking bonnet stay when you do open it up, and you go clunk, and it sits up out of the way.
Wow.
But yeah, but I kind of prefer the 2, not because of the facility. I just liked it more. I couldn't tell you why.
It looks nice. It's very iconic. Yeah.
Because with the 1, you had to load. If you've got a sample, you have to load 2 samples, one for the lower keyboard, one for the upper part of the keyboard. Yeah. Does the 2 get away with do away with that? I can't remember that.
No, there's still upper and lowers on the 2.
Okay.
But I think there was an all selection, so you could choose either upper or lower or all, and it would do across the keyboard for the matched sample. If you see what I mean. So like if it was chorus, choir, it'd be right across the board. Or you could just have cello down the bottom and human voice up the top or whatever, or strings. So there was that, and still takes a second ever.
Mm.
But, it's weirdly, mainly I think it was the limitation of mechanical drives, I suppose, but it took half the time to load sound into an E2 than it does to load a sample into a Mirage. Weirdly enough. So I think they just went round at the same speed as now. There was 3 times as much data to load on, sort of thing, you know. So yeah, they were very iconic.
Yeah, Ollie was just VG Ollie was asking about the size of the screen. I'm pretty sure it was a 9-inch on the Series 1 and 2. Strangely enough, it's smaller on the Series 3, the original monitors.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was 9-inch.
Yeah, it'd be yeah, 9. 9 sounds about right. But visible, it was.
Yeah.
It was the band, wasn't it? So it was,
It's almost like a Mac Plus screen, right? So it was small.
Well, yeah,
a little bigger.
Yeah, a little bigger. I think the Series 3 was more like a Mac Plus screen.
Wow.
I'm sure I worked on a Series 3 that had a TFT.
Yeah. We fit. So
There was a separate big pile of cards in it.
well, I don't know what they did back in the day, but what we do now is we have a single VDU card that we just drop in. We make because you've got the color graphics card as well. So these are all upgrades that came with the MFX versions of the Fairlight after the original company went bust. So they developed a color graphics card because obviously the Series 3 was still monochrome, but they developed a color graphics card so you can actually fit that into a Series 3, and then they developed a VGA output card which outputs VGA, but it's a slightly non-standard VGA. And so if you then throw that into a regular, LCD TV or monitor or whatever, it kind of chops about half an inch off the top and the bottom. And even if you try and do the horizontal or vertical, whatever it is, it just, because it's the frequency it outputs at is non-standard, so you can't get around that. So unless you use the only ones we found that work really nicely are NEC multi-sync monitors, and they're quite old now and quite heavy, lumpy. They're not the thin stuff you get nowadays. But they will accept that non-standard signal and display the whole thing. So if we look, when we saw Jem on the show, he's got a nice big LCD panel for that. So it's but the Series 2s. I mean, I've got a graphics card on my Series 2 that's had a little modification, and it outputs on a regular RCA jack, which you can then just put into a composite video port on any TV, and it will work. It will obviously the light pen won't work, but it will display. So I've got a modern LCD telly over there.
Did the keyboard have a little LCD screen on it too?
No,
nothing, just buttons.
So what, the music keyboard?
Yeah,
it had one of those little red digit LED.
LED, that's it. Okay.
Things at the top.
Was that useful, or was it just?
It was useful because it told you what patch was currently loaded,
Okay.
and
I could scroll by.
No, it would just come up. It was
Okay.
fixed character, so they'd have an abbreviated, all the voice. It would just basically be the file name. But the keypad's quite useful, and again, it's something else you have to kind of learn is the shortcuts of.
Yeah.
You could actually load sounds just using that numerical keypad to pop it up. So
I think when I did Coldplace one, they had there was a SCSI upgrade had been done on their 2X.
Yeah.
that's quite rare, yeah.
Yeah, and it was a lot of ribbon cable flying around all over the place. I can tell you, Jesus Christ.
And the keypad's pretty heavy, right? It looks heavy.
What, the actual music keyboard?
Yeah,
Quite
No?
the opposite.
Really?
Not very heavy at all. But the bass in
series-
it, holy shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the
Oh,
mainframe's
mate.
heavy as hell because it's made out of it's tubular steel.
Yeah, it's a lump and a half. That was.
And they're
Was
all
somebody
handmade.
trying to come in then? Did you?
So,
Did you
I
see?
haven't touched anything.
I
Oh,
sent a
no.
link to Native Yes. Maybe he was trying to get in.
No. Yeah, Alan Galt, bless him, he's no longer with us. He designed all of those housings and frames and built them all,
Yeah.
soldered them, powder coated them. It's why these things were so fucking expensive. It wasn't necessarily the technology; it was bloody build quality.
Yeah.
It was-
Yeah.
But
they were
then-
pretty big.
They literally spared no expense on building those computers. But when you got to the actual music keyboard, certainly with the Series Ones, it was cheap, probably MDF. It was certainly a good quality MDF on later models, but that one there, I mean, if I could pick it up and show you, it's just horrible. It looks like somebody has just knocked it up in a shed.
Looks like white spray painted chipboard.
yeah,
almost.
it's
Yeah.
and inside,
And it wasn't even rubbed down well.
no, it's got a metal base, and inside, attached to that metal base, is the key mechanism,
Yeah.
which on the Series Ones was the lightest, most horrible key mechanism you could think of. I mean, you just play those, and it's like playing a toy. And there was one PCB that transmitted the data, which actually the protocols they were using were very close to what MIDI turned out to be.
Yeah.
So they were quite sort of ahead of the game there. And then there's a little board to the right, which is your input outputs for power and pedals. And there's another attachment for the slave keyboard that you could then sit on top and have double manual.
Was the computer itself considered high quality or just normal for the day?
No, it was high quality, and it was
quality.
also advanced because
Yeah.
it was using, dual processors in, so there was multitasking.
Yeah.
And that was pretty ahead of its time,
Yeah.
back then. So yeah, it was. They're wonderful machines, and when every time I take one, oh shut up! When whenever I take one apart, I still look at it and think, wow, this is, late 70s or early 80s tech, and it's just so well built.
Yeah.
They really are. I wouldn't say they're bulletproof. They can be fragile, but once
They're
you get
fragile
rid of,
in areas, aren't they?
yeah,
The rest
Did you
of
ever
it
use the
can
8-inch
smack down.
floppies?
yeah, I've used those,
Yeah.
but most of the time, whenever we get a drive or a system with a floppy drive in it, that floppy drive has probably not been used for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
And is either seized or the rubber belt has perished.
Remember when I saw a Sakamoto video? I'm like, oh my god, he's got 8-inch floppies in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a Mark 1 with those huge discs.
Well,
Funnily enough, do you know what? I got that to work with an elastic band,
I'm not surprised. No.
and it worked a treat.
I've got
really
about
worked well.
3 or 4 8-inch drives sitting in the garage downstairs from various systems,
Yeah.
and I haven't tried any of them because I'm pretty sure they'll be messed up. But I do need to get one working because I have crates of floppies that I need to inspect.
Digitally librarian.
Indeed. I mean, I've got some contacts in America where a guy has developed a system where he can read all the data off these floppies and then put it into a modern storage device.
Yeah.
So you can do stuff with that. But shipping, a crate load of floppy disks. I mean, I've got all those floppy disks that came with Ian Stanley's machine, which has got early Tears for Fears writing sessions on, and another bit's Brian Adams, because he did Into the Fire with Brian Adams.
Yeah.
Sounds like a film, doesn't it? Into the Fire with Brian Adams. So there's a whole bunch of Brian Adams sequences on there. There's a whole bunch of Lloyd Cole and the Commotions sequences, and Propaganda, and Man Crab, which was the side project Tears for Fears, Roland and Ian did for Karate Kid 2, I think. I've got all of those discs.
No
and I can't
Peter
bloody
Cetera
read them.
vocals on there.
I don't honestly. I mean, it could be anything. They literally could be. I mean, there's a whole bunch of discs that are factory discs, so factory library stuff and operating systems and diagnostics stuff. But there's a whole bunch of stuff which is just people's samples or sequences.
Yeah.
And I've got a stack of about, I don't know, 40 or 50 data cassettes.
There must be
But-
some sort of worry though about when you ship magnetic media like
Oh,
that.
exactly. That's why I don't. That's why I haven't
You know, sort of like
done it.
no, there's no explosives in that. Yeah, there's fucking nothing in there anymore.
Yeah, there's nothing now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like high speed film back in the old days. If I went
Yeah.
to shoot high speed film, got the X-ray machine, it's toast.
Sorry, I just want to address Brett and Wagyu were talking about the keypad and the 30A. It wasn't an Apple device; it was an Android device.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so they when they did the 30A, which there's only 14 of in the world, instead of having a physical keypad on the right hand side, they basically somebody came up with an app that ran on Android, and so they just basically took an Android phone. I can't remember which one it was now, and then embedded that in the keyboard. So it's basically it's a touchscreen, but yeah, it's all Android because
is it the same OS pretty much like the Quasar Beach, or is it?
no,
has the
no,
same
no, no,
appearance?
no, it's what on the Android. No, this
No, on the actual 30A.
on the 30A. No, it's custom software. And
Okay.
this is where the problem was because Peter Vogel approached Fairlight as it was in 2011 and said, can I license the name? They said yes, as long as you call it Fairlight Instruments, not just Fairlight. And he then said, can I commission you to write the software? And they said yes. And so they drew up all these contracts, and it was because they then went back on those contracts that the whole legal thing happened, and it all went down the shitter basically, at Peter's great expense.
Quasar Beach. It's so reminding me of Turtle Beach.
Yeah. Do you know
The
anyone who
world's,
has a
the
30A?
world's most unsupported sound card of all time.
Yeah.
I think I had one game that goes, "Oh, you can have the Turtle Beach card." Fucking hell, really? Wow. That's
Have you talked to anyone that has a 30A and likes it?
Yeah, I know one or two people that have got it, and they say it's a very interesting, capable machine, but obviously it's dead in the water now. So
Were they already familiar with the old ones?
at least one of them was.
Yeah.
I mean, so there were only ever 14 sold.
Yeah.
Made and sold, and I know of about 3 or 4, and I think only one of those people I'm aware has used Fairlights in the past. But I almost, I was gutted. So I was out on business. I was out in Africa on business in Nigeria and Kenya, and Lorraine, Peter Vogel's wife, says, "Rob, you need to get to London Saturday morning. This particular studio. We've stopped off at, or we, as in Peter and Graham, have stopped off in London on the way to Nam, I think it was, and they're demonstrating the 30A, and they'd love you to come along." And I'm like, "I'm in Africa. When do you get back?" "Saturday." "Oh, well, they're Saturday. They're there." I said, "Yeah, but my flight lands Saturday AM, having travelled overnight from Africa." I said, "By the time I get out of the plane, get my baggage, get across London, it's going to be too late, and I'm just going to be fucked because, as I mentioned earlier, I don't sleep on planes, so I'm actually going to be like completely wankered." And as it was, my flight was late, so even if I wanted to go, I would have missed them. So
anyway, yeah.
my one and only chance really of sort of sitting in front of and spending some time with. So I'm hoping that at some point, there's going to be an opportunity to sit in front of one. Although I don't have a massive burning desire, it would just be an interesting thing to have a play with. because they've got a knob on the front of this thing, because it's essentially it's a PC running Windows but with some custom software, and it's got some Fairlight. This is obviously modern day, or what was modern day Fairlight, Crystal Core DSP cards, which are basically FPGA cards, sitting in there, and they've got the Crystal Core inputs and outputs on the back of this computer that's been made to look a bit like a Fairlight, so it's quite a bit smaller. But there's a big knob on the front that takes you from 8-bit sample rate to 32-bit floating point sample rate, and you can it's called the goodness control, and you just turn it, and so you can mess around with that. It's quite cool. But the funniest thing, I didn't know this until a couple of years ago. Somebody emailed me and said, they emailed me via the website, and they said, I'm emailing you on the off chance that you might know how to get in touch with Peter Vogel. I've got a 30A. And he enclosed this picture. He said the cable that attaches the light pen to the monitor has started to fray. So I just want to know where I can get a replacement cable with a connector. It's still working fine, but I just want to replace it in case it breaks. So I was like, okay, well, I'll get in touch with Peter. Now, I remember when Peter was developing the 30A, he sent me an email one day, and he says, I've cracked it. I've cracked how to use a light pen on a TFT monitor. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, because, it's kind of wasn't possible. And he didn't tell me how he did it. So, but he said that he cracked it. So I thought, oh, that's good. Didn't think anything more of it. So skip forward to this guy. So I email Peter and I send him the picture, and I say, the guy wants this replacement cable. Can you help? Can you advise? And he comes back with this email and he says, oh, well, I suppose I better confess. I said, well, what? He said, tell him to cut it off. It'll still work. And I'm like, what? He said, just tell him to cut the cord and it will still work. And I said, well, why would he, what? And he said, basically, it's just a Wacom screen. You get these Wacom tablet screens
stylus.
With a wireless stylus.
Yeah.
And all he done is he got this kind of this coiled piece of elasticated thing, and put a thing on the end, like a little screw connector, just so it looked authentic. But that's all it was.
Plus, it was a good way of not losing the bloody stylus.
Exactly. But it made it look authentic.
Yeah.
But it had no attachment to it other than So I had.
That means it was a good screen then, because those are good. Those are decent screens.
Oh yeah. And again, Alan Galt, bless him, before he died, he designed the casing and the shroud for the monitor and everything, just like he had done 30 odd years before. So it was just a stylus, and I thought, fuck, because it was like the Android device. I thought he'd had a custom screen thing built, but he said no, it's just I forget what device it was. It's just one of those with a custom app built on it. That's all it is.
It works.
Antique tablet.
Yeah, but no, it was a mobile phone. It was just a phone.
Oh, I'm talking about the Wacom thing. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the Wacom stuff. Yeah, I've still got a Wacom tablet somewhere.
I have a Mobile Studio Pro tablet PC. Those things are great.
Nice.
It wasn't cheap though. It was like $3,200 or whatever. But it's great for 3D stuff and for Photoshop and video and all that stuff.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Hey, I had a quick question. You guys were talking about weird connectors and audio, video stuff earlier. How many things over there use SCART?
What, today? Not a lot.
Today,
in general,
was
though,
nothing.
was it a common thing for a while?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was the
all,
thing.
all TVs had SCART.
Because I had a cable once I got from somebody. I go, what the fuck is this? And I researched. I go, what is SCART? We never got it over here, I guess.
Yeah, it had SCART over there. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
SCART was a really, it was a chunky thing, but it could handle some pretty decent, all DVD players originally came with SCART connectors.
Well, it was the first of the digital video input, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Instead of using the AF in.
Yeah, it was a great way to. I mean, I remember getting my first SCART VCR in
87, I think we got one. We had a JVC stereo one.
Mm,
It was 1,200 quid.
yeah,
Fucking, like, what?
but yeah, I mean, everything was SCART. In
Yeah.
fact,
Yeah,
I actually,
swear.
I remember on September 11th, 2001, I witnessed 9/11 start in a store because I'd gone in to buy a SCART cable because I'd just moved
Oh,
house
wow.
and lost one. So yeah, but I've still got some of the high grade stuff with cables that are super thick, gold, all sorts of stuff. I mean, yeah, it was that was the start of gold connectors and all that. But yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, SCART. I've got a Dizzy box downstairs that I use so I can plug my PS1, PS2, and Sega Saturn into my and even that flat
So
screen.
your Saturn had SCART on it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I must admit, your T-shirt, when you do that, it looks like it says "fart right."
Fart.
For-
or just
Well, you're
fart.
using that meds, right? So the
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
I-
it's like
now I fart right.
It's like the bloke that goes into the toilet and he's standing next to this really tall, big, African-looking fella, and he sort of glances down and he sees that this guy has got his girlfriend's name tattooed on his dick, and he looks at this guy sheepishly and says, "That's a nice touch, that He said, "You must really love her to have her name tattooed on your dick." And he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." It says, "Welcome to Jamaica. Have a nice day."
yeah. That's like the old joke. It's similar to the joke about the nurse, the ugly nurse sees the word swan, and the pretty nurse says, "No, it's Saskatchewan."
Oh dear me.
Yeah, no, SCART was like everything.
I think this
It was-
Sony.
Who made it?
Sony,
Who made the standard?
Oh,
I think it was a
God.
French. I think it was a French thing because it was like PAL. Because the TV standard over here is PAL, but in France it was CCAM,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it was just kind of a universal connector. And in the end, everything was just SCART. So your VCR was SCART, your DVD player was SCART, your
Yeah.
TV obviously had multiple SCART sockets built in.
Yeah.
And they were robust mostly. If you bought a decent cable.
Well, this Sony Bravia we just got is the first TV we've had that doesn't have a SCART socket on it.
No, I think
So you didn't have video much over there?
yeah, but
Yeah.
it wasn't as popular
Yeah.
because obviously it didn't carry sound,
Right.
whereas SCART carried audio and video.
SCART's funny. That reminds me of the Apple standard they had for a while, the Audio Vision, where they had all-in-one cables that
Right.
were a pain in the ass to use because they only had it on a few models.
There
Then
again,
you had
see,
to have adapters.
if you had a Wii,
Oh,
you had the S video and left and right audio.
Yeah.
But they did a SCART adapter. You just plug the three in.
Ah, okay.
but the best
and-
way to get I always used the component video output, the
Mm.
RGB, the 3 RCA plugs, and then the 2 audio plugs as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, because
So that was like 10 years that they used that connector?
more.
More than that?
Close
Yeah,
to
it was-
30.
Holy
It
shit.
was a really
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, I think
Well
I
adopted
saw my
standard.
first SCART socket in 87. I think it was 87.
But the thing with like if I was into home cinema, so obviously all of my stuff was connected to the TV via SCART, but the audio SCART wasn't capable of doing digital audio in
Yeah.
terms of multi-channel digital audio. So you had to then run either a coax or a optical cable for your
Optical,
audio as
yeah.
well. So you then start. This is the beauty. I mean, kids these days, they don't know how good they've got it because you get a decent HDMI cable, just does everything. You know, one
Yeah.
cable, that's it.
Boom, done.
I mean, the back of my TV now, I've got my AV receiver, and I've got one cable that goes from the receiver to the TV, and then Apple, Blu-ray, and satellite. Just 3 cables into the short HDMI cables into the back of the receiver, and then that's it. There's there's no other interconnects or anything like that. Just the speaker cables, and that's it. It's so much nicer now. So much nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But say I've got that distribution box downstairs, which had 1 SCART output and 4 SCART inputs, and I used to have that just sat next to the TV, and you had a little button, and you could just press the button to select your input, and then so you turn your device on to set. But of course now with HDMI, you just turn the device on, and it automatically switches the receiver to the right input output, and that's what you see on the TV screen.
Was it always that right angle connector kind of thing?
What, on SCART?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although
Sometimes.
I did have some. I had a flat
Yeah.
SCART cable that was literally, the back of the plug, and the cable just came straight out.
Just a ribbon cable, wouldn't it?
Just a ribbon, yeah, nice
standard
thickly.
ribbon,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm liking about my Sony Bravia is that AirPlay with the iPad and just go.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah, bring that
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. The my LG does that, but it's not very good at it. It's just easier. I mean, I used to try and you can cast YouTube from your mobile device to directly to the TV,
Yeah.
but it's a bit slow because it's a bit old now. It's a little bit slow, so it's just easier just turning on the Apple TV and just going.
Mind you, we
it's
have
there.
found now that we have to be careful what we say in front of the TV because of the voice activation on it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to Alexify my stuff downstairs, because we have this, like, our living room. It's kind of hard to describe. It's kind of my house is in 2 parts, really.
Right.
It's kind of there's the kind of the main part of the building which I'm in, and then there's a double garage with a bedroom above that sits at right angles to it. So my front room goes across the width of the entire main building, and we have a 90-degree sofa in the corner, and I sit the furthest away. Now I know I've got remote controls and stuff, but it would just be so much easier to say, Alexa, TV off,
Yeah.
or Alexa, do this, or Alexa, do that. Rather than finding one of the 4 different remote controls that I have to use the different aspects, because there's one for the receiver, there's one for the satellite, there's one for the Apple,
Yeah.
there's one for the
Yeah.
Blu-ray, there's one for the TV.
Yeah.
And people wonder why I've got type 2 diabetes.
Yeah. Alexa's
just-
funny though. You can only insult her like a couple times, and then she stops responding to that.
Yeah. I had to chastise my son the other day because my Apple Music account is linked to my Alexa, and him and his mates were downstairs playing on my PlayStation, and there's an Alexa in that room, and they were playing some music. Of course, it all comes through my account. So I picked up my phone the other day and I looked at, because I've got the Apple Music widget at the top of the screen. I'm like, who the hell's this? And there's some artist who's called, I can't remember, Rocker something. I have no idea
Wow.
what. And basically, it was an album of. It's. I hate to say it, but it was. Like a modern day version of what. Al Yankovic used to be,
Oh.
Except-
yeah.
except
Parody
rubbish.
Mm.
Yeah, it's parody stuff, but it's fucking awful, and some of it's downright offensive. But and so yeah, they were playing it, and I'm thinking, oh, it's coming up on my bloody screen. Fuck off.
Yeah, my girlfriend uses my Netflix and my Amazon Prime, so a
Oh,
lot of times
yeah.
just shit in there. I go, what the hell is this crap?
Oh yeah, mate. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I had to have a word with the whole family because they were all just using my account.
Yeah.
So I said, no, look, I've set you all up with your bloody profiles. If you watch anything on Netflix, you fucking choose your own profile because I don't want your shit being recommended to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see because my Prime, my Netflix, my Disney Plus, I think, and my YouTube now as well. And she uses them, and it's like, oh. And it's got like get the continue watching. So I fire it up, and it's
Yeah.
it starts. And at the moment, she's watching this series that's in French. No, I think it's in Italian. But it has what's his name? Reno, the actor, French guy.
Oh, Jean Reno, yeah.
Jean Reno.
Yeah.
He's in it, but it has English dubbing,
Right.
and the bloke who's playing Reno, it doesn't sound like him at all. And I'm going, this would annoy me. And it's about a brothel set in the 40s or 50s or something. It's but very high class one, very high end. And she's watching this thing, and I'm going, God's sake, go away. Put on Deadpool 2. Have some of that.
My wife has a thing against. She doesn't like watching films with subtitles because she doesn't like reading while she's trying to watch a film. I'm like, yeah, but I don't like to hear shit voices that clearly don't match the characters.
It depends. If I'm trying to watch something and I'm tired, sometimes I won't use the subtitles, even though I prefer hearing the language.
Yeah. It's like, mind you, she watches a lot of black and white, 20s and 30s films, which are, let's face it, are all American films. And there'll be things like, there was one she was watching, and as I was walking by through the kitchen to go into the workshop, and I looked back and everything, I go, is that Milton Berle? But he looked about 18. Is that Milton Berle? Like that. And she went, yeah, wow, you recognised him. I went, well, yeah, I did.
Uncle Milty.
But wow, he looks so young. My God. And the next one she was watching after it, I come through, and it was Orson Welles, done up really, really old. But it's in the 30s, so he's actually quite young. Yeah? And I was like, God, what the hell is going on here?
The best Orson Welles are those drunk wine commercial outtakes. Oh man, those are fun. You haven't seen those?
Because
He's like, oh, the French. And he's forgetting his lines, and the people are like, can we read our lines? You're just fucking every take up.
Because he was doing those to finance the film, wasn't he?
Probably. He was really old and fat by then.
Yeah, he was like really on the edge. The sherry didn't get him. Wasn't it Harvey's Bristol Cream he was advertising? Was it Harvey's? No, it was something, Sandman Port or something.
Oh, right.
He also has a great one where he complains to the booth operator where he's doing some ad reading. Kind of like the William Shatner voice thing where he chastises the engineer in the booth.
Yeah.
There's an Orson Welles one where he's just such an asshole. I think he's like the best thing, since sliced bread. And yet he's being paid to read this stupid crap, and he's complaining about the copy and the grammar and all kinds of stuff. And it's like, dude, just read your thing and shut up and get out. Nobody cares.
He goes, I did Citizen Kane,
Exactly, yeah. Well, why are you doing this now, you asshole?
Yeah.
I remember when Harvey's Bristol, being really disappointed discovering that Harvey's Bristol Cream wasn't actually alcoholic cream. I was young,
Hey, yeah. Our world's
It's like cognac,
always been
right?
shattered.
Or what is it?
Sherry.
Sherry,
Yeah, basically. And if you left it long enough, there was enough sediment in the bottom to choke a dog.
Was it any good? I remember the ads for it.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, if you
It
like
tasted
sherry.
okay. Yeah, if you were into sherry, it was nice.
My first job.
Evening.
Was
Morning.
Hey.
Today.
My
morning
first
already.
job was in a shop, a grocery store, and we used to have these boxes of sherry. I think it was Harvey's, and they were basically just large plastic bladders with a tap on, put into a cardboard box that was made to look like an old casket or something.
The old box wine. Yeah.
So we used to be dry, medium, all the different types. And the old dears would come in with their empty bottles, and you'd dispense it into that thing, and then you'd charge them for it.
Yeah.
But I always made sure that when the thing got down to the end of the bladder's life, that I wouldn't quite squeeze it all out, and then I'd take these out to the back to break all the cardboard down, and then I'd sort of like get the little bladder and just check. Get a mouthful of sherry at 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was.
Get all the bits.
Yeah.
And then you have this taste in your mouth like you've just eaten a bag of rusty old nails.
That's it. I smelled like some of the old deers that come in. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about the name Bristol Cream, you guys must have laughed because of the Cockney rhyming slang. So
I think there was jokes. There was jokes knocking around. Mostly sort of like middle school kind of jokes. Yeah. The Bristols.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh dear me.
Now they had what was it? It was Fiona was looking earlier. She said she was looking for questions for the quiz, and she wanted to do some like comedy show questions. And we had to look at some, and bloody hell, they were so fucking obvious. I mean, really, really obvious. Or they would alienate anybody who lived outside the UK. That was the problem. I know some of the stuff made it across the pond, but
yeah, some.
No, Blackadder did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did Yes Minister?
No, not my circle anyway.
No,
That was very
probably
British,
wouldn't.
wasn't
It was such a British thing. And
Well, think of it would be even better, particularly in the loop.
yeah,
Kiss my sweaty balls, you fat fuck.
We only got like the major
Doesn't
stuff, like
quite
are you
sound
being
the same with your
served,
accent, but-
things like that.
Hey, yeah,
Oh, dear.
those were curse words.
what was the one with Tom and Barbara?
Oh, The Good Life.
Good Life.
No.
Yeah, I mean that probably wouldn't have made it over there.
Yeah, I
either.
didn't get that either.
No, that was very British suburban.
Again, very British.
Yeah.
Basically, if it doesn't make it
alternative
to
living.
some like weird channel, it makes it maybe to public television. Other than
Yeah.
that, you have to find it on the internet.
Yeah.
Have you still got BBC America?
Probably, I don't use it.
Well, you get BBC World Service, but that's a piece of shit you don't want to
Yeah.
watch.
Now the good thing about Yes Minister though was it was an indictment more than anything else about
Yeah,
how government works in the UK.
It was
And the-
actually. I mean, it was
the
very funny, but
stupidity. Yeah.
it was actually very accurate, wasn't it?
Yes, it was satirical, wasn't it, cutting in its own way.
I mean, what in that way also think of it was very accurate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well the thick of it.
But the thing is, you watch the thick of it now,
Quote
and it
you
doesn't.
that.
Its impact is lessened because actually we see this happening on a day-to-day
Yeah.
basis. Back then, you weren't seeing.
Now the
that,
stuff
but-
that was like parodied in
Mm.
the thick of it is now, like you say, everyday stuff. And you
Yeah.
know there's a Malcolm Tucker. You know there
Oh
is.
God, yeah. Yes. What was the film? Because they made a film of it, didn't they?
Yeah, in the loop, that's where
That's
my
it, yeah,
low quality
yeah.
quote came from.
Yeah.
But yeah, where we're in the States. Where after that quote, he's just then after saying that, he's then running away in front of the White House,
Yeah.
and it definitely looks like they filmed it without a permit. The style for that, it is very handheld without anything.
I think Malcolm Tucker was my hero, to be honest.
Yeah.
I just loved him.
But that's the genius of Capaldi, isn't it? It's-
Yeah, absolutely.
He can be that, and then he can be a really good Doctor Who as well.
Yeah.
It's just funny when it was announced him being Doctor Who. Of course, the videos circulated with particularly that clip, and then
Yeah.
Doctor Who theme afterwards.
Yeah.
It would have been great if he'd done it, but I didn't realise he'd won an Oscar so early on in his career.
Hmm.
I can't remember what it was for now, but yeah, he won a fucking Oscar. Yeah, very nice, very clever man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh dear. My wife wants me to do some gardening work tomorrow, but I'm going to try and get out of it.
It'll probably rain.
So, this is the thing, it probably will, because we've got this pond, right, in our garden. And when I moved in here, I said to the landlord, "You've got fish in that pond, what do you want me to do with them?" And he says, "Whatever you fucking like. I don't care." So, no,
Breadcrumbs.
we kept them alive for a number of years. And unfortunately, about 18 months ago, next door, I say unfortunately, fortunately, next door cut down all of these trees that ran down the side of, in between our two gardens, and it let sunlight back in, because that was, it was terrible. What it did though is it generated even more algae, and of course starved the pond for oxygen, and over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks, there was one a day just popping up, fish them out literally, and then throw them in the bin. So I was like, okay, well, I give up. So we just let the pond sit there, because we've got frogs that kind of move around, and so they were using it as their spawning, and so we just like let it go, and it just eventually started to get a bit funny and started getting all this stuff in it. So
that's called eutrophication. It's nasty business.
Yeah, so we basically said, look, let's empty it. Let's just clear all the shit out. So we let it start to dry out, because we had this really hot summer this year. So it started to dry out pretty damn quickly. And it got down to about the last, 6 to 8 inches. And it's just sludge with this green coating on the top. And if you threw a stone on it, the stone would just sit on the top and then just ever so slowly just sink into this mud.
Like blackcurrant jelly.
It was like quicksand almost.
Yeah.
So we dillied him down, and eventually Jackie one day, she said, right, that's it, I'm going to clear it out. So she starts pulling all the really dried stuff out, but she can't get the sludgy stuff. She doesn't know what to do with it. It smells as well. So she comes up with this genius idea. She says, I'm going to buy this really cheap kind of, not a proper tarpaulin, but something like a tarpaulin. Stretch it out onto the garden, and then shovel this shit out and spread it onto the tarpaulin so it dries out. And because we've been having really dry weather, her plan was quite sound.
Yeah.
Except the next week it just started to piss down with rain. So it's just kind of sat there, this kind of sludgy old mess. And we don't want to. I said to her, why don't you shovel it up and fling it on the flower beds, fertilizer.
Yeah, I love it.
And she said, oh no, it kind of smells. And I said, well, it won't after a week or two, and the rain will wash it all in.
Yeah, bedding fine.
Well, it's a good nitrogen in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But no, she's adamant that she's going to get it into bags and then take it up to the local tip. Well, the tip will take garden waste, but they won't take liquid garden waste, because it's essentially what it is a sludge. So I'm going to have to pay £2 for every 25 kilos. There's probably about, 2 or 3 bags worth there. So, yeah. So that's
honestly,
what
if she
wants
put
to
it
do
on the
tomorrow.
flower beds and then just turn the soil,
Yeah.
it'll love it. It'll absolutely love it. And
Yeah.
it won't smell. It won't smell that bad at all.
No. So, and
It's
then,
probably your best bet, to be honest.
of course, since it's rained, the pond has started filling up again.
Yeah, well.
So I need to get in there and just give it a good old rinse out. But my back, I can't do gardening because it just kills my back.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate gardening. Even if my back was good, I just hate gardening. So,
Yeah, that's why we went for what we would call a low maintenance garden.
yes.
You put your little gardening hat on, your little gloves, like that.
Oh. I hate it. I appreciate a good garden, but I could never be responsible for one.
You don't have a victory garden?
I just hate it. I literally hate it. I detest
Mum
it.
used to be out in that garden every possible turn. She'd be pruning, she'd be prodding, she'd be planting, she'd be moving stuff about, she'd be doing this, feeding, all sorts of stuff, all the time. And the garden was immaculate. The front garden was a picture with the flowers and everything tended. There was no loose dead leaves anywhere. Everything was absolutely immaculate. Then the Alzheimer's started to settle in, and then it just all just died and turned to shit. And in the end, it's because I was looking after her full time anyway. So when she did go, and I could look at the garden, I'm going, God, no, I haven't got the knowledge either.
My mum was really into it, and she still is to a much lesser degree now. But
Yeah.
I remember when my dad's business was really doing really well. He bought a house which had this garden that sort of went almost like just like 3/4 of the way around the house, and she would plant all of these. She even put a fucking pampas grass in. I mean, this was the 70s.
Yeah.
Fucking great pampas grass in the middle of the thing, and she'd put all these little bushes, and she would she would sort of take me around them and say, well, this one, if you pick the leaves, they smell like lemon, and this is a minty thing, and this, and I was just like, I don't care. It's all green, and you have to work to make them grow and keep them alive. She had a little rose garden as well. Then at the back, she had a little vegetable garden. No, it's really just
Yeah,
never
it's like
took
pets
to
and children. You gotta take care of them.
Never took to it.
I couldn't bring myself to dig all this stuff up. I had to get somebody in, ripping up fir trees and all that shit. I said the one thing don't touch is the magnolia. I said my dad planted that the second day we moved in 1967 or something. It was just a little bloody thing like this. Now it's well, you've seen it, that huge tree in
Yes.
the workshop.
Yeah.
And so it's been there forever. I said, yeah, leave that. And that is the only thing that's actually left. It's just that.
Yeah.
I ran the student botanical garden at De Anza College for several years. I loved it. I got paid only 20 hours a week, but I worked about 40 because it was so much fun.
No, it's not in my DNA.
It's also educational too. I was, setting up plant communities and actual botany lessons and ecology. So it was a whole educational thing, not just work.
I don't get these people that, and I apologise to anyone that does this, but it's obviously quite prevalent over here in the UK because an Englishman's garden and all that. But these people who tend to immaculate lawns, that they will spend every waking hour trimming it with scissors and mowing it with and then getting the stripes and all this stuff.
Yeah, you're talking me mum. Yeah.
Well, that's like Graham Chapman trimming his cabbages with little scissors.
Yeah. But those people are just, no. I'd much rather. I mean, we've only got the lawn out the back here, and we try and leave that as sort of like meadow-like. So it's full of daisies and buttercups and clover and stuff, and the bees love it, and the birds love it, and the cats love it. And quite frankly, I'd rather look out on that than a pristine, tennis lawn type thing,
Well, just get rid of grass in the first place and put flowers, or at least, as you say, wildflowers.
Concrete, tarmac.
No, but go for wildflowers or proper flowers, because don't have grass. It's disgusting. It's pointless.
My dad's a huge golf nut, so we had to have a nice lawn,
Have something with actual roots that also keeps water and
We're surrounded
keeps it
by
nice
trees.
and cool.
We've got a bloody great willow tree at the bottom of the garden, which is quite nice in the summer because it does provide some cool shade and stuff. And I've got a couple of trees in the middle of the thing. And then there's all this stuff down the side. But I mean, because I rent the place, I'm loath to spend huge amounts of time and money on keeping it, or making it look. My wife does. She tends to it mostly, and she's welcome to it.
Hello, Brownie.
Hello, Nelly.
Right, Smelly Bells. Smelly Nelly. You all right? You good girl. Yeah. Come on in, you can come up as well, Finn. Sis, you can come say hi as well. Just a kiss.
Oh, doggy.
No.
You can hardly see them, they're so dark.
Yeah.
It's like every time I try and take a picture of my cats, it's just like you have to use flash and everything. And it doesn't. They don't look normal then.
Hello, Bubba.
They're black as coal.
Good girls.
You just need to flash up rather than forwards. Have an ambient flash.
Yeah. Well, when you're just using one of these, it's
Yeah, bounce
not
flash.
Yeah.
We got something else.
Yeah.
I don't tend to
Lo-
carry.
Well, that iPhone should be fine with long exposure times and using AI to get rid of any problems. So if you get it into high
takes
dynamic range
reasonable
mode,
pictures. Yeah.
uh,
It takes
if-
reasonable pictures.
in high, but yeah, it can do high dynamic range, so it should be able to
Go now.
do it reasonably well without flash.
Hey, right, Nelly first.
Like,
Where's the husky? No sausages?
Even this historic
No
one.
sausages, so no husky.
does it?
Yeah. Not so bothered. If it was meaty goodness, oh my god. When he come into the bedroom this morning, he jumps up on the bed, stands on me, goes right up to my face and goes.
That's great.
What? He's like. Oh,
Charlie
right.
says.
You want a sausage, don't you?
Sausages, yeah.
Oh god, yeah. So it's these dog treats. Basically, what they are, they imitate a little sausage wrapped in bacon. So it's a pig in blanket, right? And
I'd like some of those.
oh man, oh he would shit through the eye of a needle to get one of them. I tell you. You listen, don't you? When you say sausages, is it sausage time? Go and tell mummy. She can give you a sausage. She'll have to get off her ass now and put her wine down for 5 minutes. Go and tell him. Go and tell mum. Go and tell Fiona it's sausage time. Go and tell mum. Go on. Go and tell her.
It's funny how they pick up on phrases. We had a
Mm.
rabbit loose in the yard for a while because it was hard to catch after we let it out one time. I couldn't catch it again and put it back in the hutch. So I let it run loose in the yard for a while. It was fine. It was happy. And then my grandmother brings over a stray puppy because she always brought animals to us. It's like, another animal? What are we going to do with this one now? So we kept it for a little while, and it finally found the rabbit, and it started to chase around the yard, and it was pretty harmless. It wasn't trying to hurt it. It was just chasing it.
Yeah.
But it was just one of the funny things, actually, a side story is even funnier. It ran to the side yard one time and it freaked out and it started screaming like a little girl. Have you ever heard a rabbit scream before?
Mm. Yes,
It started to go
I have.
like a high pitch, like a little girl next door.
Yeah.
But
Wouldn't think they make that noise, would you?
But I kept saying, get the rabbit, and it learned that phrase. And so all I had to do is walk outside and go, get the rabbit, and it started hunting for it. So they're really good at picking up these phrases and stuff. So
Well, it's something that Siri picked up on because I say it every morning, and it's a good way of getting her off the bed and out of the way. See if she does it. Siri, come here a minute, right? I need a coffee. And off she goes. Because that would be me getting up out of bed and coming downstairs. So every
That's
time,
funny.
oh, I need a coffee like that, and she boom, leaps off the bed. No, I'm not going to have one. Sorry, I lied.
change your mind.
No, I'm not. Old Larry was like that as well because he lived to be such a grand age. You could have almost conversations with him. You knew what you meant. He's lovely. It's a fantastic little dog he was. Mind you, we used to let him out in the mornings. Just open the gate and you go and run off into the field. Play with other dogs and the kids and stuff like that, and you'd come back in the evening and it was time for dinner. He couldn't do that now. different times.
Indeed.
Well, different dogs.
Yeah.
But Nelly loves the Mustang. If I go out to the Mustang, she's got to get in it with me. Absolutely adores it. It frightens you, doesn't it, Sue? You don't like the Mustang. Mm? Bit poppy and throaty for you, isn't it? Mm, you prefer the Chrysler. Mm. You're more sedate, aren't you? Yeah, power steering and all that jazz. I know. Yeah. It's a softer leather as well, isn't it? God, sure.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, dogs are fun. I miss having them, but just don't have the time or the space for them now.
Yeah, I must admit, being acrophobic is absolutely ideal.
Yeah.
Absolutely ideal.
Great companions.
Yeah. If I do go down the road at some point and for whatever reason, and then they come back about 5-10 minutes later, holy shit, it's like I've been gone a year.
Yeah.
They go mental.
There's a small dog park just a few, I don't know, probably a quarter-mile walk from here or something like that. Go down there sometimes and go play with other people's doggies.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Huskies are always the most bonkers ones.
Yeah, it's weird, you know, because with Charlie, we were expecting him to be a nutcase, and he's so sedate, it's ridiculous. But that's a reflection on his, you know, his previous life. Took him ages to work out that he was allowed to play. So it's only just lately he started running around the garden like a lunatic, which
Well, that's good.
great to see, because it means
Yeah.
the weight has started coming off him and all.
Yeah, nothing sadder than a fat husky.
Yeah. Though I must admit, I think if we shaved him, I think he's actually a Chihuahua under there.
Oh, yeah, a lot of fur.
Yeah, it's, oh mate, so much fur. It's unreal. Are you back,
But-
Sis?
But they're just striking animals. It's just,
Yeah, yeah, beautiful creatures, really are.
we had a German Shepherd Husky mix when I was a kid.
Oh,
And
nice.
it was the best dog we ever had.
Yeah.
And super tame and mellow, even in bad circumstances. We had bison next door because we had a acre and a half of land
Mm.
on a hill. So when it snowed, we had our own snow hill with those sleds, and it was really fun.
Oh, nice.
But just you had to turn the sled because you run into barbed wire, right?
Mm.
And on the other side, this guy had many, many acres of land, and he kept bison over there. And the husky learned, oh, there's some bison treats over there, and go over there and eat some crap.
Oh, yeah.
And it would crawl through the fence, and a couple of times it was clumsy and cut its belly up. And my mom had some nurse training that she dropped out of when she had us. And she was just, the dog was laying on its back. She stitched it up, didn't try to bite her, didn't freak out, you know.
Wow.
Totally mellow dog.
Nice.
But then we moved out to, from Colorado to basically out here in Mountain View. And confined spaces and crowds and, oh no, it wasn't used to fences, right?
Mm.
And it couldn't handle it. It had to get out. It was jumping the fence and getting out a lot and coming back.
Yeah.
And one time it came back injured, and the second time it never came back.
Yeah.
So probably got hit by a car or stolen or something. But
Yeah, we had a dog called Patch. I think this was when I was about 6. Wild dog. Could not keep him contained. There wasn't a fence built to could keep this dog out.
yeah,
He was a loving dog, but my God, it was wild.
well, it's so what are they used to? And we raised it a certain way, and then all of a sudden gave it a horrible shock. You know, it's like
Yeah.
the weather's hot, it's crowded, it's noisy. You know, it's not clean
Yeah.
air like it was in Colorado. It's like, what did you guys do to me?
Yeah. It would take so long to adapt.
Yeah.
You mentioned bison. Do you know what the difference is between buffalo and bison?
Oh, I remember this one, but I did forget the punchline. So.
You can't wash your hands in a buffalo.
Oh my God. Christmas cracker, 1972. Yeah, God, yeah, I remember that one.
One of those bison got out one time, and
Oh, yeah.
my mom heard some noise in the middle of the night. And the way the house was built on the hill, the basement was technically like a first story because it was exposed halfway
Gotcha.
on the hill. And so she went down to the back door that looked downhill toward our little arrowhead goats and geese and stuff like that. And there's a goddamn bison right at the door, just. And she's like, "Okay," shut the door and like called the guy and goes, "Get your fucking animal out of here." You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fella, you can just back the fuck
Yeah.
up.
Oh, dear. Right, I'm going to head off to bed.
Oh, Christ.
So,
I was wondering why my eyes are falling out of my head.
So I will see you around.
Yeah, I think we'd better wrap it up anyway.
What's so another hour then?
Well, not for this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I must admit, I've been a bit quiet since about 10:30.
Oh,
It's been catching up on me, all this.
Yeah. Well.
Well, actually, catching up on sleep and actually getting up at a respectable time in the morning has done that.
Yeah.
I think. So, mind you, Fiona be up for hours yet. I mean, she didn't get up until half two this afternoon. Watching black and white films until God knows what time in the morning.
Weird Orson Welles movies and stuff.
Yeah. She was watching some gangster film from about, I think it was 1933, 1934 sort of thing, which was slightly better than the one she was watching before because the noise on the soundtrack was louder than the people speaking on it.
You know, it's funny, that movie in Home Alone, I thought was a joke they made for the movie. That was a real movie.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
yeah. And here's
yes,
your
but,
change, you filthy animal.
Yeah, I never got a chance to watch it,
Yeah.
but when I found it was real, I started laughing even more because that's a real fucking movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
So over the top.
Right.
But it was, wasn't it? Because most of them were sort of like vaudeville actors and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Cagney was way over the top too.
Yeah, so it was all large gestures and all that sort of thing. And I didn't find out until later you didn't actually need to do that in film. It was more personal. Because some of the films, where you go, what
Yeah, the
shall
stage
I do?
actors doing that
Whatever
thing,
shall I
yeah.
do? All this sort of thing. Whoa, bring that back, lady.
Yeah.
Whoa, bring it in.
Mr. DeMille, it's time for my close-up.
Yes. Oh, dear.
Right, and peeps.
All right,
Enjoy the
darlings.
rest of your weekend.
Oh,
Sounds
I'll
all.
see you on
So
various
we're
chats later.
wiggling tomorrow.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, it's Jamie as well, and before that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then wiggling. And
Indeed.
then, a lull.
Aye. Well, have a good one.
Cool. See you guys.
See you soon.
Yeah, be good
Take care.
and
Bye.
take care,
Robbie.
everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
I'll be actually finishing with off. This is sad.
There we go. It was